Over a dozen swords stabbed over towards Yi Yuan at the same time. They wanted to besiege Wei to rescue Zhaowen. However, it was like Yi Yuan did not see it. The evil extermination sword suddenly accelerated, chopping down with immense speed. The expression of that Zhuoxiang capital city's student changed drastically, and knew that there was no more chance of a fluke, crushing the jade pendant, and transporting back. Right at this time, over a dozen longswords arrived. Go to hell! Currently, Yi Yuan's move was already ending, and he was unable to save himself at all. He Ning could not help being overjoyed when he saw the situation. But right at this moment, a layer of golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. The long sword struck back at a strange angle. Clank, clank, clank. Yi Yuan's long sword swept, sweeping away all of the dozen over swords. Quick as thought, the entire process was also nothing more than a flash. Fast until everyone did not react to it. 9 transformations golden body. First transformation grand completion. The Ning said in disbelief. The surrounding students were all incomparably shocked, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. What the hell? They messed up, played their own people to death. Just now that was 9 transformations golden body? Isn't it said that the 9 transformations golden body's cultivation speed is very slow? Even exceedingly talented people could only have some attainments in 1,000 years. This Yi Yuan's strength is uncommon. He actually still had time to go. Cultivate the fleshy body? This Yi Yuan is so bizarre. Not only is he completely unscathed under the besieging of over a dozen people, he actually even counterkilled a person. Instead, the cultivation of the fleshy body was an extremely slow process. Even with the assistance of medicinal pills, it was also very hard to have some achievements within a short time. But once they had some achievements, it was rare to have opponents in the same rank. If one's strength was not powerful to a certain degree, one could not breach their defenses at all. Furthermore, the 9 transformations golden body could do what ordinary people could not. One's control over their bodies could reach an inconceivable degree. Just now, Yi Yuan's sundering stars had an imposing momentum. If it were others, it would be tremendously difficult to pull back. But he relied on the toughness of the fleshy body and performed the inconceivable action. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Quite interesting, continue." Done talking, his long sword swung. Another sword slashed over towards He Ning. He Ning's pupils constricted, hurriedly dodging aside. The group of people fell into a group battle once more. This time, nobody mocked Yi Yuan anymore. They discovered that the battle situation was completely different from what they imagined. Even though Yi Yuan looked to be in perilous danger under over a dozen sword lights, the Zhuoxiang capital city, these people always seemed to be lacking a little. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's occasionally slashed out sword was accurate and fierce, always throwing one of them into confusion. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a chance and decisively attacked again. That Zhuoxiang student's gaze revealed a look of despair, shattering the jade. Pendant. More and more other capital city students gathered around. But the vast, howless ridge became quieter and quieter. Time slowly trickled by. Zhuoxiang capital city's people became lesser and lesser. No idea how long had passed either. The people discovered to their shock that Zhuoxiang capital city was actually only left with 3 people at goodness knows when. What happened? Why do I clearly feel that Yi Yuan isn't very formidable, but he can finish off Zhuoxiang capital city's people? Asked an outer court disciple to the person next to him somewhat woodenly. His sword art seems to be average. Actually, he suppressed the power of laws to a very small range. Only by coming into contact with his sword can one sense the might of his sword arts. Although his realm isn't high, even though the power of laws of sword Tao first layered heaven hasn't reached grand completion yet, his utilization of the power of laws already reached the acme of perfection. At this time, someone beside him suddenly explained, "Then, how did you tell?" But this time that person no longer answered him. He turned his head around rather curiously, his gaze suddenly turning intent. Jin Yu. 100 Cities number 1 person. Jin Yu. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually called down this great god too. Jin Yu's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body for an instant. A surge of powerful fighting intent rose from his body. Heh! Looks like this time, Zhuxiang capital city has utterly stumbled. Jin Yu, you're moved. Another voice was heard. The gaze of that person previously turned intent again as he cried out in shock. Qiu Shuixing. These two people were both the pinnacle-most existences among the 100 cities. It was said that their power of laws were already comprehended to the grand completion realm of second-layered heaven. In Grotto Profound Realm, they did not have opponents at all. Jin Yu did not turn back and just said coolly, "Didn't you come too?" Heh! I really didn't plan on coming. Originally, I thought that it was just a clown seeking popularity by saying something sensational. In the end, I still couldn't resist my curiosity. It's just that, didn't expect that this visit was an eye-opener. Qiu Shuixing said with a light laugh. Are you going? Or me? Jin Yu said coolly. Do you have assurance? Qiu Shuixing answered with a question. Jin Yu slowly shook his head and said, We'll only know after fighting. Qiu Shuixing smiled and said, Since you came, you go then. If you can't even beat, then I'm pretty sure I can't win. Jin Yu said nonchalantly, All right. These two people chipped in a word each, already directly casting that student, who asked questions previously to one side. His heart was gasping with astonishment listening by the side. Jin Yu was known as the 100 Cities number 1 person. Even he actually did not have assurance in dealing with Yi Yuan. He finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence in setting up the arena lay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Yuan released 3 sword moves consecutively as fast as lightning, sealing off all of He Ning's escape routes. He Ning's countenance was greatly shocked, carrying intense unwillingness and crushing the jade pendant. At this point, the Zhuxiang capital city was completely wiped out. Yi Yuan fought the Zhuxiang capital city's 15 people with his power alone and slew all of them. If not for the jade pendant's transportation, none of these 15 people could be spared. The previous period's top 10, the Zhuxiang capital city, was actually shaved. Bald this time. This result shocked everyone until their jaws dropped.
Ye Yuan Jaswali Bekkonet.
100 storage rings landed on his hand. He examined these storage rings, a ray of light flashing in his eyes. The Zhuxiang capital city was indeed well-deserving of being a major force. Ranked in the top 10. The harvest was plentiful. Yi Yuan put these storage rings away. Surveying the surroundings, he said, coolly, Who else? You guys can also attack together. One sentence immediately ignited everyone's fury. These words were too arrogant, not taking them seriously at all. It was just that now all of them knew that Yi Yuan had the strength and confidence. He was arrogant because he had the capital to be arrogant. He's just alone. Right now we have several hundred people here. Everybody. Attack. I don't believe that he can deal with it. Finish him off, everyone can. Divide the storage rings with individual ability. At this time, someone suddenly shouted loudly, immediately making everyone's heart stir. But right at this time, Jin Yu moved. His figure shook, already arriving opposite of Yi Yuan, saying indifferently, I'm first. If I'm defeated, it's not late for you guys to go again. Yi Yuan looked at Jin Yu rather surprisedly and said with a smile, Looks like you're very powerful. What's your name? He actually doesn't know Jin Yu. Did this guy pop out of a rock? These 100 over cities people. There's actually still someone who doesn't know Jin Yu. If say who has the greatest hopes of reaching the Divine Lord realm in these 100 cities, it's none other than Jin Yu. There's actually someone who doesn't know him. Yi Yuan's question made everyone burst into an uproar. They were unable to imagine that there was actually still someone taking part in this 100 cities smelting trial who did not know Jin Yu. Qiu Shuixing was first stunned. then immediately laughed in spite of himself, and said, "Perhaps this is precisely why he's powerful." Jin Yu was also stupefied and blurted out, "You don't know me?" Yi Yuan also saw through from other people's reactions. This Jin Yu did not seem to be simple. He could not help chuckling and said, "Apologies, this one entered the sect for a short time and really never heard of your esteemed self's great name before." Jin Yu's actions were worthy to be called above board and forthright, not willing to take advantage of him. Toward such an opponent, Yi Yuan was still respectful. Especially under this situation, storage rings affected the ownership of the final reward. But the other party clearly regarded a good opponent more highly. Jin Yu nodded his head, considered to have acknowledged Yi Yuan's argument, and said, "This one is Yongdang capital city, Jin Yu." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "So, it's Brother Jin, make your move." Then, Jin Yu said, "You just went through a big fight. Better take a break first and recover some divine essence." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need. Those few guys were too weak." Jin Yu's heart went cold and actually could not figure out the truth and falsehood of Yi Yuan's words for a moment. Was this guy posturing, or he really did not expend much energy? This battle just now, if it were him, he could naturally accomplish with ease, too. But he absolutely would not say this kind of words. After all, He Ning, this level of expert, his strength was still very strong. Moreover, there were still 14 others with Xiang capital city's experts. It was just that Yi Yuan's words, in other people's view, were undeniably him posturing. "I admit that this guy is very strong. But saying this kind of words in front of the 100 cities #1 person, Jin Yu, I seriously can't listen any further. This guy wants to keep up appearance to cover up his predicament, right? I mean, at least if he loses, he can also say that he went through a big fight earlier. Hoo-hoo. He completely doesn't know who Jin Yu is, and he also doesn't know how powerful Jin Yu's strength is. He Ning isn't worth mentioning at all in front of Jin Yu. This guy is too condescending. How could they know that while that battle earlier looked fierce, Yi Yuan's expenditure was actually really not that much? Although Yi Yuan was unrestrained, wanting to challenge the 100 cities geniuses with his strength alone, he still attached great importance to tactics, and did not underestimate the 100 cities geniuses. To him, the final result was secondary. What he valued the most was the interaction with these 100 cities geniuses. Hence, that battle earlier he actually fought very conservatively. Each fraction of divine essence was carefully calculated. Coupled with that, his divine essence was incomparably refined in the first place. This degree of battle was nothing to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm eyes, Jin Yu nodded and said, "Since that's the case, make your move then." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture, the evil extermination sword suddenly attacking, sundering stars. Although it was sundering stars back and forth, this move had countless variations played by Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan did a lifting action going from bottom to top, cleaving Jin Yu. Attacks from this angle were very hard to defend. Jin Yu's expression turned solemn, instantly sensing that this sword's intensity was no idea how much stronger compared to dealing with He Ning just now. He did not dare to slight it. A beautiful tumble to the side, his long sword already attacked. However, this sword of Jin Yu's was a straight stab pointing at the flat of Yi Yuan's blade from the flank with a bizarre angle. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, instantly knowing that he ran into an expert. Jin Yu's comprehension toward battle was no idea how many times stronger than He Ning. Martial artists' battles, even when reaching deity realm this level, it was not simply relative superiority or inferiority in power of laws and realm. It was just that powerful strength often made people neglect some subtle things. A battle constantly changed. Oftentimes, a minor detail could determine the outcome of a battle. Yi Yuan had experienced God knows how many big and small battles and had long already turned fighting into an instinct. Hence, he could grasp every detail to win. The battles that these Academy's geniuses had experienced were not few, either. It was just that their battles were a completely different concept from the battles that Yi Yuan experienced. What Yi Yuan experienced were all life and death struggles, not allowing the slightest hint of soft-heartedness. The opponent would not give you the slightest chance as well. But the Academy's geniuses at most just sparred with each other. There were very few people who experienced those kinds of life-or-death struggles. Only by waiting for them to promote to the inner court and go out to carry out missions would they experience that kind of life-and-death struggle. But even then, the battle experience of inner court disciples also could not possibly be as rich as Yi Yuan's. Very clearly, Jin Yu was not a guy who only knew how to cultivate this aspect, just now displayed his skill fully. Regardless of whether it was evasion or resolving his move with a tap, it all demonstrated his precise grasp of battles, without the slightest sloppiness. More importantly, his realm and law comprehensions were all much higher than Yi Yuan's. This sword had not touched the flat of Yi Yuan's sword yet when a golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. In midair, Yi Yuan forcefully changed his move, the essence of sundering stars. This move lay in the word chop. Jin Yu's move was in order to break Yi Yuan's chop. Hence, Yi Yuan's move change was to pull back this chop word. Yi Yuan's move changed, chopping toward Jin Yu's sword body. Jin Yu did not have Yi Yuan's powerful fleshy body. He was currently in midair, unable to borrow strength, and could only toughen his scalp and exchange a blow with Yi Yuan. Clank. Two swords intersected. The two people were seemingly struck by a tremendous force, each falling back several dozens of steps. For the first time, someone drove Yi Yuan back. Fine sword. Jin Yu praised. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're not bad as well. Again." "Okay, again." Jin Yu was also valiant. The two people's figures moved swiftly, battling together once more. Qiu Shuixing's gaze revealed an incomparably stunned expression. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan could fight to a draw with Jin Yu. It was that he knew that Jin Yu actually lost by half a move just now. Qiu Shuixing understood Jin Yu very well and knew that this guy was a born warrior, his comprehension towards battle very high. In realm and law's comprehension, he was about on par with Jin Yu. But each time they fought, Jin Yu was always able to win him. What he relied on was his instinct towards battles. But just now, Jin Yu relied on this powerful disparity of law's comprehension and realm before fighting to a draw with Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan and Jin Yu's strength were similar, no, as long as Yi Yuan broke through to grand completion grotto profound. This exchange earlier, Jin Yu would definitely lose. I didn't expect that Jin Yu will also have a day where he overwhelms people with power. He really met his opponent today, Qiu Shuixing muttered to himself. Opponent? Might not be so. Yi Yuan hasn't used all his strength yet. At this time, there was suddenly one more person by Qiu Shuixing's side, voicing out. Qiu Shuixing's brows furrowed, looking at the arrival. "You're a fellow disciple of Yi Yuan?" Qiu Shuixing asked. Qin Shao nodded his head and said, "His vanquished foe." Qiu Shuixing did not reveal a surprised look. To be able to be evenly matched with Jin Yu, this one in front of him could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match, no matter what. In front of Jin Yu, nobody can hold back. Furthermore, Jin Yu didn't exert his full strength as well. Qiu Shuixing said indifferently. Qin Shao gave him a glance and said, "Your experience doesn't work on Yi Yuan. He is a person born to create miracles." Qiu Shuixing could not help laughing and said, "You have some jitters from imaginary fear after being defeated under Yi Yuan's hands, right? Martial artists mustn't lose their own heart of martial Tao." Qin Shao said nonchalantly, "You'll know when you keep watching." Hearing the news of Yi Yuan battling heroes alone, Qin Shao was inexplicably amazed at first too, but very soon he felt at ease. He knew what Yi Yuan was thinking. No occasion was more suitable to temper oneself than this place. It was just that Yi Yuan's method to temper himself was too capricious. Even Jin Yu did not dare to do so either. This guy was really crazy. Qin Shao was also considered to know Yi Yuan very well. Back then, him agreeing to a life-and-death battle seemed very reckless. Actually, he had absolute confidence in himself. Hence, he knew that this time was no exception too. Yi Yuan and Jin Yu, the two people, deconstructed moves upon seeing them, being tangled up in a fierce struggle, making everyone dumbfounded. This Yi Yuan is actually so strong to be able to fight to a draw with Jin Yu. When did such a formidable figure emerge from Wu Meng capital city? We actually don't even know. Vaulting into prominence in one battle. This battle, regardless of whether win or lose, Yi Yuan's name shall spread throughout the 100 cities. In these 100 cities area, Jin Yu was a benchmark. It was completely impossible for anyone to beat him. Qiu Shuixing could not either. But today, Yi Yuan was actually able to be locked in battle with him. It was just that they did not know the current Jin Yu was the same as he. Ning actually depressed to the extreme. It looked like the two of them were about on par, either able to do anything to the other. In reality, when he exchanged moves with Yi Yuan, it was completely relying on all-round surpassing in realm and laws that he could barely manage to fight to a draw. The more Jin Yu fought, the more alarmed he got. He had long seen through that. Yi Yuan's sword art was only that one move back and forth. No matter how he made his move, it was all a chop word. The sword was the king of 100 weapons, with a myriad of variations. People who used the sword would also mostly pursue the limits of variation, using it to subdue the enemy and win. But Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way, forcefully changing the sword into a chopper. Only new chop chop chop. But Jin Yu had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan already utilized a chop word to a transcendent realm. Furthermore, no idea why Jin Yu kept feeling that the divine essence gushing out from Yi Yuan's move was grand and boundless, with a feeling of unable to overcome with force. His divine essence was seemingly a small rowboat in the ocean in front of Yi Yuan. He might capsize at any time. Hence, similarly, one move, he had to use much more divine essence than Yi Yuan. Before, he could barely manage to suppress Yi Yuan. This kind of feeling, he had never encountered it before. All in all, clearly his strength was much greater than Yi Yuan's. Yet he could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. This sort of feeling made him depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. In a twinkle, the two people fought for 1,000 moves. You deconstruct my move, I deconstruct your move, shaving off a large chunk of the entire hilltop. Can't carry on like this anymore. Yi Yuan's divine essence is endless. As if a boundless sea, unable to see the slightest hint of drying up. No wonder he said that no need to rest earlier. Carry on expending like this, the first to fall will definitely be me. Jin Yu was considering this in his mind as he fought. If outsiders knew his thoughts, they would definitely get a huge shock. A half-step heaven glimpse realm powerhouse actually lost to a late stage. Grotto profound in divine essence. This was simply too inconceivable. Clank. Jin Yu deliberately opened up a flaw and was slashed by Yi Yuan's sword. His body flying out backward. Jin Yu's body hung in midair, without anywhere to borrow strength. How could Yi Yuan let go of such a chance? He followed up with sundering stars once more. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile flickered across the corners of Qiu Shuixing's mouth, and he said to Qiu Shuixing, Yi Yuan is losing. Qin Shao was stupefied, not quite certain what it meant. Qiu Shuixing smiled and said, Yi Yuan is indeed very strong. But this move, roaming qi returning to bowels, I'm unable to crack it no matter what. Under this sort of circumstance, it's even more impossible for Yi Yuan to resolve it. Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of pursuit when suddenly, his expression changed. An incredibly dangerous aura hit him head-on. Jin Yu's body drew a perfect arc in midair, his long sword sweeping off the ground, his body flying up once more. This series of actions was done in one breath. Jin Yu's entire person seemingly transformed into a sharp sword, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan's expression changed, discovering that Jin Yu really achieved unison of man and sword. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, had an indomitable imposing momentum, not stopping without seeing blood. Under this sword, everything was eclipsed. This was the true strength of the 100 Cities #1 person. Its roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan will definitely lose without a doubt. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels. To be able to force Jin Yu to use roaming qi returning to bowels, Yi Yuan can be sufficiently proud. Under the situation where everyone thought that it was impossible, Jin Yu used his ace in the hole, roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan already did not have room to maneuver. The only path of survival was to crush the jade pendant. But right then, everyone's faces changed once more. What's he trying to do? Out of everyone's expectations, under the situation where the initiative was already lost, Yi Yuan did not retreat, but he advanced instead. Every fraction he advanced, Yi Yuan's aura would be a fraction stronger. Sundering stars. The evil extermination sword in Yi Yuan's hand was not sluggish in the slightest, still chopping down with an indomitable will. The two swords had yet to intersect when two surges of overwhelming auras collided together, stirring up the surrounding divine essence into an upheaval. One pressed forward with an indomitable will, one had an overwhelming imposing momentum. It was truly a meeting on a narrow path. Boom! Two surges of refined to the extreme power of laws collided together. Violently, the air billows stirred up, shook until everyone could not open their eyes. Two figures each flew out backward like kites with broken strings. Slam! Slam! The two people each fell onto the ground, smashing a deep pit in the ground. Everyone all held their breaths, not knowing just who won and who lost in this fight. Qiu Shuixing sucked in a cold breath. He did not expect that under that kind of circumstance, Yi Yuan could still release that kind of domineering counterattack. Not only was Yi Yuan's strength overpowering, but his battle will was also unyielding and dauntless. Who? Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly crawled out from inside the deep hole, bleeding all over his body, his aura chaotic, looking very miserable. Qin Shao gave Qiu Shuixing a glance and said, "I wonder if after today you still have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan or not." Qiu Shuixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he discovered that he really could not say anything. Jin Yu was still defeated by Yi Yuan under the situation where he had the initiative. He could not even resolve Jin Yu's roaming qi returning to bowels, let alone talk about dealing with Yi Yuan. Qiu Shuixing was a proud son of heaven. Apart from Jin Yu, he did not attach importance to anyone in the land of 100 Cities. But now, he really did not have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan anymore. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Under that kind of situation just now, anyone would probably consider how to protect themselves at the first moment. At least, there would be that tiny hint of hesitation. But Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, chopping over with a sword just like that. At this time, Qiu Shuixing unwittingly recalled Qin Shao's words previously. He was a person born to create miracles. He was previously still very disdainful towards Qin Shao's words. But now he discovered that Qin Shao did not exaggerate in the slightest. Take the chance while he's ill and take his life. Kill this guy, the storage rings on him will all be ours. In the crowd, no idea who suddenly shouted out, startling everyone awake all at once. 2 consecutive great battles. 1,000 people already gathered around in the vicinity. With this roar, immediately there were quite a few people who had the intention of fishing in troubled waters. For some time, a large group of people surrounded over toward Yi Yuan. Not just him, there were even quite a few people who rushed over toward Jin Yu. A bunch of shameless things. You guys are also fit to make a move against Jin Yu. Qiu Shuixing gave a cold snort, his figure dashing out like lightning. Qin Shao's face fell as well, speeding over in Yi Yuan's direction. Facing the tidewater-like students rushing over, Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. His wrist shook. Evil extermination sword attacked once more. Although his current state was not very good, that was also just relative to Jin Yu, this kind of expert. The fleshy body technique that Yi Yuan cultivated was the Black Tortoise Clan's Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art. Even though this cultivation method did not count as some peerless divine skill in the Heavenspan world, the power of its defensive strength was absolutely not what average cultivation methods could compare to. The Black Tortoise Clan's talent was that their defensive strength was astonishing. The cultivation method that they cultivated was naturally not too poor as well. Although that blow just now was heavy, it was not to the extent of making Yi Yuan lose his combat power yet. Dealing with these trash, he still had the strength to spare. Swish! Yi Yuan waved his hand and chopped. The powerful force made the faces of those few meeting it head-on greatly astonished. They completely did not expect it. Yi Yuan was already injured until like this, he could actually still release such a swift and fierce attack. Caught off guard, that person right at the front did not even get to crush the jade pendant and was eradicated by Yi Yuan. The few people at the back had no time to run at all and only had time to crush the jade pendant, transporting back to the altar. No need to be afraid. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight, deliberately using this sword to scare people. Kill him. In the crowd, no idea who shouted loudly again. The flood of people who originally paused slightly because of this sword pounced toward Yi Yuan once again. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth sneered coldly, not taking this seriously at all. One comes, he would kill one. Two come, he would kill a pair. These people were all harboring hopes of getting lucky, thinking that Yi Yuan was already at the end of his rope. How could they know the terror of Yi Yuan's cultivation method? This bit of consumption was nothing to him at all. Even if his divine essence already did not have much left, the time it lasts would still exceed all of their expectations. Yi Yuan waved his sword continuously, reaping these outer court disciples. Lives without restraint. But in the crowd, a viper-like gaze was watching Yi Yuan close. His realm strength was no different from the others. It appeared very ordinary. In the crowd, nobody would pay attention to him at all. But at this time, he came to Yi Yuan's back along with the crowd. Following that, he brazenly attacked. Qin Shao's heart suddenly stirred, seeing a familiar figure, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan, be careful at the back, Qin Shao shouted. But right at this time, a powerful aura arrived with a howl. Qin Yuan Long, you dare? This figure was none other than precisely the Thundercry who came from afar. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan challenging all heroes, he knew that Qin Yuan Long definitely came here. But he never thought that he would see the scene of Qin Yuan Long sneaking into the crowd and ambushing Yi Yuan when he just arrived. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was Wu Meng Academy's student with the greatest potential. It even surpassed Qin Tian's already. Before departing, Wen Yang specially ordered to definitely keep a lookout for Qin Yuan Long and not let him deal with Yi Yuan. He did not expect that this guy still escaped. An origin deity powerhouse ambushing the grotto profound realm Yi Yuan. This already did not have any suspense. Qin Yuan Long mingled in the crowd and was too close to Yi Yuan. He did not give Yi Yuan a chance to crush the jade pendant at all. A hint of a hideous smile flashed across the corners of Qin Yuan Long's mouth. Finally could kill Yi Yuan. This punk who made the Qin family utterly lose face could finally go and die. It was just too bad that Yi Yuan had his back to him at this time. He could not see the mocking smile on Yi Yuan's face. Boom! Qin Yuan Long only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. His palm directly hit thin air, landed on those students opposite of Yi Yuan. How powerful was the palm of an origin deity powerhouse? Those students directly had a large swarm exterminated by Qin Yuan Long being caught unawares. Everyone was stunned. Where did Yi Yuan go? Qin Yuanlong's scalp exploded. He discovered that he seemed to have overlooked an extremely important thing. Not just him, everyone overlooked it. Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight. Teacher Qin, are you very disappointed? You all are also too careless to actually forget that I know sword maneuvering flight. In midair, Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yuanlong and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Yuanlong's face was livid. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of killing intent. Such an important intel was actually overlooked by them. No, it was actually that Yi Yuan deliberately guided them to overlook it. Ever since after the battle with Qin Shao, Yi Yuan never displayed the ability of sword maneuvering flight in front of people anymore. In a flash, 6 to 7 years went by. Yi Yuan had always been fighting with people on the ground and had never exhibited this ability. Due to this, everyone all overlooked this fact. After all, being unable to fly while being below the Divine Lord realm was the heaven-span world's common sense. This kind of mindset was deeply ingrained in people's thinking. Very hard to eradicate. 7 years ago, Yi Yuan's astonishing flight had indeed stunned everyone. But later, Yi Yuan's sundering stars was even more eye-catching. That sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight. Yi Yuan actually knows sword maneuvering flight. My God, just how monstrous is this guy? This fellow concealed too deeply. With this move, he's already established in an undefeatable position. I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. The land of 100 cities. Number 1 genius actually changed owners just like this. Yi Yuan's breathtaking fly aroused everyone's shock once more. Forget about the land of 100 cities, even the land of 1,000 cities, land of 10,000 cities, might not produce a genius capable of comprehending sword maneuvering flight either. But Yi Yuan did it. Qin Yuanlong, you disregarded your status and attempted to assassinate an Academy's disciple. This matter I'll definitely inform City Lord, His Excellency. You be prepared for a reckoning. Thundercry's angry roar sounded at this time. Qin Yuanlong's expression changed several times. He naturally knew the consequences of this matter. But Qin Nantian had long already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. This trip, the price expended in order to kill Yi Yuan was not small. Returning empty-handed, he had no way of giving an account to Qin Nantian. Humph! This Qin had long found this punk displeasing to the eye, so what if? Kill him? From this day forth I, Qin Yuanlong, renounce Wu Meng capital city, and turn my back on the Qin family. Farewell. Done talking. Qin Yuanlong turned right around and left. Thundercry's expression changed. Not expecting that Qin Yuanlong was actually so decisive. Humph. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Since you've turned your back on the Qin family, ambushing my Wu Meng Academy's disciple and disrupting the 100 cities smelting trial, you deserve the death penalty. Thundercry gave a cold snort, his figure moving swiftly, charging over towards Qin Yuanlong. Qin Yuanlong did not think that Thundercry was actually so unrelenting, speeding away into the distance with a scurry. The two people, one chased, one fled, disappeared in everyone's line of sight. Very quickly, this series of unforeseen changes were seriously too fast, catching everyone off guard. In a hidden corner, Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred as he watched this scene, his expression ugly to the extreme. Failed again. Could it be that this guy was unkillable? Why did the Qin family scheme meticulously and even send out an origin deity, realm expert, and still unable to kill him? Clearly just a grotto profound realm rookie, so why could he not be killed? Not only could he not be killed, the Qin family even lost a direct lineage, disciple, and an origin deity realm academy teacher. This price was too heavy. Big brother Qin Tian, what should we do? Qin Zheng asked. Let's go. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. He knew that in the 100 cities smelting trial they had no chances at all. Already, this match was ultimately still a complete miss. Yi Yuan maneuvered the sword and slowly landed, saying with a light smile, You guys, each and every one of you, can forget about running. Whoosh! Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly sweeping a sword out, felling a large group. How could those students who had designs on him previously still dare to stay? Each and every one scattered like birds and wild animals. Yi Yuan hacked and killed, directly eradicating several dozen people. The remainder all ran. Hence, Yi Yuan started cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the storage rings left behind. This battle, the harvests were abundant. The storage rings in his hands were more than 500 in total already. What was even more liberating for him was that Qin Yuanlong, this fellow, withdrew from the Qin family himself. It was also considered to have made the Qin family lose a general. This Qin Yuanlong thought that he hid very well. Actually, his every movement and action was all under dustless surveillance. When he ambushed, Yi Yuan had long made the preparations for sword maneuvering. Sword maneuvering flight speed was very fast, evading Qin Yuanlong's sneak attack under the circumstances where he was prepared was nothing. While at this time, Jin Yu hobbled in front of Yi Yuan with the help of Shuaishing. He took out his own storage ring, passed it to Yi Yuan and said, "I lost. This is yours." Yi Yuan smiled and received the storage ring. This was his spoils of war. He had no reason to refuse it. I really didn't expect that the Wu Meng capital city actually produced a genius like you. I was defeated utterly convincedly. Jin Yu sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're very strong too, but although your laws are strong, it's still a little weak in terms of utilization. Given time, you're bound to be a region's absolute ruler." If it were before, Yi Yuan saying these words in front of Jin Yu would definitely be thought of as crazy by people. But now, nobody would feel brusque. Even Shuaishing did not feel so too. Yi Yuan had the qualifications to lecture Jin Yu like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao First Layered Heaven had yet to reach grand completion, but he could defeat the strong with the weak. It was because his application of sword Dao laws had reached a transcendent realm. In this aspect, Jin Yu was not just a tiny bit worse than him. Yi Yuan comprehending the sword in the sword tomb, what he comprehended was not just sword Dao laws, he was even comprehending the stories behind the laws. Inside the sword tomb, each sword had its story. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could create sundering stars, such a powerful martial technique. Sundering stars was a martial technique that Yi Yuan comprehended that maximized the power of sword Dao laws. Its degree of power could only be imagined. Jin Yu clasped his hands and said, "Got it." Today's battle, this Jin broadened his horizons and gleaned considerable gains, especially the last sword move. It will probably have a tremendous impact on my life. Yi Yuan's final sword was absolutely a sword that set the world on fire. This sword, what it displayed was not just a martial technique, but the all-round strength manifestation of Yi Yuan's martial Dao will, laws utilization, divine essence thickness, and so on. Rather than saying Yi Yuan won with sundering stars, it was better to say that Yi Yuan won with his determination to absolutely win. If it were others, even if their strength was identical to Yi Yuan's, they completely could not achieve that step too. Jin Yu's words did not have any intention of flattering. Yi Yuan's final sword virtually subverted his understanding toward martial Dao. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Those guys have already ran away, so I have to go hunt them down. There are quite a few storage rings in their hands. I got to go and collect them. Farewell." Jin Yu and Shuaishing, the two people, clasped their hands and said, "Farewell." Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan casually threw out 100 storage rings and flew straight to Qin Shao. "Thanks, brother." Qin Shao's actions landed in his sights. Even though this guy was born in the Qin family, he was completely different from the Qin family's people's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He was defeated at his hands. That kind of situation just now, he still voiced out to warn it was truly not easy. These storage rings, just take it as a bit of thanks then. Yi Yuan did not give Qin Shao a chance to speak, directly maneuvering the sword and flying away. Watching Yi Yuan's profile disappear into the horizons, Qiu Shuixing said, with a sigh, "This guy isn't to be trifled with. Once provoked, one will probably have nightmares every day." Jin Yu nodded his head and said, "Avenging grievances when there are grievances, avenging enmity when there is enmity, repaying kindness when there is kindness, acting according to his nature, not violating his consciousness. This is the Tao of might. This Yi Yuan, a measly Wu Meng capital city probably can't trap him." Qiu Shuixing came in front of Qin Shao and said with clasped hands, "Brother, apologies. Previously, my words have offended. Please don't take offense." Qin Shao said coolly, "No harm. This guy's strength is too baffling. Not truly. Exchanging blows with him, you forever won't know how strong he is." Qiu Shuixing secretly nodded, deeply acknowledging Qin Shao's words too. The 100 Cities smelting trial was set as a year. The remaining time all of the outer court disciples sunk into a nightmare. A devil who rode the wind and rode a sword might appear beside them at any time, reaping their lives. They all knew Yi Yuan's prowess. At the start, they all found a place and hide, not daring to come out. But later, they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they hid, Yi Yuan could always accurately find their locations. Hence, a massacre unfolded in the outer court region. Later, those people seriously could not live on in the outer court region and could only escape to the inner court region one after another. However, Yi Yuan rode the sword to flow. Even when inner court disciples saw him, they could not do anything to him at all. Of course, there were those with good luck too, finding their senior brothers and sisters before barely managing to preserve their lives. In a blink, a year's time was up. The 100 Cities smelting trial was already drawing near its end. On the altar plaza, one figure after another was being transported back. During previous trials, the later it was, the fewer people sent back. But this time, there were still people being transported non-stop. "You still ran into that malefic star in the end? Isn't that so? No idea what method that guy used either. I clearly already hid very covertly, but was still found by him. Me too. This malefic star is too vengeful. I was very far away from him at that time. There was no chance to make a move at all, and he still didn't let me go. You don't know it. Later on, as long as everybody sees him, they directly
Croche ce jade pendant.
This malefic star kills on sight. Completely unreasonable. An outer court disciple was just transported back, so he started chatting with his fellow disciples who were finished off by Yi Yuan previously. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, each and every one of their faces all revealed an extremely depressed look. In the entire plaza, several thousand students taking part in the trial were virtually all talking about Yi Yuan. The 100 Cities smelting trial this time, Yi Yuan alone shone in the limelight. Virtually everyone lived in his shadow. At this time, a virtual image descended from the sky. It was precisely Xian Ling. Xian Ling's gaze swept slightly and said nonchalantly, "The hour has arrived. Everyone return." Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly. All of the altars flickered, with light, summoning all of the remaining people back. Yi Yuan just felt a blur before his eyes and returned back on the altar once again. "How is it, Yi Yuan? You wouldn't really have finished off everybody, right?" Little Fatty asked curiously. When Yi Yuan challenged everyone, he settled Little Fatty down in a concealed place. He knew that the Qin family would definitely target him. If he brought Little Fatty by his side, it would definitely be very dangerous. Now the trial ended. Little Fatty came back together with Yi Yuan and did not know what happened in the outside world. Junior apprentice brother Xie, your relationship is the closest with junior apprentice brother Yi. You actually don't know his earth-shaking record. Wu Meng's inner court student poked fun at him. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, Why you really did it?" That inner court student laughed and said, "More than just did it. Yi Yuan challenged the entire Zhuoxiang capital city's outer court 15 people with his sword alone, completely annihilating the other party. Then, under the circumstances where he did not rest, he defeated the 100 cities number. One person, Jin Yu, following which, under the circumstances where he was seriously injured, he killed until everybody threw away their helmets and armor, running wildly all over the place. When he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice. Next to them were Zhuoxiang capital city students. Hearing these words, each and every one of them was depressed until they wanted to vomit blood. When Wu Meng capital city students heard this, they all guffawed with laughter. This time, they really walked with their heads held high. The 100 cities smelting trial took place once every 300 years. Every time, Wu Meng capital city was targeted by Zhuoxiang capital city, losing very tragically. But this time, Yi Yuan alone won back some ground, directly shaving them bald. How could this not make them feel great? But at this time little Fatty jumped up all at once, pointed at Yi Yuan, and said angrily, "You are really too treacherous. I said that I wanted to go together with you, but you just refused. Such a spectacular sight, Lord Fatty. I actually missed it." Sniff, sniff. Little Fatty had an aggrieved look. Clearly, he was regretting missing such a grand occasion immensely. "If you went, you might already be a corpse." Lin Xiu's voice suddenly sounded out behind little Fatty, making him jump in fright. "Xiu, senior apprentice sister, where did this come from?" Little Fatty said puzzledly. Lin Xiu let out a sigh and briefly recounted the incident of Qin Yuanlong sneak attacking Yi Yuan. "Pooh! The Qin family's people are indeed all still so shameless. To actually do such a shameless thing. Doing this sort of thing in the 100 cities. Smelting trial, they have utterly lost their face. Everyone says not to wash your dirty linen in public, but they are good, directly making it known throughout 100 capital cities." After little Fatty finished listening, he spat indignantly. Yi Yuan did not turn back, and he was able to feel that there were several murderous gazes at the back. Little Fatty clearly saw it too. Eyes glaring, he said disdainfully, "What? Did this kind of thing that will leave a stink for 1,000 years and still don't let people say? If you have the capability, come and bite me." Qin Tian's gaze sharpened and he said in a cold voice, "Damn Fatty, I've remembered you. You threatening Lord Fatty? Did Lord Fatty grow up being frightened?" "Yeah," Jingyi said without showing weakness in the slightest. By the side, Lin Xiu's brows furrowed but did not say anything. "Qin Tian, you shut your mouth for me. This matter won't end because of Qin Yuanlong's death. Your Qin family must give the academy an account." By the side, Thundercry said in a solemn voice. After that day, Thundercry pursued Qin Yuanlong for 2 months, finally executing him under his palm. Although Qin Yuanlong shouldered all of the blame that day, even an idiot knew that this matter could not get away from the Qin family. Qin Tian's face fell and he controlled his temper and said, "Teacher, Thundercry, since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family, what he did has nothing to do with my Qin family. Isn't it rather biased for you to do so?" Thundercry smiled coldly and said, "Heh, how this matter will be ruled, that's City Lord, His Excellency's business. But the events here, I'll report them." Truthfully, Qin Tian could not help choking up when he heard that and could only stop speaking. Clearly, Qin Yuanlong's actions already thoroughly infuriated this teacher. At this time, Xianling's voice sounded out once more, saying slowly, "All right, the 100 cities smelting trial this time ends here. Now I'll examine your storage rings and distribute the rewards for this trial." While talking, Xianling's gaze actually looked over at Yi Yuan's side. No one knew if it was consciously or unconsciously. Not seeing him take any action either, all of the storage rings broke free of the student's body on their own, flying in front of Xianling. With just a glance, Xianling finished checking all of the storage rings and called out, Inner Court Disciples first place, Yongdang Capital Cities by Tianzhou, obtained a total of 621 stocks of Tier 2 spirit medicines. It's indeed by Tianzhou. Yongdang Capital City is too strong. The Inner Court has by Tianzhou, Outer Court has Jinyu. These two people are simply unsurpassable existences. Heh, that's in the past. Didn't Yi Yuan emerge this time? Jinyu has already lost to him. No idea how many Tier 1 spirit medicines Yi Yuan obtained in the end. 5 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines can offset 1 stock of Tier 2 spirit medicines. Wonder who the 4-star divine pill this time will end up with. Should be Yongdang Capital City still, right? No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, it's also just one person. Yongdang Capital City has more people than just by Tianzhou. Even though Jin Yu was defeated, the Inner Court Disciples' total amount of Tier 2 spirit medicines is also quite a lot. After Xianling announced by Tianzhou's results, it immediately aroused a wave of speculation. Actually, the Inner Court's first place and Outer Court's first place did not have any suspense. The only suspense was the ownership of this 4-star divine pill. In terms of value, 5 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines naturally could not compare to 1 stock of Tier 2 spirit medicine. But in this smelting trial, the difficulty in obtaining Tier 1 spirit medicines was not too different from Tier 2 spirit medicines. 5-to-1, this ratio was what everyone could still accept. At this time, Xianling continued, saying, Yongdang Capital City obtained 2,126 stocks of Tier 2 spirit medicines in the end. 1,000 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. It's indeed still Yongdang Capital City's foundation that is deep. Their might is not just because of Bai Tianzhou alone, but it is their overall strength being powerful. For Wu Meng Capital City to want to surpass them, the difficulty is likely quite high. No idea how many people Yi Yuan killed either, and just how many spirit medicines he has in his hands. Everyone was very curious about just how many spirit medicines Yi Yuan had on hand. According to the ratio of 5-to-1, Yi Yuan needed to reach at least 10,000 stocks of spirit medicines and above to have a possibility of winning. This figure was unimaginable in the past 100 cities' smelting trials. After Yi Yuan obtained the storage rings, he would transfer the other people's spirit medicines all into his own storage ring. Hence, nobody knew just how many spirit medicines he acquired either. Right then, Xianling slowly opened his mouth. Outer Court's first place, Wu Meng Capital City's Yi Yuan, obtained a total of 21,300 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. The moment Xianling's voice faded, the entire plaza burst into an uproar all at once. According to the ratio of 5-to-1, the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan alone obtained surpassed Yongdang Capital Cities by 1-fold. Just how many people did this guy kill? Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Wu Meng Capital City actually produced such a freak. So strong at late-stage grotto profound already. When he breaks through to the Heaven Glimpse realm, what would it be like? Before the 100 cities smelting trial this time, probably nobody would have thought that Wu Meng Capital City could obtain first place, right? They all did not know that Yi Yuan killed a total of 2,000 people in these last 3 months. Even if each person only had 10 stocks of spirit medicines in their hands, adding it up also had 20,000 in number. With Yi Yuan's sword maneuvering flight plus the extensiveness of Dustless's divine sense, he was simply ever victorious under this kind of situation. Even if you hid any more covertly, as long as you entered Dustless's detection range, it could not escape a death word. Xianling waved a hand. 3 streaks of light flew out. 2 of them flew toward Yi Yuan, the other flew toward Bai Tianzhou. These are your rewards, Xianling said coolly. In front of Yi Yuan were 2 jade boxes. One of them was a little smaller, the other slightly narrower. Clearly, the smaller one was that 4-star divine pill, while the narrower one was naturally the weeping spirit fruit. About the function of this weeping spirit fruit Yi Yuan had heard dustless say before too. It was indeed good stuff. This weeping spirit fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual item, containing massive spiritual energy inside. It was even much stronger than ordinary medicinal pills. Consuming a weeping spirit fruit was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. 10 weeping spirit fruits could let Yi Yuan break through to grand completion. Grotto profound no matter what. Yi Yuan put away the 2 items and said to Xianling with clasped hands, "Thank you, Lord Xianling." Xianling gave Yi Yuan a deeply profound glance and said with a smile, "That's what you all deserve. Yi Yuan, you're very good. When you leave the capital city in the future, you can come to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to find me." Xianling's words made everyone's expression turn austere. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that was the administrator of Wu Meng capital city. Its might was simply what they all could not imagine. To these students, their lifelong wish was to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In their mind, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a Holy Land-like existence. These 100 cities smelting trial had been held for no idea how many times, but Lord Xianling had never said such words before. But this time he made an exception and opened his mouth. This showed that he really had the appreciation of a talent stirred. At this time, all the students used extremely envious gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Even Bai Tianzhou's gaze also had an additional trace of weird look. Alright, the 100 cities smelting trial this time ends here. You all go. Back then, Xianling finished talking, kneading seals with both hands. The hundreds of altars activated at the same time. Everyone's figures disappeared from the mystic realm. After the 100 cities smelting trial, the news of Wu Meng capital city seizing first place spread throughout the entire Wu Meng capital city very quickly like the wind. Wu Meng capital city's strength had always been unremarkable among these 100 cities. Not considered very weak, but also absolutely not considered strong. 100 cities first place, this sort of thing had never been related to Wu Meng capital city. But this time, Wu Meng capital city actually overpowered Yongdang capital city, becoming the 100 cities first place. This news was too exciting. Yi Yuan is really too awesome. He sent Wu Meng capital city up to the throne of first place with his power alone. Still remember when he just entered the academy back then, everybody still thought that his strength was weak. Didn't expect that just 10 years or so passed. He already soared to the sky with one bound. He even defeated Jinyu. In Grotto Profound Deity Realm, he no longer has any opponents, right? Within the academy, there were people praising Yi Yuan everywhere. Back then, even though Yi Yuan defeating Qin Shao was astonishing, that was just Wu Meng Academy's internal affairs. But now it was different. Yi Yuan obtained first place in the 100 cities smelting trial completely with a sweeping attitude. In the City Lord Manor, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat in the hall. In front of him was the academy head, Weniyang, and Thundercry. Thundercry bowed his body, recounting the incident of Qin Yuanlong assassinating Yi Yuan, saying indignantly, "City Lord, the Qin family is simply too much. No matter what grievances they have with Yi Yuan, using this sort of method to deal with a Grotto Profound Realm student seriously makes people despise." Actually, the enmity between the Qin family and Yi Yuan everyone was aware of, right and wrong. The Qin family was used to being overbearing. They could not stomach the smallest bit of offense. Wu Meng City Lord said coolly, "Weniyang, what do you think?" Weniyang clasped his hands and said, "City Lord, Yi Yuan is a genius hard to come by in 100,000 years. His significance to our Wu Meng capital city is self-evident." The Qin family was indeed a little too much this time. Weniyang as the academy head, for such a genius to be able to be produced. Under him, he naturally cherished Yi Yuan immensely. The Qin family's actions had already touched his bottom line. Wu Meng City Lord fell into a long silence. Weniyang and Thundercry did not dare to say any more. The two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the puzzlement in the other party's eyes. This matter was too obvious, it did not seem to need additional considerations, right? If a lesson was not taught to the Qin family with even this incident, they would be even more reckless and unscrupulous in the future. Only after a long time did Wu Meng city lord slowly say, "The Qin family's action was not appropriate, but since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family and was killed by Thundercry, this matter is already settled. The city lord manor has no excuse to find trouble with the Qin family again as well. The Qin family is Wu Meng capital city's senior family clan and has performed outstanding contributions for Wu Meng capital city before. We mustn't easily jump the gun. This matter ends here. This seat will warn the Qin family and let them pay attention to it." This time Yi Yuan performed notable merits for the capital city and even won for this seat the 4-star Awakening Divine Pill. "You guys give Yi Yuan a good reward." When Yang was shocked inwardly, not expecting that city lord, His Excellency, brushed his matter over so casually. City lord's meaning was to reduce a big trouble into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Although the Qin family was deeply entrenched in Wu Meng capital city, Lord did not need to be so fearful either, right? Handling it like this was naturally nothing to Wen Yang. But he was worried that Yi Yuan would have some opinions because of this. A warm current flowed in Yi Yuan's abdomen. His divine sea was currently in the midst of slowly expanding. This was the 5th weeping spirit fruit that he swallowed. He finally found the opportunity to break through. At this time he was currently breaking through the bottleneck further, expanding the divine sea. Yi Yuan's divine sea exuded an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life. It was as if it came from ancient times. The weeping spirit fruit strength was being continuously refined by the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon, pouring into his divine sea. Finally, the divine sea started expanding outwards, expanding forcefully, expanding the space of Yi Yuan's Dantian area by a great deal. With this expansion, the divine sea became empty all at once. Then, Yi Yuan started to frantically absorb the outside world's spiritual energy, pouring it into the divine sea. No idea how long had passed either. Everything quietened down. This Chaos Heavenspan Cannon truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. The divine essence inside your divine sea is getting thicker and thicker, almost becoming a starchy paste already. The thickness of this divine essence may be rated as invincible within the same realm. Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Other people's divine sea was akin to a vast ocean. But the divine essence inside Yi Yuan's divine sea was extremely thick, already almost turning into a lump of paste. This was also to say that when the realm was the same, the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was what others were unable to match. Yi Yuan said, "In a blink, already cultivated to grand completion 1st level. It looks like the mission for the period of time next is to create the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's 2nd level. It's just that so many years have passed. I still don't have any leads at all." These few years, Yi Yuan had always been trying to create the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's 2nd level but had ended without any fruits. Yi Yuan knew that the higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of creating this cultivation method. In particular, the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon, this cultivation method had once triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. The difficulty was even more conceivable. The more profound the comprehensive, the clearer one needed to be about heavenly Tao and overall understanding. This absolutely took time and effort. Yi Yuan's grotto profound realm was not yet perfected. His understanding of heavenly Tao was still stagnated at the comprehension of the lesser heavenspan mountain and was naturally unable to create the 2nd level. Now, Yi Yuan already cultivated to grotto profound to the grand completion. The biggest goal of the next step was to create the Chaos Heavenspan Cannons 2nd level 1. You should go out to experience and temper, shutting yourself in the room to make a cart. This 2nd level cultivation method probably isn't so easy to create. Dustless suggested him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, after coming to the 100 cities smelting trial, too much time was on close seclusion cultivation. Precisely. Because of that I would go and take part in the 100 cities smelting trial. This time, the battle with Jin Yu I still gained quite a lot." Dustless nodded and said, "Amen. It's good that you have this idea, but there's something that you still have to take heed of." Yi Yuan said curiously, "Senior, please say." Dustless said, "The soul-suppressing pearl can protect Mu Lingxue, that lasses spiritual consciousness from extinguishing, but it doesn't mean that it can let her spiritual consciousness forever not extinguish. My state, you're also aware. I could only recover some power by borrowing those evil spirits' strengths, but I'm still too far away from my peak state." Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said with a frown, "Senior, why didn't you tell me this in the past?" Dustless smiled and said, "What can you do if I tell you? To you, the biggest task is to cultivate. Some things I'll naturally tell you when the time comes." Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, "Then what should I do now?" Dustless said, "Go find myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. The impurities of evil spirits are too many, unable to support my maintaining this lass's spiritual consciousness for a long time. Myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are a good tool to nourish the divine soul and can help me restore my strength. Further, as long as my divine soul recovers to 2-star, I can preserve this girl's divine soul from extinguishing for 10,000 years." Yi Yuan's heart sunk and he said, "Only 10,000 years?" Yi Yuan knew that the cultivation in the future will probably easily require several hundred or thousands of years. 10,000 years' time was really not considered very long. Dustless nodded and said, "Once a person dies, the spiritual consciousness dissipating is nature's maxim. Maintaining her spiritual consciousness from extinguishing goes against the heavens to begin with, unless one can reach Tao ancestor that kind of height, otherwise nobody can ensure that her spiritual consciousness won't dissipate at all. Your current strength can barely enter the martial arts world to experience and temper and search for myriad longevity heavenly soul stones in the martial arts world. Your state in the past telling you this kind of thing won't have any use apart from interfering with your cultivation." Yi Yuan admitted that if Dustless told him this news earlier, it would indeed have affected his cultivation. More haste, less talk. Yi Yuan knew that Mu Lingxue's spiritual consciousness could not be imperishable and would be bound to be overly eager for success. The impact on his future would probably be very great. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior, I'll go to the academy to accept missions right now and enter the martial arts world." Yi Yuan knew that the academy's inner court students could accept missions and go out to train. Some were like Wang Song, appointed as a region's city lord. However, Wang Song they all did not have confidence in themselves or had no courage to enter the martial arts world. Powerhouses who truly had strength would enter the martial arts world to train, completing the missions provided by the academy. And the Immortal Grove world was one of the martial arts worlds. The Heavenspan world had existed for God knows how many billions of years. The powerhouses accumulated were goodness knows how many. One had to know that being able to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm, one could hew open an inner world, going a step further to derive a small world. That was the martial arts world. Hence, the Heavenspan world had many spatial rifts that were all connected to martial arts worlds. Those ownerless martial arts worlds were the perfect places for Heavenspan world powerhouses to explore and seek treasures. Because each martial arts world had its own unique aspect, it might give birth to natural treasures unavailable in the Heavenspan world. Some far-back era martial arts worlds it might be left behind by a heavenly emperor, even a transcendent heavenly emperor. Inside might contain the cultivation methods and supreme treasures left behind by these major powers. Once obtained by people with heaven-defying destiny, they could even leap over the Dragon Gate. Apart from this, martial arts world still had something that everyone coveted. The Tao fruit. Powerhouses above Divine Lord Realm would condense a Tao fruit belonging to them. They would normally hide the Tao fruit in their own small world to nurture. Once an explorer obtained the Tao fruit, that was truly soaring to the skies. In one move, just like Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, he ascended to Heavenly Emperor one step ahead of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove because he obtained a Heavenly Emperor Tao fruit. Of course, martial arts worlds also contained enormous dangers. A single mishap and one would perish, their Tao disappearing. Firstly, deity realm powerhouses also existed in martial arts worlds. Some were even very powerful. Secondly, there were also some danger zones in martial arts worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world's God's Fall mountain range. Quite a number of martial artists never came out again after venturing in. Dustless said, "No rush. I know that you're worried about that last, but I have a score in my heart. There's probably still some time before you break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. But before going to a martial arts world, cultivate sword Tao laws to grand completion first layered heaven. First, thoroughly completing this Sundering Stars move." At Yi Yuan's residence, Thundercry's face was rather awkward. When in the mystic realm, he still flared up and solemnly vowed to Qin Tian to have the Qin family give an account. Who knew that now it was all talk and no action? No more follow-up. Yi Yuan, you made great contributions to Wu Meng Academy and the capital city. These are the rewards that City Lord gave you, Thundercry said. The Academy's rewards were not ungenerous. 150,000 points, plus 50 Tier 2. Low-grade divine pills, plus a profound divine artifact battle armor. The 100,000 points awarded to Yi Yuan previously were already pretty much depleted by him. These 150,000 points, to Yi Yuan it was as if delivering charcoal in the snow. And a profound divine artifact battle armor could even have the effect of defending against the attack of Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Except, Yi Yuan was not so easy to fool and said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect that the Qin family's ability is actually so great. Doing this sort of thing," and actually still made teacher Thundercry run into a wall. Thundercry did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so smart, actually seeing through the whole thing so quickly. He was originally still planning on fighting a quick battle to end things fast and slip away after giving Yi Yuan these rewards. Looking at it now, he could not avoid it. Since Yi Yuan exposed it, Thundercry had nothing to hide either. Heaving a sigh, he said, "The Qin family is one of Wu Meng capital city's oldest families. A Wu Meng capital city's city lord had even once emerged from that family before. The Qin family's forces span every corner of the entire Wu Meng capital city. Even if City Lord, His Excellency, wants to touch them, he would also have to weigh it over." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Thank you, Teacher Thundercry, for making a trip." Thundercry froze. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would rebuke him in a fit of rage, saying that he failed to act. He did not think that Yi Yuan just casually brushed it off. This Yi Yuan was really different from the rest. Thundercry let out a long sigh. If Yi Yuan kept on pressing, he would not know how to answer instead. "Hoo-hoo. Too courteous. Hope that you don't have any thoughts and just cultivate. Well, after all, this Wu Meng capital city, it's still City Lord, His Excellency, who calls the shots," Thundercry said with an embarrassed smile. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Yi Yuan understands. After some time, I plan on going out to train and won't disappoint Teacher Thundercry." Thundercry's expression could not help changing when he heard that and said, "Going out to train? You just broke through to Grand Completion Grotto. Profound, not long. It's not too late to go out and train after breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Going out to train right now is too dangerous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Teacher Thundercry, rest assured, Yi Yuan has a score in his heart." When Thundercry saw that Yi Yuan's mind was made up, and also recalling his outstanding strength, he could only nod and said, "All right, you be careful. Yourself then. These are 3 heavenly thunder swift talismans that I refined. Is a great deal faster than your sword maneuvering flight speed. Perhaps it will be of aid to you." Thundercry took out 3 yellow talismans and passed them to Yi Yuan. Powerful lightning attribute law aura hit him head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still accepted the heavenly thunder swift talismans and said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to thank teacher." Thundercry. After Thundercry left, Yi Yuan's face turned sullen. He felt that this matter was probably not so simple. The Qin family's forces in Wu Meng capital city were deeply entrenched. This point Yi Yuan acknowledged it. But was this kind of deep-rootedness capable of making a divine lord realm powerhouse compromise? Yi Yuan felt that Wu Meng city lord was probably not coming to terms with the Qin family, but was not willing to punish them. It looked like there was quite a bit of connection between Wu Meng city lord and the Qin family. For him to send these over looks like he wants to pacify you, make you live together in harmony with the Qin family. It looks like he doesn't want to offend both sides, Dustless said. Yi Yuan said, "The Qin family isn't to be offended, but what's not to be offended about me? I helped him obtain the 4-star divine pill and he didn't even show his face. Looks like in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant student. Sending these seems fair. Actually, he's siding with the Qin family." There. Dustless could not help being stifled and said, "What you said is right. If this Wu Meng city lord targets you, you'll be in danger." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "This Wu Meng city lord really disappoints me. Now, I really love and hate this Wu Meng capital city." After all, Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars was comprehended in Wu Meng Academy. Was also considered receiving Wu Meng Academy's grace. But Wu Meng city lord's way of doing things made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Yi Yuan comprehended Sundering Stars and contributed Sundering Stars to the Wu Meng Academy without holding back in the slightest, and also radiated splendor. In the 100 Cities smelting trial, one could say that his repayment to the Wu Meng Academy was already far more than what should be demanded. Just a 4-star divine pill was worth several cities. But in the end, what it exchanged for was such an outcome. Dustless said, "You'd best be a little more careful in the future. Don't get into a conflict with the Qin family anymore. Otherwise, what kind of attitude Wu Meng city lord has is hard to say." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "It's naturally well if they don't come and provoke me. If they really provoke me, Yi Yuan have never feared anyone before." Yi Yuan stayed for 5 years in the Sword Tomb's 5th level. 5 years later, Sundering Stars was finally completed. Close to 20 years' time from start to finish, Yi Yuan finally completed the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art's 1st level sword move. Presently, when Yi Yuan deployed Sundering Stars, this move with the Chaos Heavenspan cannon at full power, he had the confidence to have a showdown with newly advanced Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Although there was a tremendous gulf between Heaven Glimpse powerhouses and Grotto Profound martial artists when Yi Yuan was at late-stage Grotto Profound, his strength already swept across those in the same rank. Now, his realm and martial technique both had an all-round improvement. It was sufficient to make up for this enormous chasm. At least he had the power to fight. Coming out of the Sword Tomb, Yi Yuan went straight to the Merit Hall. This was the place where Wu Meng Academy students received missions. It was also Yi Yuan's first time coming over. That inner court disciple in charge of missions clearly knew Yi Yuan and said with a laugh, "Yo, what wind blew our 100 Cities #1 person here? Junior apprentice brother Yi hasn't entered the inner court yet. Could it be that you're already planning on receiving missions?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, I plan on going out to train for a bit. Is there a list of missions for me to take a look first?" That student's expression changed and he said solemnly, "Junior apprentice, brother Yi plans on going out to train? The danger of that kind of mission is very high." Even if inner court students go, the rate of death is also extremely high. I know that junior apprentice brother's strength is quite strong, but shouldn't you go out to train after being promoted to the inner court first? Yi Yuan saw that the other party's concern did not seem to be false, and he could not help feeling touched. Yi Yuan's prestige in the inner court was also extremely high, not just in the outer court. After all, he helped Wu Meng capital city seize the championship with his power alone, and even shaved their mortal foe, Zhuxiang capital city, bald, making everyone hold their heads up high. Before long, Yi Yuan would even release splendor in the inner court. Such a promising junior apprentice brother. Everyone was naturally willing to get closer. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern. But cultivating for a long time in the academy, I feel like I've already reached a bottleneck period. When training, I'll be more careful." All right then. There are 5 jade pillars over there, representing the difficulty of the missions from low to high. You can go and check it out yourself. After examining them, come to me to register will do. That inner court student saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was firm and could only agree. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother." On one side of the Merit Hall's Great Hall, 5 jade pillars were placed from low to high. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the jade pillars and poured divine essence into the first jade pillar. The jade pillar immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A whole bunch of information entered Yi Yuan's mind. Breath Rain World. Divine Lord Rank Small World. Highest Level Powerhouse. Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Dangerous Places. Western Fame Valley. Heavenly Melody Mountain. Basic Missions. Black Yun Metal. Splendid Flora Fruit. Difficulty 1 star. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 800 points. Advanced Missions. Divine Lord Profound Treasure left behind by Breath Rain. Divine Lord. Difficulty 2 stars. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 1,500 points. On it was a detailed description of the Breath Rain world, including the local customs, topography, and so on, very detailed. Information after information filtered through in Yi Yuan's mind very quickly. Yi Yuan discovered that the information on the 1-star jade pillar was actually not that hard. With his current strength, he could at least protect himself. The strongest powerhouses in these worlds were mostly just Grotto Profound realm. Yi Yuan's strength could virtually sweep across. Of course, only he, this Grotto Profound martial artist, dared to say sweep across this kind of words. The Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was a very rarely seen natural treasure. It would not appear in every small world. But if someone discovered Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones in a small world, it would definitely be listed as one of the missions. It was just too bad that the 1-star jade pillar did not have news about Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. Hence, Yi Yuan came to the 2-star jade pillar to check. The worlds recorded on the 2-star jade pillar was clearly much more dangerous than on the 1-star jade pillar. Quite a number of worlds' highest level powerhouses were all Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Of course, the danger level was not just according to the highest level powerhouse. Each small world situation was different, the situation very complicated. Some people training succumbed inside without even figuring out the situation. Yi Yuan skimmed over the 2-star jade pillar and still did not find news about the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. His heart could not help sinking. He was not afraid of danger. What he feared was not being able to find the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. As long as there was news about Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones, even if it was a dragon's lair or tiger's den, he would also brave it. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and started investigating the information on the 3-star jade pillar. He secretly praised, on this 3-star jade pillar, there must be information about the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Information entered his eyes. Sky Foothill World. Celestial Deity Rank Small World. Highest Level Powerhouse. Origin Deity Realm. Dangerous places. Unclear. Basic missions. Myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone. 9 melody psychic. Immortal fruit. Purple sand gold. Difficulty 3 stars. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 100,000 points. Advanced missions. Celestial deity Tao fruit. Difficulty 4 stars. Completing a mission 1 could obtain 300,000 points. That was it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan found that inner court student. Senior apprentice brother, I want to choose the number 8 mission on the 3-star Jade Pillar, Yi Yuan said. That student was stupefied, somewhat doubting if his ears heard wrongly or not. Junior apprentice brother Yi, this is a 3-star mission. Are you mistaken? This 3-star mission, as long one of the missions was completed, one could get 100,000 points. The difficulty and level of danger could be seen. It was on a completely different level than the 1-star and 2-star missions. Previously, Yi Yuan was merely a grotto profound realm martial artist. Wanting to challenge such a high difficulty mission as soon as he came up, his astonishment could be imagined. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That's right. This is it. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother to give me the coordinates of the sky. Foothill World. Junior apprentice brother Yi, it's your first time taking part in a training mission. You might not know the difficulty of 3-star missions. This number 8 mission, over 5,000 students have done it in the past. The majority of them were all middle stage, heaven glimpse, late stage, even grand completion powerhouses. But the ones who came back in the end were less than 10%. Among the 10%, those able to complete the mission were even fewer. That student was warm-hearted too, worried that Yi Yuan did not know the danger, and urged earnestly with good intentions. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother, for cautioning."
Il be careful.
That student opened his mouth but did not say anything. This junior apprentice brother Yi never seemed to do things according to the convention. Missions that other people avoided like the plague, he was eager to go. More importantly, Yi Yuan was too weak currently. Even if Yi Yuan's strength was superior, far surpassing same-rank martial artists, his realm was too low after all. He did not even enter the inner court and want to challenge a 3-star mission. Wasn't this somewhat overestimating his own ability? Alright, since junior apprentice brother Yi insists on going, then you'll have to be more careful. Entering a small world to train, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Missions and whatnot are second. That student reminded him again. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is, of course. I don't wish to court death." 2. That student nodded and said, "The number 8 missions information is already stored in your academy token. You can go back and study it well. But you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath right now to absolutely not reveal the mission's information for others to know." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, swearing a heavenly Tao oath on the spot. Each small world was a treasure trove and also a precious resource of Wu Meng, capital city. They naturally did not allow it to be leaked out. Watching Yi Yuan leave, that student's face revealed a puzzled look and muttered, "This junior apprentice brother Yi really exceeds all expectations. It's just that this 3-star mission is a little too dangerous. He's my Wu Meng Academy's future. Hope that he'll be fine." Right at this time, another figure walked in. That student's expression changed and he hurriedly saluted and said, "I pay respects to Elder Qin." He was secretly alarmed. Elder Qin Tianing was one of the few existences whose status was second only to the academy head. Normally, he was in closed seclusion and rarely appeared. Why did he suddenly show up today, and even came to the merit hall? He suddenly thought of the Yi Yuan who just left and could not help becoming fearful in his heart. Elder Qin wouldn't be here aiming for Yi Yuan, right? Qin Tianing snorted lightly, considered to have acknowledged it, and said, coolly, "What mission did Yi Yuan draw just now?" That student's expression changed and he said awkwardly, "Elder Qin, this The missions that students draw are strictly confidential. This isn't complying with the rules. Qin Tianning's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "This old man is an elder association's member. Is it confidential even from me? If you don't wish to stay in the academy, just say it straight. This old man will send you out tomorrow." That student's expression changed and he said fearfully, "Elder Qin is mistaken. The mission that Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission. On the 3-star jade pillar, the coordinates are." Qin Tianning nodded slightly and said, "Amen. That's more like it. You don't think too much. This matter was personally ordered by City Lord, His Excellency. If you let a third person know the consequences, you know it. Qin Tian, have you thought it over? This mission that Yi Yuan chose isn't simple. It said that the strongest person in that Sky Foothill World Sky Foothill Divine Palace is a grand completion origin deity powerhouse. Once your outsider identity is exposed, you'll suffer endless pursuit. Inside a Wu Meng Academy's secret room, Qin Tianning and Qin Tian sat opposite each other. Qin Tianning warned Qin Tian with a solemn look. When Qin Tianning learned that what Yi Yuan was carrying out was the Sky Foothill World's mission, he got a shock too. The difficulty of the Sky Foothill World's mission, he was aware. The mortality rate was very high. Yi Yuan, a newcomer, actually challenged such a dangerous world. It was seriously out of his expectations. Along with it, he also became somewhat worried about Qin Tian's safety. Qin Tian was the Qin family's #1 genius, the only candidate for the next family head. If some accident happened to him, the Qin family could not bear it. However, Qin Tian had a decisive appearance as he said calmly, "Yi Yuan already became my mental demon. Not killing him, I may never be able to step into the Divine Lord realm in this life." Qin Tianning was deeply aware of the terror of mental demons and said with a nod, "It's too bad that origin deity realms can't enter the Sky Foothill world. Otherwise, their identities will be revealed very quickly and suffer. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace's pursuit. Entering the Sky Foothill world. Everything can only be up to you." Qin Tian nodded and said, "I have a score in my heart. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance is that late-stage 2-star evil spirit and sword maneuvering flight. After entering the Sky Foothill world, there isn't the Heavenspan worlds. Spatial suppression and I can fly too. At that time, all the things he relies on don't exist at all in front of me. However I want to kill him, I'll kill him." Although Qin Tian hated Yi Yuan but was not a reckless person. If there isn't absolute certainty, he would not take this risk. After all, in Qin Tian's view, his life was much more valuable than Yi Yuan's. He, Qin Tian, was an existence who would step into Divine Lord realm in the future, while Yi Yuan was destined to be a wisp of a deceased soul under his sword. At Sky Foothill World's borders, above the void, a majestic world-locking gate slowly manifested itself. A tiny figure shuttled out of the world-locking gate, stopping above the vast sea. I really didn't expect that the Heavenspan world still has stable wind. Needle, this kind of divine artifact, capable of moving freely in a spatial storm. Back then, if I were to have such a magic treasure, why would I be injured so miserably? The one who came through the world-locking gate was precisely Yi Yuan. Before he came, he got 2 divine artifacts called Stable Wind Needle from a teacher in the Academy's Artifact Refining Hall. Using this stable wind needle to shuttle back and forth in a spatial storm, one could actually shield against those violent spatial turbulent flows, letting him arrive at the opposite shore safe and sound. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan recall the scene of escaping by a hair's breadth in the spatial storm back then. If he had this stable wind needle in his hands back then, it would not be to the extent of being so miserable either. The Heavenspan world's artifact refining methods are what the small worlds people cannot imagine. But stable wind needle, this thing is strictly controlled in the hands of capital cities. This level of forces, once discovered in the outside world, they will immediately be sentenced to capital punishment. The stable wind needle is just a one-time consumable. You'll only be given two when you're carrying out the mission to avoid it falling into outsiders' hands, Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, looks like I need to get more of those divine artifacts. Otherwise, it will really be quite troublesome to want to search for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future. While talking, a series of air bubbles suddenly emerged in the ocean. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several hundred fish-shaped monsters came out of the water, pouncing crazily towards Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan sprang sfuroet.
His aura surged, rippling out.
Boo, boo, boo.
Those fish-shaped monsters' bodies directly exploded into clouds of blood mist. Under this terrifying undulation, mere Tier 9 demonic beasts also dare to attack me. Really overestimating your own ability, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. But right at this time, another 3 fish-shaped monsters came out of the water. These 3 auras were clearly much stronger compared to those previously. Was shockingly a rank 1 divine beast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of sword light burst forth without any signs, akin to a squall, shredding those 3 monsters into pieces without the slightest sluggishness. Senior, what's going on? I didn't provoke them, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan was just standing there quietly and did not provoke anyone. But these fierce beasts unleashed attacks at him without heed for their lives. This made Yi Yuan very perplexed. Back then, when those fiend race powerhouses entered the Immortal Grove world, they suffered Immortal Grove Heavenly Tao's repulsion. Now you're the outsider to the Sky Foothill world. Those fierce beasts' intelligence has yet to be unlocked. Their actions are entirely based on instincts and are the most sensitive to external forces, Dustless said. Yi Yuan felt his head swell and he said, doesn't that mean that I'll be exposed very easily? Dustless nodded and said, that's right. The aura on your body is incongruous with Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Tao. Deity realm powerhouses can identify it very easily. Furthermore, the stronger the attacks you exhibit, the stronger the Heavenly Tao's suppression. If not because of this mission's death rate naturally wouldn't be so high either. Yi Yuan fell silent. He had really never considered this problem before. But now it became a very troublesome matter. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, this kind of precious natural treasure, would probably be monopolized by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. No matter how careful he was, it was also impossible to avoid their investigation. Those trial takers who entered in the past were all late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses. There were even powerhouses at Qin Tian's level. But their auras were too obvious. Once they clashed with the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's powerhouses, it was basically no return. Hence, that was why this mission was designated as a 3-star difficulty mission. Yi Yuan said helplessly, Senior, could it be that there's no way? Dustless shook his head and said, forget about you, even Heavenly Empyrean. Immortal Grove enters a small world. He'd be rejected by Heavenly Tao too, unless you can obtain the Sky Foothill World's Tao fruit, or you can be, like with the Immortal Grove world, obtaining the Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Tao's recognition. Yi Yuan could not help losing all hope when he heard that. This way, wanting to obtain the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was really bleak. Yi Yuan fell silent, falling into hard thinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, giving rise to enlightenment in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly vanishing above the sea. When he appeared again, he already arrived in an enormous forest. Yi Yuan searched for an open space, sat down cross-legged, and started revolving the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, communicating with the Lesser Heavenspan mountain. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's body suddenly emitted a sacred aura. The world-suppressing steel flew straight out of Yi Yuan's body, suspending above his head. A pale white light halo poured down, enveloping Yi Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body involuntarily shuddered. His gaze, revealing astonishment. This kid is really too talented to be able to achieve this step. There's probably only him alone since time immemorial, right? Said Dustless, who was shocked to the core. After a long time, the milky white light halo dissipated.
Ye Yuan slowly
Opened both eyes, his eyes revealing a look of excitement. It really worked. The current Yi Yuan already completely could not feel the sky foothill. Heavenly Tao's rejection any longer. How did you think of it? To actually think of using the lesser Heavenspan mountain to imitate the sky foothill Heavenly Tao's aura? Dustless exclaimed. Small worlds are created by martial artists. Their Heavenly Tao is naturally born from the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Tao too. Since that's the case, the parent body imitating the child body's aura shouldn't be hard. Therefore, I tried communicating with the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Didn't expect that it really worked, Yi Yuan said with an excited look. Dustless was speechless. This boy would frequently have some whimsical ideas. Even he was endlessly amazed. This time, it clearly succeeded again until it shocked him. With the lesser Heavenspan mountain protecting him, however vast this sky foothill world, it was free for him to roam. Even if origin deity realm powerhouses stood in front of him, they could not recognize him either. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. The deity realm powerhouse aura on his body gradually faded away. Very soon, the martial Tao aura on Yi Yuan's body completely disappeared, looking just like an ordinary person. Yi Yuan was confident that unless he encountered origin deity realm powerhouses, otherwise nobody could see through him. Want to integrate into this world, it was better to be more low profile. Actually, the sky foothill world information grasped by Wu Meng Academy was not much. What Yi Yuan understood was very limited too. Hence, he must first understand this world before he could know how to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Finishing with this, Yi Yuan took a step and directly disappeared from where he stood. In the forest, Yi Yuan seemed to be strolling idly in a courtyard. In reality, his speed was swift to the extreme. Taking a step out, it was 1,000 miles away. Amen? Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping. Arriving at the sky foothill world, his divine sense recovered to an extremely terrifying range again and already detected several figures ahead. At the same time, Yi Yuan even detected that a deity realm fierce beast was currently coming in his direction. The fierce beast is in that direction. Teacher Mo Yun, this time I can definitely personally capture that fierce beast and tame it. Don't intervene. Today, a young voice sounded out. Hoo-hoo. Mo Yun naturally believes in young Lord Bai Chen's strength. You just feel free to act. Not reaching the final juncture, I won't intervene, Mo Yun said with a light laugh. He knew that this young Lord Bai Chen enjoyed success at a young age and was very proud, suffering major losses under the hands of this fierce beast. Repeatedly, he was very pent up. However, young Lord Bai Chen's talent was indeed astonishing. In less than a year's time, young Lord Bai Chen already became much stronger under this fierce beast stimulation, although he was still not that fierce beast's match yet currently. Defeating it alone was already something sooner or later. Teacher Mo Yun, this time, you absolutely mustn't be like last time, repelling it when I only suffered a bit of injury. Otherwise I'll really fall out, Bai Chen said unhappily. Haha. Young Lord, rest assured, I definitely won't this time, unless it concerns life and death. I absolutely won't take action. Mo Yun laughed and said, Come on, young Lord. You can definitely defeat that fierce beast this time. Young Lord is mighty. Young Lord is mighty. Several accompanying martial artists were all cheering Bai Chen on. Bai Chen smiled proudly and rushed over in the fierce beast's direction. Roar! When Bai Chen rushed over, the fierce beast was currently roaring madly in Yi Yuan's direction, the commotion extremely terrifying. Originally, the dense woods blocked the view. Only when Bai Chen came near, did he discover that there was a young man standing there. and the fierce beast was currently baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, assuming a posture about to pounce at Yi Yuan. "Don't move! Leave this guy to me!" Bai Chun shouted loudly, his figure dashing towards that fierce beast like lightning. That was a lion-type fierce beast. Yi Yuan did not recognize it. Although this species of fierce beast was extremely strong, it was not civilized and did not belong to the category of the demon race. Bai Chun had an imposing momentum, brandished a divine artifact heavy spear, and clashed together with the fierce beast. The moment he got started, Bai Chun thoroughly suppressed the fierce beast. With this, he pressed on relentlessly, one spear following another, fighting, until the fierce beast fell back repeatedly. When Bai Chun saw this, he had an even more excited look, growing in bravery, as he fought, while at this time Mo Yun and the rest also passed through the dense forest, and arrived here. When they discovered Yi Yuan, they all could not help being stunned. Before this, they all sensed two powerful auras. They were precisely from Bai Chun and the fierce beast. Apart from these two, they completely did not sense other people's auras. Did not expect that there was actually still a person here. An ordinary person. Mo Yun's gaze sized up Yi Yuan. But no matter how he sized up, Yi Yuan was an ordinary person. Boom! Right at this time, a heavy spear of Bai Chen's knocked the fierce beast over. When those followers saw this scene, they immediately applauded. "Good! Young Lord Bai Chun, beautifully done. Continue, young lord. Kill it." When these people saw that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary person, they directly ignored him. Reckon that this guy was long frightened silly by the fierce beast, right? Only Mo Yun's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pondering about something. By Chen's attack succeeding, he gave even less of a chance for the fierce beast to catch its breath. One spear followed another, very quickly beating the fierce beast until it did not have the strength to retaliate. Boom! Bai Chun gasped heavily for air, pounding the heavy spear on the ground. Golden collar appeared in his hands at no idea when. "Summon!" Bai Chun muttered words under his breath. Then threw the collar. The collar slipped onto the fierce beast's neck. The fierce beast already did not have the strength to resist and could only helplessly watch Bai Chen's action, with its eyes revealing a look of despair. "Leave it to you guys!" Bai Chun roared loudly to the entourage, but he then turned to Yi Yuan, patted his shoulders and said with a smile, "Kid, scared silly, right? Just now, if this young master I came a bit later, you'd have become a meal in this guy's belly." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Many thanks for young Lord Bai Chen's life, saving grace." It was just that he had a calm and collected appearance. How was it at all? Like being scared silly? But Yi Yuan did not say much, going along with things. Bai Chun did not put on much air, waved his hands and said, "No need, no need. Just a simple matter not worth mentioning. But your guts are really plucky. This wilderness forest is full of danger. Even deity realm powerhouses don't dare to easily set foot inside. You actually dared to come here by yourself." Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute further. Bai Chun put away the fierce beast and was in a great mood, saying to Yi Yuan, "Again, forget this young lord's mood today is pretty good. I'll bring you out together." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to thank young Lord Bai Chun very much. Haha, you kid are really lucky, running into young Lord Bai Chun coming out to train today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have bones left. When you exit the wilderness forest, you have to thank young Lord Bai Chun properly. It's also young Lord Bai Chun who is kind-hearted. If it were others, they wouldn't even be bothered with you." Those followers all came in front of Yi Yuan to poke fun, all feeling that Yi Yuan survived by a fluke. Bai Chun rode the lion mirage beast, looking awe-inspiring and very pleased. Yi Yuan already got to know from Bai Chun that this lion-shaped fierce beast's name was called Lion Mirage Beast. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was very curious too. That collar seemed to have considerable magical powers. Latching onto that Lion Mirage Beast's neck, that guy submitted. Young Lord Bai Chun, I wonder what kind of wondrous object this collar is? Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chun smiled and said, this is an imperial spirit circle. It's also normal for you mortals to not have heard of it before. This is a high-grade spirit, divine artifact. As long as I drip blood for it to acknowledge as master, then put it onto the neck of a fierce beast, it can suppress rank 1 deity realm. Fierce beasts and let it submit to me. Of course, the prerequisite is that I must beat it until it doesn't have the strength to retaliate.
Ye Yuan secretly marveled.
He did not expect that this Sky Foothill world actually had such impressive artifact refining means. Seeing Yi Yuan's curious appearance, Bai Chun smiled and said, wanna come up and experience it? Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, this thing is too formidable, I'd better not ride. Haha, you, this kid, look like a pale-faced scholar. Your guts are also too small. This lion mirage beast is already subdued and won't attack people. Follower mocked him. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain. Not that he did not want to sit, but he did not dare to sit. If he were to sit on it, how could this lion mirage beast still move? The reason why Bai Chun was able to easily bring down the lion mirage beast was all because of Yi Yuan's intimidation. Currently, Yi Yuan's body simulated the aura of Sky Foothill's heavenly Tao. Those fierce beasts would not be averse to him like before. Hence, they could also sense the terror on Yi Yuan's body. The demon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body was incomparably noble. Furthermore, the power was extremely formidable. That lion mirage beast bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws at that time was not scaring Yi Yuan but being afraid of Yi Yuan. It was just that when Bai Chun saw it, he thought that the lion mirage beast wanted to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took Bai Chen's strength into his sights. Although he recently entered the grotto profound deity realm and his spear art was not bad as well, wanting to deal with this lion mirage beast, it was still a little lacking. But by the side, Mo Yun was constantly on heightened vigilance constantly. The rest did not have any suspicions about Yi Yuan. But he kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was problematic. It was just that where was the problem? He could not pinpoint it either. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, over a dozen figures dashed out of the dense forest, surrounding Bai Chun and Co. Ha ha ha. Bai Chun, I've waited for this chance for a very long time. Today is your death date. A young figure divided everyone and said this with a wild laugh. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, Bai Chong, what's the meaning of this? Bai Chong smiled hideously and said, what's the meaning? My strength is more powerful than you, age is older than yours. Why is it that you're the young Lord, while I have to become a dog under you?
I'm unwilling.
I want to become the young Lord and rule the White Knight Sacred Palace in the future. Mo Yun reproached furiously. Bai Chong, are you crazy? For this you recruited the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people? You have to know that they are our White Knight Sacred Palace's mortal enemy. Bai Chong sneered coldly and said, so what? As long as I can get the position of the young lord, what does it matter what means I use? Behind Bai Chong, a middle-aged man looked at Mo Yun and said with a laugh, Mo Yun, didn't expect it, right? Heh, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kill Bai Chun, then join our Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. With your strength, you'll be put in an important position. Mo Yun ignored him but glared at Yi Yuan and said, your Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's spy. Otherwise, such a vast wilderness forest, how did you guys find us? Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. You actually repaid kindness with ingratitude. Bai Chun pointed at Yi Yuan and said with bitter resentment, Humph, I've observed him for very long already. He isn't some ordinary person at all, but a hidden expert. On his body, there's probably an aura concealing divine artifact. Mo Yun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not expect Mo Yun to suddenly point the spearhead at him. he said, with a guileless look. I'm really not a spy. You all should be able to testify for me, right? Who Yi Yuan asked was Bai Chong. He instantly felt that he was being wronged. Currently, this sort of situation by Chen's side was a certain death situation. Mo Yun was merely half-step heaven glimpse realm. The others were mostly initial stage grotto profound strength. While opposite, that man's strength was more or less the same as Mo Yun's. Apart from him, the other over dozen people were all grotto profound realm. Powerhouse. Quite a few among them were even middle stage, even late stage existences. The overall strength was significantly stronger than this side. But Bai Chong smiled coldly and said, Mo Yun, you're right. He was sent by us to investigate your whereabouts. When Bai Chong saw Bai Chen's side having internal strife, he was naturally happy to see them fight in the nest. He did not mind sowing discord. Sure enough, when Bai Chen and Mo Yun heard this, their faces changed, glaring at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you. If I had long known it would be like this, I'd have let the lion mirage beast eat you. Bai Chen said angrily. Mo Yun said in a cold voice, Young lord, no need to talk rubbish with him anymore. Kill him. Done talking. Mo Yun lifted his hand and it was a palm with boundless might. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man opposite and Bai Chong both revealed delighted faint smiles. Boom! The outrageously shocking palm struck right onto Yi Yuan's chest. However, Yi Yuan stood there without moving an inch, forcefully receiving this palm. Everyone's eyeballs popped out, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan was completely fine. How is this possible? The middle-aged man muttered. Mo Yun's strength, he was still aware. This palm, even he did not dare to forcefully receive it. This young man actually forcefully withstood this palm. Yi Yuan was wearing Wu Meng Academy's profound divine artifact battle armor. This degree of attack naturally could not threaten him. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Actually, I'm just passerby and really didn't have the intention of getting involved in your struggle for the position of young lord. Alright, in order to express my innocence, I won't take part in your fight. This will do, right? Finished talking, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and really retreated to one side. With this, it was Bai Chong's side's turn to lose composure. This young man was a little too unfathomable, right? The expression of the middle-aged man opposite turned stern. Suddenly, recalling something, he whispered in Bai Chong's ear, They are definitely putting on an act, wanting to scare us away. No need to care about him. The most important thing is to kill Bai Chen. Bai Chong's expression turned austere, nodded his head, and said in a solemn voice, Attack! Whoever kills Bai Chen will be heavily rewarded. Kill! Those doze-over people shouted loudly, rushing over towards Bai Chen in a swarm. Mo Yun's expression changed and was just about to take action when the middle-aged man's figure already arrived. Your opponent is me. Bai Chen is dead for sure today. Stop putting up a last-ditch fight, the middle-aged man said with a hideous grin. Bai Chen's few followers protected Bai Chen in the center tightly and faced the besieging of over a dozen grotto profound powerhouses. Very soon they were running low in strength. When Mo Yun saw this, he could not help becoming greatly anxious. Yi Yuan stood tall and upright at one side. Suddenly he let out a sigh and said, Sure enough, I still can't look on. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several dozen sword lights tore across the sky, lighting up breathtakingly. Bai Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and his long spear pierced right through his opponent's chest without the slightest hindrance. Bai Chen had yet to have time to rejoice when he discovered that fresh blood sprayed off the other party's body. Then he broke off into several pieces. The other party opened his eyes wide, not understanding how he died towards the end. Bai Chen opened his eyes wide too, similarly not understanding how his opponent died. Very clearly, it had nothing to do with his spear at all. Not just Bai Chen, his several followers were stunned in place too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The autumn rain sacred palace's powerhouses were all diced into pieces. Deader than dead. What happened just now? S so strong. T too strong. This is a true expert. Bai Chen's followers all drew a cold breath, gazes looking towards Yi Yuan in horror. That expression, there was surprise, gratefulness, but even more, it was fear. In a blink of an eye, annihilated over a dozen grotto-profound deity realm powerhouses. Among them even included a half-step heaven glimpse powerhouse. This kind of strength, they did not dare to imagine it at all. Even if a heaven glimpse powerhouse was here, he probably could not do it so neat and tidily either, right? Those were over a dozen deity realm powerhouses. He actually killed them like chopping melons and vegetables. Mo Yun's face was white as a sheet, the muscles on his body shivering endlessly because of fear. What did he do previously? Slammed a palm at Yi Yuan? Was he tired of living? Wanting to seek death? That autumn rain sacred palace's middle-aged man's strength was similar to his, but the former was exterminated by Yi Yuan without even reacting in time. He absolutely would not last an additional half a breath's time in front of him either. The shock that this opening move of Yi Yuan brought was too intense. Mo Yun sucked in a breath deeply, forcefully suppressing the horror in his heart, and bowed to Yi Yuan and said, Mo Yun has wronged your excellency, previously resulting in doing a foolish thing. Many thanks to your excellency for disregarding my former suspicions and saving our lives. Mo Yun is aware that I'm guilty, your excellency. Please punish. It's just that, your excellency. Please let young Lord Bai Chen off. Bai Chen's entire body trembled, hurriedly saying, Yi, your excellency. Teacher Mo Yun was just anxious to protect his student. Your excellency, please give him a way out. Bai Chen is willing to pay any price. Mo Yun watched him grow up all the way, like a master and like a father. The two people's relationship was extremely good. Letting Bai Chen helplessly watch Mo Yun be killed, he could not do it. Mo Yun's expression changed and he said, Young Lord, don't need to plead. Mo Yun offended his excellency and has committed a capital offense. For his excellency to make a move and save us is already magnanimous and broad-minded. Young Lord, don't need to plead for Mo Yun. Yi Yuan looked at this master and disciple, two people, and could not help feeling somewhat funny, but was also rather touched. This Bai Chen was pure in nature, very much to his liking. Otherwise, he would not have made a move earlier as well. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, If you guys keep arguing here, that fellow is going to escape. Mo Yun's expression changed. It was only now he detected that Bai Chong did not die yet and already escaped like a wisp of smoke. Yi Yuan making a move just now, Bai Chong was scared silly too, directly freezing there. Now, seeing Mo Yun master and disciple having small talk with Yi Yuan, how could he still care about so much, hurriedly escaping? Mo Yun gave a cold snort, his figure flying out like lightning. His strength was much greater than Bai Chong's. But Bai Chong took the lead, and already flew out far away. Mo Yun actually could not catch up for some time. Bai Chen's expression changed. If Bai Chong were to run, there would be no end of future troubles. In his anxiety, he could not refrain from begging Yi Yuan, Your Excellency. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Waving a hand, a sword slashed out. This sword, everybody saw it clearly. Bai Chen and his followers' expressions were white as paper, being deeply shocked by this sword. They were still singing their own praises previously, feeling that they saved Yi Yuan's life. Actually, he was completely disdainful to take action. Bai Chen suddenly understood why the lion mirage beast was so subdued this time, being brought down by him with 2 or 3 hits. It was completely in fear of Yi Yuan. The swift and fierce sword light streaked across the horizon as if splitting the entire sky into 2 halves. Wrapped in an outrageous momentum, this streak of sword light arrived first. Despite launching later, cutting off Bai Chong's path in virtually a blink. Bai Chong was currently sprinting crazily when suddenly, an earth-shaking sword light cut right across ahead, scaring his pants off. How could he still run? With this delay, Mo Yun's figure was like lightning, finally catching up. Bai Chong was scared by this sword's shocking presence until his legs turned soft. How could he still be Mo Yun's match? He immediately had his divine sea sealed by Mo Yun and carried back like a chicken. When Bai Chun saw this, he heaved a great sigh in relief and said gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency, for taking action." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, this matter is done. I should go, too. Don't need to see me off." Yi Yuan waved his hand and was about to leave. Bai Chen's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellency, amen? Is there still anything else?" Bai Chen said, "I wonder where Your Excellency is going?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wandering around the world, without any permanent residence." Bai Chen was delighted the moment he heard. It turned out that Lord Yi Yuan was a reclusive expert. He did not expect that his luck was so good to actually run into him. Otherwise, the one dead today would probably be him. "Since Your Excellency doesn't have a play to go, why not go to the White Knight Sacred Palace to be a guest? How about that? For Your Excellency's life saving grace, Bai Chun has nothing to repay with. Please allow me to carry out the hospitality of a ghost." Bai Chun looked at Yi Yuan and said with hopeful eyes. Yi Yuan naturally did not really want to leave. He just played a little cat and mouse trick, that was all. He had long seen through that this Bai Chen's identity was probably not ordinary in the Sky Foothill world. Furthermore, the faction that Bai Chen was at was called White Knight Sacred Palace, while the Sky Foothill world's supreme ruler was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. There might be some connection between the two. Entering the White Knight Sacred Palace, he might be able to inquire about the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones information. It was just that Yi Yuan also knew that the trial takers who entered the Sky Foothill world over the years were quite a number too, all aiming for these few items. If Yi Yuan's goal was too obvious, it would probably arouse people's suspicions. Hence, this matter still needed gradual planning. Yi Yuan deliberately fell silent for a moment, and said with a nod, "All right, then. I'm unoccupied. No harm in going to do a little sightseeing either." Bai Chun was overjoyed the moment he heard and repeatedly said, "Great! Many thanks, Your Excellency, for giving face." At this time, Mo Yun escorted Bai Chong and rushed over, directly pressing until he knelt on the ground. Bai Chen's face fell and he said furiously, "Bai Chong, I've always treated you as a biological elder brother and was incomparably respectful towards you. From young. Even if you were dissatisfied with me, I wouldn't fuss about anything either. But you actually colluded with the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people and did this kind of thing today. It really chills this younger brother's heart." Bai Chong hugged Bai Chen's thigh and said, "My good younger brother, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I was muddle-headed for a moment. I beg you to let me off." Bai Chun said with a cold smile, "I know that you all say that I'm weak and incompetent in private, unworthy of this position of young lord. But I'm not stupid. This kind of explanation, you go say it to royal father. Young lord is back. Young lord, you finally came back. Things are bad." Upon reaching the White Knight Sacred Palace, a steward-looking old man came up to greet them. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said, "Uncle G, what happened?" Uncle G had a heartbroken look as he said weepingly, Master, he is almost on his last legs." This news was akin to a bolt out of the blue, making everyone's expression changed drastically. Bai Chun grabbed Uncle G and asked, "I was only gone for half a year, what in the world happened?" Suddenly, the Bai Chong by the side started laughing crazily. "Ha ha ha ha, this old fellow is finally going to die.
He deserves that.
Ha ha ha." Bang. A buzz went off in Bai Chen's head. He gave Bai Chong a kick in an uncontrollable rage, kicking him to the ground. Treacherous villain! You, what in the world did you do to royal father? Bai Chong getting hit by the kick. His mouth was full of fresh blood. But he did not care at all and still laughed crazily as he said, "This miserable old fool. I'm so outstanding. Why doesn't he pick me? Not picking.
He deserves to die. Deserves to die."
Ha ha ha. Bai Chong's entire person fell into a state of madness. The long-suppressed discontentment in his heart all erupted in this instant. You! Bai Chen's palm was raised in the air but kept failing to find it in him to land it. He wished to kill this elder brother with a palm, but he could not do it. Ha ha ha! Kill me. Let me tell you, the autumn rain sacred palaces. Powerhouses are already on the way. If you kill me, all of you have to be buried in death with me. Now, your only way out is to let me go and let me succeed the position of palace lord. Bai Chong said arrogantly. One sentence made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom of the valley. Mo Yun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You treacherous villain, truly devoid of all conscience. A person like you becoming the palace lord, the White Knight sacred palace will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. Palace lord was quite prescient to not choose you to be the young lord. Humph! Bai Chun becoming the palace lord will let the White Knight sacred palace to a bad end. You see, this coward, doesn't even dare to kill me. Ha ha ha! My good younger brother, you kill me. Kill you!" Swish! Bai Chong's arrogant voice abruptly ceased, fresh blood splattering all over Bai Chen's face. Bai Chen's expression changed, his gaze looking over toward Yi Yuan in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you keep dawdling, your royal father will be dead." Bai Chen's expression changed and could not be bothered to wipe the fresh blood on his face, sprinting over towards the palace. "All don't be in a daze anymore, go in and take a look. See if you can be of any help or not." Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's shocked gazes. Lifting his foot, he headed towards the depths of the palace too. Mo Yun suddenly startled awake and followed after too. When Yi Yuan saw the already dying White Knight palace lord, he knew that he was already deeply poisoned and a goner. Poison entering the heart, even if he could refine a 2-star divine pill. Right now, it could not save the White Knight palace lord either. As expected, before long, news of the palace lord's demise came from the depths of the palace. Mo Yun arranged a quiet place for Yi Yuan, and he took up his quarters in peace. While at this time, a battle of airs was currently playing out in the White Knight sacred palace. The White Knight palace lord did not just have Bai Chong and Bai Chun too sons. Bai Chun still had quite a few older brothers. Now, the palace lord had passed, the various factions were starting to become restless and eager to take action. Bai Chun was the palace lord's youngest son. Appointing him as the young lord originally had many people refusing to accept. It was just that Bai Chun indeed lived up to expectations, breaking through to the deity realm at a young age. Plus, there was the old palace lord holding down the fort. That was why nobody dared to gossip. It was just too bad that Bai Chun had not completely grown up yet and the old palace lord was harmed by Bai Chong. This made the others see hope. Mo Yun. The urgent matter on hand is to resist the outside enemy. Bai Chun is still young and normally isn't in charge of the palace's affairs too. It's hard to convince the masses. Making him lead everyone to go and resist the enemy. Isn't it courting our doom? Yeah. Currently, in this sort of situation, we should choose a son with high prestige and commands universal respect to succeed the position of palace lord. The autumn rain sacred palace's people are about to reach soon. Young lords, bit of strength, could it be letting him lead us to go and fight with them? A group of people was trying to get a word in. In short, they were questioning that Bai Chun was young and unable to take on big responsibilities. Confronted by a great enemy, it was just nice to become the excuse for them to force an abdication. Mo Yun gave a cold snort and said, The palace lord appointed the young lord, in order to succeed him. Young Lord Bai Chun succeeding the position of palace lord is right and proper. The old palace lord's corpse has yet to turn cold. And you all did such a thing. The old palace lord will die with everlasting regret. That's not right. It's a matter of expediency. Right now, it's extraordinary times. There naturally needs to be extraordinary measures. Bai Chen's strength and prestige are insufficient to convince the masses no matter what. How can he succeed the position of palace lord? An elder came forward to refute. Want to talk about high prestige and commanding universal respect? I feel that it still belongs to Deputy Palace Lord Bai Shou. The old palace is not around anymore. In the entire White Knight Sacred Palace, his strength is the strongest. The Sacred Palace's aspects, it's also him who understands them best. Since everybody is currently debating endlessly, in my view, let Deputy Palace Lord Bai Shou temporarily act in the position of Palace Lord. What does everyone think? Suddenly, an elder's words broke the balance of the scene. Everyone did not expect that a Deputy Palace Lord Bai Shou actually charged out. Halfway, it was just that they calmed down and thought about it. This current sort of situation, there was really no one more suitable than Deputy Palace Lord Bai Shou. Bai Shou was currently sitting on the seat of honor, both eyes narrowed, slightly, seemingly in a daze. When he suddenly heard this, he got a shock too and hurriedly said, "No way, no way. The White Knight Sacred Palace's tradition has always been Palace Lord passing to young lord. Where is the logic of Palace Lord passing to Deputy Palace Lord? If I really become the Palace Lord, everybody will feel that I'm scheming to usurp the throne, and it will be even harder to convince the masses. Don't mention this matter again. How about this? Since everybody can't come to a conclusion, let's discuss it again tomorrow. As for the autumn rain, Sacred Palace's activities, I've already arranged people to keep an eye on it. There still aren't any movements for the time being. That's it for today. The Palace Lord was already deceased. Bai Shou was currently the person with the highest prestige and respect in the entire White Knight Sacred Palace. His strength was also the strongest. His words won the group of elders' favorable impression even more. Very soon, inside the great hall was stark empty. There was only Mo Yun master and disciple, 2 people left in the hall. Bai Chen's entire person was battered out of his senses. He did not say a word, from start to end. His thoughts were not on contending for the seat of Palace Lord at all. The blow that the death of the old Palace Lord had on him was tremendous. He still had not come back to his senses currently. Seeing Bai Chen's dejected and disheartened appearance, Mo Yun was burning with anxiety too. Young Lord, if you carry on like this, the position of Palace Lord will be gone, Mo Yun said anxiously. Bai Chun looked at Mo Yun with a pair of listless eyes and said, "Gone then, gone." What they said was right. I'm not suited to be this Palace Lord at all. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, "Young Lord, you think properly. How much did the old Palace Lord worry over the White Knight Sacred Palace? In order to let you be the young Lord, how much did he rack his brain? Could it be that you're going to hand over his life's effort to people on a silver platter, then be swallowed up by the autumn rain Sacred Palace? You're the old Palace Lord's favorite successor. Could it be that you're really going to let him die with everlasting regrets?" Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His eyes finally had an additional trace of light, but he dimmed down again very quickly and said, "But under these current circumstances, we already don't have a trace of hope anymore." When Mo Yun saw Bai Chen finally pull it together a little, a ray of hope finally ignited in his heart. He plucked his spirits up and said, "No, we still have hope." Bai Chen's eyes revealed a hint of puzzlement and said, "Still have hope? You, look, right now in this place, there's only you and me left." Mo Yun said, "Go find Lord Yi Yuan. He's our last hope." "Lord Yi Yuan? Although his strength is powerful, it doesn't reach Heaven Glimpse realm either, right? Bai Chun said with some doubt. In this struggle for the position of Palace Lord, without Heaven Glimpse realm strength, it was impossible to speak any further. The old Palace Lord's death was too sudden and had yet to hand over authority to Bai Chun in time. Hence, there was not a single Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse currently standing on his side. The only one that he could rely on now was Mo Yun. In the wilderness forest, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was indeed incredible. But the realm that he exhibited was only Grand Completion Grotto Profound. One could only say that his Sword Dao Law's comprehension was exceedingly high. But facing genuine heavenly Dao powerhouses, it was still inadequate to look. In front of Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses, Grotto Profound martial artists were not enough to look at all. Mo Yun said, I don't know, but I have a feeling that this Lord Yi Yuan isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. Perhaps he was sent by heaven to save. Young Lord, I know that the old Palace Lord's death is a huge blow to you, but you must pull it together right now. The old Palace Lord is already no longer around. If even his foundation is lost, we'd really have no face to face him in the future. Bai Chen's expression became stern, finally forcefully rousing his spirit. Okay, I'll go and find Lord Yi Yuan. What should I do? Mo Yun said without the slightest hesitation. Acknowledge him as your master. Bai Chun was stunned and said, Acknowledge him as my master? Then what about you? Mo Yun smiled and said, I already don't have anything that I can teach you, but Lord Yi Yuan is different. His understanding of Tao is far above mine. If you can acknowledge him as your master, your future is limitless. At the place Yi Yuan was staying at, Bai Chen's entire person appeared rather overcautious. Lord Yi Yuan, I wonder if your rest yesterday was still well? Bai Chen rubbed the sweat on the palm of his hands, seeming somewhat nervous and uneasy. Still all right. Didn't have time to speak to you yesterday either, My condolences, Yi Yuan said. Hearing these words, Bai Chen's heart became sour, nearly shedding tears. But, upon thinking of teacher Mo Yun's instructions, he forcefully suppressed the grief in his heart and forced a smile as he said, Many thanks, Lord Yi Yuan. Originally wanted to invite Lord Yi Yuan to be a guest. Didn't expect that the family suddenly suffered a sudden turn of events. Truly sorry. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Whatever you have, just say it. Don't like to beat around the bush. Bai Chen's bit of shrewdness was not enough to look at in front of Yi Yuan at all. He was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. He discovered that the things teacher Mo Yun taught were of no use at all. With this, sorrow hit him, and Bai Chun knelt down with a thud. Lord Yi Yuan, Bai Chun is already forced into a dead end. Your Excellency, please take pity and save me. This 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was given to me by Father. Originally, it was intended to help me break through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Now, I'm giving it to Your Excellency. I beg Your Excellency to accept me as a disciple and help me ascend to the position of Palace Lord. Bai Chun said indignantly. Yi Yuan maintained composure on the surface, but in his heart, a series of great waves was stirred up. One of the missions, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, he did not expect that it appeared in front of him so easily. As long as he agreed, he could bring it back to hand in the missions. According to the records of the mission, the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual fruit. Grand Completion Grotto Profound realm martial artists just had to consume it and they would have a 30% chance of directly breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse realm. Half-step Heaven Glimpse martial artists consuming, there was a 60% chance to break through to Heaven Glimpse realm. To those powerhouses stuck at this checkpoint, unable to break through, it was undoubtedly a miracle elixir. Using it to refine a 2-star divine pill, the effects were even more terrifying. It was just that to Yi Yuan, his goal was not the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. No matter how good this thing was, he did not care either. Yi Yuan received the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and played for a bit, and said with a smile, "Actually, you're not suitable to be the palace lord. Why is there a need to intentionally get involved in a messy situation?" Bai Chun was weak and indecisive, his personality too simple. His strength was not powerful also. Becoming the palace, he would be toyed to death by people. Sooner or later. This point, Yi Yuan had long understood it. Bai Chong, this kind of person, if it were Yi Yuan, he would have long killed him with a palm, but Bai Chun kept refusing to deal the blow. Such weak and indecisiveness, it was hard to take on major responsibilities. Bai Chun gritted his teeth and said, I can learn. Teacher Mo Yun said, "Even though your excellency is young, your mind is even more mature than his. Furthermore, your martial Tao comprehensions are exceedingly deep, making me acknowledge you as master no matter what. If you don't agree, we'll back out of this struggle for the position of palace lord and go far away. Henceforth and not come back." Yi Yuan paced around, seemingly thinking. Bai Chen's current mood was like a well where 7 buckets were drawn up and 8 dropped down one. Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and said, "Coolly, I'll help you take care of this first." Bai Chun was stunned, then immediately revealed a look of wild elation and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Disciple Bai Chun pays respect to master. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle and threw it to Bai Chun, saying, "These things, just take it as master acknowledging gifts." Bai Chun was rather puzzled. He did not recognize these medicinal pills. "Master, then, I wonder what this disciple should do next." Bai Chun consulted. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go keep vigil for your father properly. Tomorrow, what should be done should still be done." Bai Chun left Yi Yuan's residence with a perplexed look and found Mo Yun. Yi Yuan's words left him at a loss. "How is it? Did Lord Yi Yuan agree?" Mo Yun immediately went up to ask. When he saw Bai Chun nodded his head woodenly and said, "Agreed." Mo Yun could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard and said, "Excellent. I indeed didn't see it wrongly. He definitely has a way to save." "How is it? What instructions did he have?" Bai Chun repeated Yi Yuan's words with a puzzled expression and said, "Teacher, Mo Yun, what do you think Master Yi Yuan meant?" Mo Yun was even more overjoyed the moment he heard and said, This child, seriously, Lord Yi Yuan not saying anything means that he already has a well-thought-out plan. Tomorrow's discussion, let's just care about showing. Leave the rest to him." Bai Chun was still somewhat only half understood it. Mo Yun let out a sigh and asked, "That 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, he accepted it?" Bai Chun nodded and said, "Yeah, he even gave me a large bottle of medicinal pills as a master-disciple acknowledgement gift." As he said, Bai Chun took out the medicinal pills Yi Yuan gave. Mo Yun received the medicinal pills and examined it in detail. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. This. Bai Chun had a blank look as he said, "What is it, Teacher Mo Yun? Do these medicinal pills have anything wrong?" Mo Yun looked at him with a complicated expression and only said after a long time, "These medicinal pills. If I didn't see wrongly, it should be called Divine Essence Pill. It's just that these medicinal pills grade is extremely high. It should reach divine grade. Divine grade medicinal pills. The legendary divine grade medicinal pills," Bai Chun said in shock. Due to the limitations of heavenly Tao inside ordinary small worlds, it was totally impossible to refine divine grade medicinal pills. But the Sky Foothill world continuously had Heavenspan world's powerhouses entering to train and was not completely ignorant about Heavenspan worlds. Medicinal pills. Divine grade middle grade, that was the legendary grade. Mo Yun nodded his head deeply and said with a complicated expression, "Many years ago, the old palace lord had once killed a trial taker who came from the outside world and obtained this kind of medicinal pills from him. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. His gaze revealed a look of astonishment. Impossible. How can Master Yi Yuan possibly be an outside trial taker? I completely couldn't perceive it at all. Trial takers were not some secret among the Sky Foothill world's upper echelons. With Bai Chen's status he had clearly heard before. Mo Yun sucked in a deep breath and said, I won't see wrongly. These medicinal pills are extremely similar to the medicinal pills on that trial taker's body. It's just that the medicinal properties are much stronger than that. Bai Chen's eyes revealed an extremely complicated look. Clearly, his inner heart was also struggling fiercely. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had once issued a strict order. Upon discovering trial takers, kill them without amnesty. Now what should they do? This trial taker was the life savior of these master and disciple. Then what should we do? Go to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. And report him? No way. Absolutely not. Master Yi Yuan is my life savior. Can't do this kind of repaying kindness with an ingratitude action. Bai Chen directly denied the idea of going to report Yi Yuan. But he also did not know what he should do and fell into a dilemma for a moment. Mo Yun said in a solemn voice, these trial takers treat our Sky Foothill world as a breeding ground, taking whatever they please, and is the enemy of all of us Sky Foothill martial artists. How can this kind of person be indulged? Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, falling silent. Finally, he still said, I, Bai Chen, would rather be reviled for generation after generation and also not be willing to be a person who repays kindness with ingratitude. Master Yi Yuan agreed to help me under this sort of circumstances. If I betray him instead, what's the difference from a pig or a dog? Teacher Mo Yun, if you disagree with my decision, I won't force you either. You can go and report Master Yi Yuan, but I'll live and die together with him. Mo Yun did not expect that his disciple would actually say these words. Conflicted look appeared on his face and he finally still heaved a sigh and said, all right then, who asked you and me to be as close as father and son? Since you've already decided, I'll walk this path with you until it's dark. Bai Chen did not know that his every action was all under Yi Yuan's surveillance, and his decision saved his own life too. With Yi Yuan's cautiousness, how could he possibly make this kind of low-level mistake? Him deliberately doing so was actually giving Bai Chen a chance to choose. If he helped Bai Chen sit on the seat of Palace Lord and he opened his mouth to ask for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future, Bai Chen would definitely suspect. Since he was going to expose his identity sooner or later, might as well let Bai Chen know earlier. If Bai Chen betrayed him, he would kill Bai Chen without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan's objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world was very simple. It was for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. That was Mu Lingshue's life-saving object. Yi Yuan absolutely would not allow any accidents, even if he was not willing to kill Bai Chen. Fortunately, Bai Chen chose to stand on his side. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's Great Hall, Bai Shou sat on the seat of honor, his brows tightly knitted. I've just received the news. A large group of Autumn Rain Sacred Palace powerhouses has already entered the White Knight Sacred Palace's sphere of influence. There are probably still a few days and they'll reach here. Most likely. We must come up with a conclusion today. The moment these words came out, the expressions on everyone's faces were all different. Some were worried, some were afraid, some were angry. The truest face of human nature could probably only be seen at this time as, well, Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency, I think there isn't anything to discuss. This position of Palace Lord, regardless of which son takes it, it's not suitable. Best for you to take over the position of Palace Lord, said an elder. The moment these words came out, somebody immediately concurred. Yeah, facing a formidable foe, although the young masters are all pretty good, they don't enjoy high prestige and command universal respect like Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency. There's nothing to discuss, so it's decided like this. Deputy Palace Lord, Your Excellency's strength is the most powerful prestige, the highest. Only with you coming forward can it lead us to resist the powerful enemy. This position of Palace Lord, accept it, said another person. There were a total of 8 elders present. They were all Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. The moment they spoke, there were already 3 elders who agreed. The remainder, each and every one of their faces all revealed looks of struggle. But they were leaning toward Bai Xiu as well. What are you all still waiting for? Could it be waiting for our White Knight Sacred Palace to be exterminated? Then you all will choose the new palace. Lord, said the elder who spoke first earlier. Everyone's expression changed. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. All right, I agree. I agree too. I agree. The elders all expressed their attitudes one after another, all agreeing for Bai Xiu to take over the seat of Palace Lord. Bai Xiu was wildly elated in his heart, but on the surface he put on a difficult expression and said, how can this do? The White Knight Sacred Palace was established by the previous generation Palace Lord, single-handedly, and brought to greater heights in the hands of the old palace. Lord, what capabilities do Bai Xiu have to dare succeed the position of Palace Lord? My Lord Deputy Palace Lord, stop declining it. You're surnamed Bai Tu and are brothers in arms with the old Palace Lord. Why can't you be the Palace Lord? Keep declining and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace will slaughter to the doorstep. Yeah. Deputy Palace Lord, just agree. The few elders were anxious too, all urging Bai Xiu to succeed the position of Palace Lord. Although Bai Xiu was also surnamed Bai, he was not a blood relative of the old Palace Lord. In terms of blood lineage, it was naturally the few sons who were the most orthodox. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who cared about what they thought. Bai Xiu heaved a long sigh and said, since that's the case, then Bai Xiu will make the best of things and take over the position of Palace Lord. But I'll declare it first. I'm only temporarily acting in the position of Palace Lord. When they grow up, we'll choose a young master with the greatest prestige to succeed the position of Palace Lord again. The moment these words came out, the elders' faces all revealed looks of relief. Palace Lord, Your Excellency, truly understands the principles of right and wrong to actually consider so thoroughly. Then this matter is decided. Today, we'll announce to the entire White Knight Sacred Palace in the name of the Elders Association, Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu will take over the position of Palace Lord, said the elder. The other few elders also nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with Bai Xiu's attitude. Bai Xiu smiled and said, all right, then that's it for today. First, facing a formidable enemy, I must go and arrange for some things. This matter of announcing to the world will have to trouble the elders. I disagree. Right at this time, the Yi Yuan who remained silent all along finally spoke. The elders looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, not recognizing this guy at all. A guy without the slightest divine essence undulation on his body actually dared to talk drivel here? Where did this crackpot come from? To actually dare act wildly in the Elders Association? How can the matters that the Elders Association decided be what? You can disagree? That elder who had always endorsed Bai Xiu immediately spoke up to berate. Under this current situation, Bai Chun had long already been marginalized. Although he came to the Elders Association, nobody would care about his opinion at all. As for who he brought, there was naturally even less who paid attention. Moreover, Yi Yuan looked just like a mortal. Too unremarkable. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to look at him. He just looked toward Bai Xiu and said with a faint smile, "Hey, your acting is pretty good, but it ends here. I don't agree with you becoming the Palace Lord." The group of elders had baffled looks. exchanging glances. Who was this? He had a problem with his brain, right? Who the hell were you? You said disagree and we would follow your words? What has it got to do with you? Bai Chun, manage the men under you properly. I know that you have grievances in your heart, but you have to put the interests of the whole above all else. Right now isn't the time to throw tantrums. Yeah, where did this brat pop out from? To actually dare talk drivel here. The group of elders all turned the spearhead at Bai Chun. After all, they could not see through Yi Yuan's depths at all and even thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately sent by Bai Chun to cause trouble. Bai Chun said coolly, "Forgot to introduce to everyone, this is my newly acknowledged master. In the future he shall also be the White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder. His words are my opinion." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces all changed. Nonsense. Bai Chun, if you're so unbridled again, then don't blame us. This bunch of old fellows, for not caring about the old palace lord's old sentiments, and chase you out of the White Knight Sacred Palace. The elder who
Endok by Siu Red Project by Chen.
Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Elder Bai Rong, right? Is your brain damaged?" You and Bai Xiu, two people acting out a carefully choreographed dance and still want to chase the young lord appointed by the old palace lord out of the White Knight Sacred Palace. Bai Rong's expression turned sullen and he said, "Ignorant child, keep talking. Nonsense. Do you believe this old man will tear your mouth or not?" But Yi Yuan ignored him and said to the other elders, "I'll only ask everyone. One sentence, is Bai Chun the most qualified to succeed the position of palace lord as the successor that the old palace lord appointed?" The various elders exchanged glances. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "That's of course. According to the White Knight Sacred Palace's rules, the young lord is the first-in-line successor. It's just..." That elder still wanted to carry on speaking, but he was directly interrupted by Yi Yuan. "Good that there's that. You all not letting him be the palace lord is nothing more than feeling that he's still young and his strength is insufficient to convince the public, yes." The elders nodded their heads slightly, not having any objections about this. Facing a great enemy, letting a young man still wet behind his ears go and preside over the overall situation, this was no different from courting death. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll now support Bai Chun up onto the position of palace lord in the name of Bai Chen's master. Those who are unconvinced, come and battle." It was this simple and crude. Whatever schemes and intrigues were all paper tigers in front of absolute strength. It was just that Yi Yuan's words in other people's views were a total joke. Because Yi Yuan looked just like an ordinary person. Even Bai Chen's palms were sweating too. Bai Xiu was a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses, much stronger than master
Ye Yuan.
But he forcefully calmed down. He did not wish to lose face for his master at this time. Bai Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The pressure of heaven glimpse realm slowly released, and he said in a solemn voice, "Your meaning is that you want to challenge me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not you, it's you all. Those who are not convinced. Attacking together will do too. Wildly arrogant, ignorant, insolent." Yi Yuan's arrogance finally aroused the elder's wrath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't talk crap anymore, attack." Bai Xiu slowly walked down and said with a cold smile, "If you can beat me, what's wrong with letting Bai Chun inherit the position of palace lord?" With the old palace lord not being around any longer, Bai Xiu was the White Knight Sacred Palace's #1 person. If not for so, he would not dare to usurp this position of palace lord either. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You? Too weak. Don't blame me for not giving you guys a chance. Attack together. All of the elders, attack together." What a conceited and ignorant brat. This old man is going to measure just how much you wait today. This old man has lived to a ripe old age. It's still my first time seeing such a wildly arrogant person. Fine, as you wish. Forget it. Forget it. A farce. Since you're seeking death yourself, this old man will send you on your way too. 8 great elders stepped out of the ranks one after another, standing together with Bai Xiu. 9 mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses standing together. How shocking was the imposing momentum? Bai Chen's heart almost leaped to his throat. He completely did not think that Master Yi Yuan was actually arrogant to such a degree, wanting to challenge 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses with his power alone. A grotto profound deity realm martial artist challenging 9 great heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This was crazy, right? Yesterday Yi Yuan made him ignore everything. But he did not think that Yi Yuan used this kind of method to let him ascend to the position of Palace Lord. Although the effect of this approach was immediate, the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan had to defeat them. Bai Chun could not resist exchanging a glance with Mo Yun, discovering that Mo Yun also had an inexplicably stunned appearance at this time. It was just that things already developed to such a degree it was impossible for them to go and stop it anymore. There were still a few of the old palace lord's sons present, all using gloating expressions to look at Bai Chun. No idea where Bai Chun found such a living treasure either. This was the tempo of playing himself to death. Yi Yuan alone faced 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses but stood firm as a rock. The 9 people's auras completely could not affect Yi Yuan. Kid, you're seeking death yourself. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Bai Rong said with a hideous grin. Yi Yuan said coolly, attack then, don't talk nonsense anymore. Wildly arrogant. Bai Rong was furious. His aura instantly soared to the peak, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. The others did not hold back either, all displaying divine abilities. Terrifying power shook until the entire great hall was quaking. Every one of them, especially Bai Xiu, each suppressed a stomach full of anger. It was just that it was inappropriate for Bai Xiu to flare up. Now that Yi Yuan was seeking death, he did not hold back even more. The moment he made his move, it was the fiercest killing move. Under the besiegement of 9 great experts, Yi Yuan was weak like an insignificant ant. Except Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move. He still stood, with his hands behind his back. It looked like he was waiting for death. Master Yi Yuan. Bai Chen's expression changed drastically, suddenly standing up, wanting to rush over, but was held back by Mo Yun. Got to be joking. Rushing over at this time, Bai Chun would be blasted into smithereens too. It was indeed a farce. What the 9 great elders were thinking in their hearts at this time was all this. But right at this time, a gust of sinister wind howled. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared since no idea when. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the entire great hall plummeted by a few degrees. Ever since cultivating the Ghost Dao 100 runes, Gue Yun seemed to have become even gloomier and colder. It was only to see him mutter under his breath, drawing a bizarre rune on his hand and saying indifferently, Ghost Dao 100 runes, Nether, Ghost Claw. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying aura came from underground. A dark, enormous claw seemed to have extended out from the netherworld. The 9 great elders' bodies were all in midair. But seeing this, their expressions changed greatly. An aura of death hit head-on. After the enormous claw extended out, it seemed to have grown eyes, clawing over towards the 9 great elders. The few people revealed a look of great shock. How could they still care about Yi Yuan? They slammed all their attacks at the ghost claw. Boom! The ghost claw directly smacked those attacks down. Boo, boo, boo. At virtually the same time, the 9 great elders spewed fresh blood wildly, one after another, being smacked down onto the ground by this ghost claw's power. So strong. Bai Chun drew a mouthful of cold air, being stunned by the nether ghost claw's power. One claw bringing down 9 great heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. This strength was simply too heaven-defying. That is a late-stage heaven glimpse ghost Dao powerhouse, right? Such a powerhouse, why would he follow this guy? Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu and this ghost Dao powerhouse's strength is more or less the same, but he was actually defeated so badly. The aura of that ghost claw just now was too terrifying. I felt that my soul was taken away. Just what the hell was that? When the few young masters saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Gui Yun's appearance was seriously too astonishing, mowing down 9 great heaven glimpse powerhouses in one move. The key was that this kind of powerful ghost Dao powerhouse actually submitted under Yi Yuan's rule. Each and every one of them was incredibly envious. If they had a hired thug like this, wouldn't becoming the palace lord be a cinch? In the end, a large fist was the absolute principle. Whatever legitimacy, whatever schemes and intrigues, one could only submit in the face of absolute strength. Yi Yuan looked at the 9 great elders in a sorry plight and said coolly, "I wonder if now young Lord Bai Chen has the qualifications to succeed the position of palace lord or not." The 9 great elders' faces were all incomparably ugly, but nobody said anything. "If you all are not talking, I'll take it as you guys agreed. Bai Chen, sit on the seat that belongs to you in the first place," Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Bai Chen started trembling all over because of agitation. Even after Yi Yuan yelled out, he still stood there in a daze at a loss on what to do. Mo Yun was incomparably joyful too. Giving him a pat on the back, he said with a smile, "Go on, what are you still in a daze for?" Only then did Bai Chen suddenly wake up fully, walking step by step over toward that seat belonging to the palace lord. "Hang on!" Bai Xiu struggled to stand up as he stopped. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him indifferently and said, "Why? You still have objections?" Bai Xiu said in a solemn voice, "Bai Chen, this guy's origins are unclear. Your act of simply acknowledging a master, are you going to push the white knight's sacred palace into an abyss of eternal doom?" At this time, Mo Yun spoke up, "Lord Yi Yuan is a reclusive powerhouse. As for the thing that you're worrying about, that's impossible. Bai Chong, that treacherous villain, colluded with the Autumn Rain's sacred palace, wanting to besiege young Lord Bai Chen in the wilderness forest. Lord Yi Yuan annihilated over a dozen deity realm powerhouses, including Wu Xian, with 1 sword only. Then, rescuing us is precisely because Lord Yi Yuan's strength is formidable that I let young Lord Bai Chen acknowledge him as master, assisting young Lord Bai Chen to defend the foreign enemy together." When Bai Xiu and the 8 great elders heard this, their expressions changed. Once more, they still thought that Yi Yuan's might was entirely dependent on this ghost Dao powerhouse. They did not expect that his own strength was actually so formidable too. More importantly, they actually could not fathom Yi Yuan's depths. Wu Xian's strength, they were naturally very clear. It was evenly matched with
Montag Yun.
1 sword annihilating over a dozen deity realm powerhouses. Even they could not do it too. With this, no one had objections anymore. No matter how the Autumn Rain sacred palace used a ruse of inflicting self-injury in order to win the confidence of the enemy, it was also impossible to give away the lives of over a dozen deity realm powerhouses in vain. Although the sacred palace's grotto profound powerhouses were quite a few, over a dozen grotto profound powerhouses was already a force that could not be ignored. No matter how foolish the Autumn Rain sacred palace's palace lord was, he would not do this kind of thing either. If nobody has objections, then I'll invite the Elders Association to announce to the world, young Lord Bai Chen will take over the position of Palace Lord. From this day forth, Deputy Palace Lord Bai Xiu, I wonder if you still have objections?" Yi Yuan used a very indifferent gaze to look at Bai Xiu. No idea why Bai Xiu involuntarily shuddered. I have no objections. Young Lord Bai Chen taking over as Palace Lord is right and proper to begin with, Bai Chen said with some unwillingness. Even Bai Xiu had no objections, the others naturally had no objections too. Just like this, Bai Chen successfully became the White Knight Sacred Palace's New Palace Lord. The matter was urgent, the Elders Association announced to the world on that day, proclaiming that young Lord Bai Chun succeeded the position of Palace Lord. Having come this far, the struggle to become the Palace Lord finally settled down. Master Yi Yuan, what should my next step be? Although he became the Palace Lord, Bai Chun had no plans at all. Right away, he fought Yi Yuan to inquire about the plan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're the Palace Lord. What should be done? You need to have a score in your heart. I can help you be the Palace Lord, but I can't possibly help you for life. Those old fellows are all not to be trifled with. If you don't grow up as soon as possible, you'll be eaten by them until not even bone residue is left." Bai Chen's expression changed, suddenly recalling Yi Yuan's identity. He would eventually leave one day. It was impossible to keep on helping him by his side. Once Yi Yuan left, what he would be facing was a horde of savage beasts. Mo Yun's expression turned slightly grim too, and he said, "Palace Lord, what?" Lord Yi Yuan said, "Makes sense. In the past, you had the old Palace Lord protecting you so the others don't dare to do anything to you. But now, everything can only rely on yourself." Bai Chen's expression flickered incessantly, and he said rather jittery, "But I. Yi Yuan said, "Just go do what you want to do. With me around, you can be unrestrained. What you have to do is to grow up within the shortest time." Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a strange gaze. Meeting Yi Yuan's calm gaze, not knowing why, Bai Chen's originally flustered thoughts calmed down a lot suddenly. "Teacher Mo Yun, summon all of the White Knight Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses. Tomorrow morning, set off for the frontiers. We'll take the initiative to meet the attack. I'm gonna let the autumn reign sacred. Palace's people know that our White Knight Sacred Palace is not easy to bully," Bai Chun said in a solemn voice. At this moment, Bai Chen's body inexplicably had an additional trace of domineeringness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help smiling slightly. It seemed like a series of setbacks finally made this greenhouse flower grow. At this time, Yi Yuan threw out a small medicinal bottle and said, "Take this thing. The effect shouldn't be inferior to the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. In the Elders Association, we need our own elder too." Mo Yun's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with great surprise, and looked at the medicinal pill in his hands again. Lord Yi Yuan Mo Yun is forever in debt. At this time, the excitement in Mo Yun's heart truly could not be greater. He was stuck at half-step heaven glimpse realm for no idea how many years already, but kept being unable to break through this hurdle. The 9-melody psychic immortal fruit, this sort of thing, was too precious. Not everybody could obtain it. The old Palace Lord also only had that one in his hands. It was left to Bai Chen. And now, Yi Yuan casually gave him a medicinal pill that could break through this heavenly chasm. How could he not be agitated? This medicinal pill was called Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse Pill, a pill formula. In Dustless's hands. When Yi Yuan was practicing medicinal pills, he casually refined it. This medicinal pill was a pinnacle-most existence among Tier 1 medicinal pills, capable of increasing the chances of a martial artist's breakthrough. This was especially true for half-step Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. They already had a certain understanding of Heaven Glimpse realm. Consuming the Jade Dragon Heaven Glimpse pill, the effects were naturally greatly increased. As long as Mo Yun's talent was not too poor, breaking through to Heaven Glimpse should not be an issue. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Presumably you guys also." "No, I'm not devoid of desires or requests by helping you all. Just take this as a bit of repayment." Mo Yun and Bai Chun trembled all over, their gazes revealing a complicated look. Above the sky, several dozen figures whistled past, with a shocking commotion. With so many deity realm powerhouses moving out at the same time, this was absolutely an extremely rare situation in the Sky Foothill world. The mortals were all guessing that some earth-shaking major incident must have happened, and that was why there were so many major figures moving out at the same time. Deity realm powerhouses traveled 10,000 miles in a twinkle. 3 days later, the White Night Sacred Palace and the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's deity realm powerhouses finally met on a narrow path. The person in the front ranks of the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace was an old geezer. Seeing the White Night Sacred Palace's people, he could not help being surprised. He already got the news that the White Night Palace Lord, Bai Yehai, was poisoned and died. Hence, he brought a large group of experts and charged over. It was just that he did not expect that the White Night Sacred Palace's people actually dared to charge right out. He swept a glance through the crowd and said with a big laugh, "Where is Bai Yehai, that old thing? Why didn't he come? He didn't dare to come, so he sent you, a little child, here to court death? Ha ha ha." Bai Chun was angered until he was trembling all over. He pointed at the other party and said furiously, "Hua Tianyang, you're shameless." This Hua Tianyang was precisely the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's palace lord, a grand completion heaven glimpse realm powerhouse. And the White Night Sacred Palace's internal strife was precisely plotted by him single-handedly. This sowing discord strategy could not be said to not be ruthless directly, making the White Night Palace Lord Bai Yehai perished, his Tao disappearing. Right now, the White Night Sacred Palace was a host of dragons without a head. They were about to borrow this opportunity to thoroughly wipe out the White Night Sacred Palace. Bai Chun was still not mature enough in the end. With this anger, it thoroughly gave the whole thing away. When the 8 great elders behind him saw the situation, they all secretly shook their heads. At this time, they should be putting on a false show of strength and let Hua Tianyang be unable to make a decision. Only then would they have hopes of scaring away the other party and win a chance to eke out a meager existence. The moment Hua Tianyang heard, he laughed even more arrogantly and said, "My good nephew, looks like you have already become the palace lord. It's just too bad that you as the palace lord can only be until today." Bai Chun said furiously, "Hua Tianyang, don't be impudent. Today, even if we fight it out till the fish dies and net tears, I'll also make you pay a blood price." Hua Tianyang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Till the fish dies and net tears? Ha ha ha, even if the fish dies, the net won't tear. Bai Yehai is not around. Just based on you guys, this bunch of stragglers and stray soldiers also want to fight it out to the death. Today, your White Night Sacred Palace will be struck off the books from the Sky Foothill world." Hua Tianyang was in high spirits currently, full of domineeringness. The moment Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse Realm released the White Night Sacred Palace's powerhouses all changed countenance. Under this pressure, Bai Chen's complexion became deathly pale, and he unconsciously looked over towards Yi Yuan there. However, Yi Yuan was expressionless, as if he was in a daze, not giving him any hints at all. He resolved his heart and mustered up all of his strength to resist this pressure. His gaze suddenly focused toward Bai Xiu. He said, "Bai Xiu, if I die in battle today, you'll be the Lord of White Night. I hope that you'll lead everybody to keep fighting regardless of death. Even if one last person is left, don't shrink back either." Bai Xiu's entire body trembled, not expecting that Bai Chun would actually say such words. At this moment, Bai Chen's image in his heart was magnified infinitely. Originally, he was only forced to acknowledge this palace lord because he was afraid of Yi Yuan. But now, Bai Chen's gust actually stimulated him until his hot blood boiled. In reality, although Yi Yuan defeated them, Bai Xiu did not think that Gui Yun could defeat Hua Tianyang. At most, it was also just adding a little confidence to them. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too, his gaze revealing an approving look. Who knew how many hearts this sentence would buy over for Bai Chun? This kid was also not absolutely without merit. Bai Xiu's eyes were actually slightly wet. Gritting his teeth, he cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Palace Lord, Bai Xiu will definitely fight to the bitter end. Bai Rong, If I die, you'll be the Lord of White Knight. Will fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Bai Rong's entire body trembled too and said, fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. The resounding slogan shocked the entire world. The moral on the White Knight Sacred Palace's side rose unprecedentedly. Seeing this scene, Hua Tianyang's expression changed slightly too. He did not expect that this brat still wet behind the ears actually had such magical powers to actually be able to trigger the fresh blood of that bunch of old fellows which had long turned cold. An army burning with righteous indignation was bound to win. Under this sort of circumstance, even if he won today, it would definitely be Pyrrhic victory too. The generals disregarding their lives, the soldiers not fearing death. This battle was not easy to win, except when the arrow was on the notch it must fly. He did not believe with his grand completion heaven glimpse strength these guys could still flip the heavens. However, before he could react, Bai Chun raised his long spear and stabbed over towards him brazenly. Kill! Bai Chun gave a fierce cry, carrying indomitable imposing momentum, and charged over towards Hua Tianyang. At this moment, a hint of understanding was actually born in his heart. His spear art achieved a breakthrough at this moment. Except, no matter how he broke through, he still could not stand up to a single blow in front of Hua Tianyang. Palace Lord, you mustn't. Bai Shou completely did not think that Bai Chun actually charged straight at Hua Tianyang. This move did not hold back. Bai Chun went harboring the resolve of certain death. The words earlier were not in order to inspire their morale. He was really going to show his determination with death, stimulating everyone's fighting spirits. One Bai Chun had no influence on the battle situation. But the moment he died, the situation would be completely different. At this moment, he actually gained admiration towards this palace lord, and also truly acknowledged him in his heart. It was just too bad. He was already too late. Hua Tianyang naturally understood this logic too. His brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, seeking death. Hua Tianyang raised a pair of fleshy palm and smacked over towards Bai Chun. A palm move of a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse. What kind of power was that? A hint of a liberated faint smile actually revealed at the corners of Bai Chen's mouth. But right at this time, a dark black enormous claw extended out from the void. Bai Chen's spear had yet to stab out and was bounced back by a massive force. Boom! Hua Tianyang's palm collided together solidly with the enormous claw, kicking up a wave of massive undulation, evenly matched. Hua Tianyang's expression suddenly changed, staring fixedly at Gue Yun, akin to being confronted by a formidable enemy. I actually stopped it. Truly inconceivable. When Bai Shou saw this scene, his gaze was full of disbelief. A late-stage heaven glimpse ghost Dao powerhouse actually blocked the all-out attack of a grand completion heaven glimpse. Only at this time did he know that Yi Yuan showed mercy to them that day. Otherwise, not a single one of them could live. So strong. What's that black ghost claw? Why would it have such a terrifying strength? That ghost Dao powerhouse has such formidable strength to actually be able to fight to a draw with the palace lord. The autumn rain sacred palace that sighed, each and every one of them also cried out sounds of exclamations all around, being utterly stunned by this scene. The originally almost guaranteed battle had a sudden turn of events, and the White Knight Sacred Palace this side seeing this scene each and every one of them was greatly roused. Hua Tianyang was like a huge mountain, pressing on their hearts, making them unable to gasp for air. Now, this huge mountain was actually held up by someone. I've said it before that with me around, you can be capricious. Bai Chen's entire body trembled. Yi Yuan already arrived behind him at no idea. When? What are you still in a daze for? What I said earlier. You forgot it all. Yeah. Yuan said coolly. Bai Shou and the rest trembled all over and cried out fiercely. Kill! Fight to the end and absolutely not shrink back. The rest were inexplicably stimulated too, pouncing over together. Everyone came harboring the resolve to die, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to resist the grand completion heaven glimpse Hua. Tianyang. The hot blood was still there, but they did not need to die. At this time, Guiyun already clashed fervently together with Hua Tianyang. The nether ghost claw was extremely powerful. Matching up against Hua Tianyang, it did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Master Yi Yuan, thank you, Bai Chun said gratefully from the bottom of his heart, having barely escaped with his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What you just did was pretty good." Bai Chun was like a child who was being praised, excited until he did not quite know what to do. He smiled bashfully and said, Really?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Giving a peach, repaying with a plum. You treated them with a sincere heart, so they will naturally support you too. However, in the martial artist world, strength is forever the kingly way." Bai Chen's gaze revealed a determined look as he nodded and said, "Master, I got it. If we can defeat the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace in this battle, this disciple will definitely cultivate hard." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no if, we'll definitely win." Truly shameless boasting. I wonder if you'll still be so conceited if you know that you're going to die. Bai Chun was suddenly startled. It turned out that an expert from the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace already arrived not far from them, since no idea when. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression. He just said coolly, "Conceited? Very sorry. I have never been conceited." Bai Chun said worriedly, "Master, he's Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's 9th Elder, Lan Jiru, initial stage Heaven Glimpse Powerhouse. We already don't have Heaven Glimpse Powerhouse on our side." At this time, both sides were in a tangled melee, but the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Heaven Glimpse Powerhouses had one more person. Lan Jiru could not find an opponent. He thought of coming to kill Bai Chun and Yi Yuan at the first moment. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You retreat to one side." Bai Chen's gaze turned intent and he said disbelievingly, "Master, you want to deal with him alone? He's a Heaven Glimpse Powerhouse. Come, men. Quickly come, men. Everybody. Deal with Lan Jiru together." Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Bai Chun and said coolly, "No need. You go and help the others. Leave this guy to me." Bai Chen's expression changed, not knowing where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Grotto Profound Deity Realm fighting Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm one-on-one. Was this a joke? Lan Jiru looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "Arrogant fellow, you think that by bringing along a ghost Dao powerhouse by your side, you're invincible? If I didn't guess wrongly, you should only be Grotto Profound Realm, right?" He discerned from Bai Chen's reaction that Yi Yuan was definitely a Grotto Profound Deity Realm. Reckoned that he carried some strength-concealing divine artifact on him. That was why he could not see through his depths. Except this Grotto Profound Deity Realm was so conceited to actually dare go one-on-one with him. What a joke! Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the evil extermination sword and said with a calm look, "So what?" Lan Jiru laughed loudly and said, "So what? In front of Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm, Grotto Profound Deity Realms are ant-like existences. Since ancient times, there has never been an instance of Grotto Profound Realm defeating Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Do you think that you're writing a myth?" Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Is that so? Then I'll write a myth." Lan Jiru had yet to retort back in time, and Yi Yuan already moved. Sundering stars. The cutting edge of the sword drew a beautiful half-moon, bringing along a heaven-shocking sword Dao Law, and chopping down towards Lan Jiru. This sword move was swift to the extreme, not giving Lan Jiru any time to react at all. Although Lan Jiru was alarmed, he did not panic, since he could not dodge, then raised the sword to block. How strong could a mere Grotto Profound martial artist's sword be? But when this sword's light landed on his sword, an overwhelming force instantly spread to his whole body from the sword body. Clank! Lan Jiru's body was akin to a cannonball, being dropped by Yi Yuan rapidly. From the air. Boom! Lan Jiru's body was smashed heavily into the ground, smashing out a deep pit. When Bai Chun saw the scene, his eyeballs were almost popping out. This was also a little too powerful, right? Was Master Yi Yuan really a grotto profound deity realm? Bai Chun suddenly felt that his understanding was completely being subverted. Are my eyes *king failing? Is Lord Yi Yuan really a grotto profound martial artist, actually bringing down Lan Jiru with a sword? No mistake, the strength that Lord Yi Yuan used earlier was grotto profound deity realm and did not surpass this realm. A grotto profound martial artist is actually able to overpower a heaven glimpse powerhouse. This is too inconceivable. A myth. This is absolutely a myth. Since time immemorial, there has never been a grotto profound martial artist capable of leaping realms to overcome heaven glimpse powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan. He actually did it. This scene was overly shocking, even alarming the crowd who were currently in tangled warfare, especially those grotto profound deity realm martial artists. The White Knight Sacred Palace's side occupied a considerable advantage. This point was naturally credited to Yi Yuan slaying over a dozen of the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's grotto profound powerhouses with one sword. Not just the Sky Foothill world, even in the Heavenspan world there were totally no grotto profound martial artists capable of overcoming heaven glimpse powerhouses too. Even Jin Yu, that kind of genius with extremely deep comprehensions into sword Dao laws, could not do this either. Between Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm and Grotto Profound Deity Realm, these two major realms, there was an insurmountable chasm. Heaven Glimpse Powerhouse could completely rely on the suppression of realm and forcefully crush Grotto Profound martial artists. In the Sky Foothill world, this kind of place, it was even less likely for a situation of jumping realms to battle to happen. But now, this mythology actually appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Swoosh! Lan Jiru sprang out from the ground and flew high in the sky once more, facing off with Yi Yuan. Damn it! You despicable person, to actually dare ambush.
Lan Jiru Kuset.
The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he taunted. Ambush is it? Lan Jiru's expression was incomparably ugly. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, that sword move earlier had indeed posed a great threat to him. If not for his timely block, that sword could have taken his life. Until now, his arm was still numb. The power of that sword move was too terrifying. He was completely unable to imagine a grotto profound deity realm martial artist actually could unleash such a terrifying sword move. Clearly seemed to be an ordinary and insignificant slash, but transmitting onto his sword, it was actually able to produce such a tremendous force. This guy's utilization of the power of laws had simply reached the acme of perfection. Humph! Don't you get cocky. This seat admits that your strength is pretty good, it's just too bad that you're still only a grotto profound martial artist in the end. Such a formidable martial technique, you probably can't unleash more than a few sword moves, right? Your outcome is just death in the end. Lan Jiru shouted fiercely, raising his sword and attacking. Spirit devouring 9 swords. Sundering stars. A heaven glimpse deity realm. A grotto profound deity realm. 2 silhouettes clashed together in the midst of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. 2 figures were like phantoms, intertwining each other in the air, emitting a series of horrifying sound waves. Regardless of whether it was the White Knight Sacred Palace's martial artists, or the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's powerhouses, they were all made uneasy by the great battle here. Hua Tianyang's expression was even more incomparably ugly. Just what kind of a freak did the White Knight Sacred Palace find? Grotto Profound Deity Realm fighting fiercely with Heaven Glimpse Realm, and this battle was actually evenly matched? Really a sheer fantasy. On Lan Jiru's side, the more he fought, the more alarmed he got. He simply did not dare to believe that such a horrifying attack, Yi Yuan was actually able to unleash it move after move. Those who did not know would even think that Yi Yuan was a heaven glimpse powerhouse. However, Yi Yuan was clearly just a grand completion grotto profound martial artist. He did not even reach half-step heaven glimpse. This guy in front of him completely ran counter to common sense. Yi Yuan's chopping strike was overwhelming, making Lan Jiru want to vomit blood several times. Facing a grotto profound realm martial artist, he was actually being suppressed all round. I want to see just what your limit is. I don't believe that you, a grotto profound realm martial artist, can really release this kind of martial
Technique limitlessly.
Lan Jiru was beaten by Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. He also resolved his heart to continue dawdling with Yi Yuan. Of course, he seemed to not have better ideas too. Under this sort of circumstance, the only thing that he could do was to wait for Yi Yuan's divine essence to run out. At that time, it would be the chance for his counterattack. Bai Chun was excited until his face flushed red. He knew that Master Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not think that he could be strong to such an extent. This battle, Yi Yuan would most certainly win. Suddenly, he raised his long spear and said sternly, "Kill, kill, kill! Blood. Debts need to be paid in blood. Today will make the autumn rain sacred. Palace's vermins come without returning." Done talking, Bai Chun brought along an indomitable imposing momentum and joined the tangled warfare. His spear art broke through before this. Now his strength had increased greatly. Facing off against the autumn rain sacred palace's grotto profound powerhouses, he did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Under this sort of circumstance, the autumn rain sacred palace's declining
Trend gradually manifested.
due to low-end combat power being lacking, the autumn rain sacred palaces grotto profound martial artists often had to face 2, even 3 opponents. In Hua Tianyang's original plans, although the manpower on their side was low, the high-end combat power was very adequate. The White Knight Sacred Palace missing by Yehai, their side would be able to directly crush with the high-end combat power. In front of Heaven Glimpse deity realms, those grotto profound had no place to show their abilities at all. But now he was hindered by Gue Yun, unable to make time at all. This way, both parties' combat power became much more balanced. What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan actually tied down the only additional Heaven Glimpse powerhouse, Lan Jiru. The White Knight Sacred Palace's advantage in numbers became increasingly
Evident.
Bai Chun joining the group battles. He had an appearance that feared no death, charging ahead crazily. He hated Hua Tianyang to the extreme. When fighting at this time, it was really without regard for his life. The others being infected by him, each and every one of them also became greatly roused in spirit, killing until the autumn rain sacred palace threw away their helmet and coat of mail. Very soon, casualties started appearing on the autumn rain sacred palaces side. Hua Tianyang was burning with anxiety, but could not do anything to Gue Yunat. The Nether Ghost Claw was truly incomparably powerful. No matter how hard he attacked, it was to no avail. Gue Yun's Ghost Dao 100 runes was already cultivated to the 3rd rune. Although his realm had yet to break through, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Jumping realms to battle was not a big deal to him. After all, this Ghost Dao 100 runes was the Ghost Dao's first-rate secret art. Hua Tianyang never thought that the battle situation would actually play out to this kind of situation. How could he still think about swallowing up the White Knight Sacred Palace? Now, he only wanted to quickly get away now. But the White Knight Sacred Palace's people were all crazed with fighting each, and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, pestering incessantly, not giving them the chance to get out at all. Retreating at this time was too dangerous. They were bound to suffer heavy losses. Boom! Right at this time, a violent explosion sound came from the other side. Hua Tianyang's expression turned austere. Finding time to sneak a glance, he could not help being greatly astonished in his heart. Lan Jiru was bathed in blood from head to toe. In a sorry plight, fresh blood, spraying wildly from his mouth. Clearly, he almost could not hold on anymore. In contrast, Yi Yuan raised his long sword and rushed over again. Hua Tianyang was incomparably shocked in his heart. How could a grotto, profound deity realm martial artist possibly be tough to such a degree? Looking at it, Lan Jiru was going to fall in Yi Yuan's hands sooner or later. At the start, his thinking was the same as Lan Jiru's, feeling that Yi Yuan could only persist for a little while. That kind of swift and fierce martial technique it was impossible to release limitlessly, but a long time had already passed, and Yi Yuan had released no idea how many sword moves and still did not show signs of his divine essence being depleted. Could it be that this guy's divine essence was limitless? At this very moment, Hua Tianyang already wanted to beat a retreat in his heart. Carry on hesitating, the situation would probably be even worse. Lan Jiru looked at Yi Yuan, who was walking over slowly. His expression flickered incessantly. You, could it be that your divine essence is endless? How can it be like this? Lan Jiru's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. The existence of this guy in front of him completely subverted his understanding of this world. Everything was completely different from common sense. Now he smelled the smell of death. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "A dead person doesn't need to know so much." Lan Jiru's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said, fiercely, "I don't believe that a grotto profound can really defy the heavens. Soul-devouring 9 swords, 9th sword. Soul-devouring blood slaughter." Suddenly, fresh blood surged within Lan Jiru's body. It rose up crazily. Hua Tianyang's expression changed. Lan Jiru was actually being forced to this extent. This soul-devouring blood slaughter was sacrificing one's life as the price, obtaining a large increase in strength within a short time. Although the power was extremely terrifying, when this move was used until the end, he himself would also kick the bucket. Lan Jiru was going for mutual destruction here. Bai Chun rallied a spear vigorously, directly penetrating the chest of an opposing grotto profound powerhouse. Right at this time, he sensed a powerful to the extreme aura. Turning back to look, his expression could not help changing drastically. Not good. Master Yi Yuan is in danger. Bai Chen's expression changed as he said, "What a powerful aura." Lan Jiru was merely a newly entered initial stage. Heaven glimpse powerhouse before this. The aura now already rose to the peak of initial stage heaven glimpse. This guy is going for mutual destruction, wanting to drag Lord Yi Yuan down. Before his death too. Damn it! What a powerful sword. Lord Yi Yuan is in danger. When the White Knight Sacred Palace martial artists who were just finishing off the battle saw this scene, each and every one of their expressions changed greatly. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with an indifferent look and said nonchalantly, "Boring game. Since that's the case, I'll use the complete version sundering stars to send you on your way then." Yi Yuan's sword slowly raised up. An ordinary and bland sword, the surroundings did not have the least bit of undulations. The people around them could not even perceive any aura from this act of Yi Yuan. No one could feel any undulations of the power of laws. My sword, it's actually out of control. Mine too. It's trembling. At this time, the swords in the hands of all people who used swords actually had a feeling of getting out of control. Yi Yuan's wrist shook, waving his sword down. Whoosh! Without any grand divine essence undulations. Only a soft tearing through the air sound. Lan Jiru's body suddenly turned stiff, and that steadily rising aura suddenly stopped. Yi Yuan slowly put away his sword, his breathing appearing rather disorderly. The expenditure for this move was really quite big for him. What happened? The fight ended just like this? Yeah. I only saw Lord Yi Yuan wave a sword and it's done? What move is this? Why isn't there any undulations at all? Pooh work. Just as the people had dumbstruck faces, Lan Jiru's body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Soul-devouring blood slaughter, this move had yet to be used and he already died thoroughly. The shock in Hua Tianyang's heart could not be any greater. Lan Jiru, who used soul-devouring blood slaughter, was actually killed by Yi Yuan with a sword. Just like this, the truth and falsehood of that sword just now, even he, this grand completion. Heaven Glimpse powerhouse, did not see through. Outsiders looking over, it was just a casual wave, ordinary and bland. Everyone only heard the sound of tearing through the air. And then, Lan Jiru exploded. Retreat! Hua Tianyang made a prompt decision, his aura suddenly erupting, forcing back the nether ghost claw a bit, his figure fleeing into the distance like lightning. As soon as he ran, how could the others still have the idea of continuing to fight? All were eager to escape, but everyone's strength was more or less the same. So how could wanting to run be that easy? Therefore, the originally tangled melee became a pursuit. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses became more courageous as they fought, while the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Deity Realm powerhouses fled as they fought. In an instant, they chased out 100,000 miles away. The Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's Deity Realm powerhouses perished one after another. So much so that during the process of the pursuit, Bai Xiu had a grand display of invincible might, finishing off a Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm elder of the opposite side. With this, the White Knight Sacred Palace's Deity Realm powerhouses felt greatly roused in spirits, marching straight in all the way, hunting down frenziedly. Along the way, Yi Yuan followed the group of people unhurriedly, all the way until they killed to the borders of the two great sacred palaces. Did Yi Yuan call out in a clear voice? "All right, stop here." Only then did the White Knight Sacred Palace's group of powerhouses stop with a feeling of longing for more. "Master Yi Yuan, why not chase further? Isn't it good for us to follow up a victory with pursuit and destroy the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace in one fell swoop?" "Avenging Father," Bai Chun said puzzledly. Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. Mo Yun spoke up. "Palace Lord. Lord Yi Yuan's meaning is, don't pursue a desperate foe. Hua Tianyang is a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse in the end. For us to really push him into a dead end, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine." Bai Chen's expression changed, discovering that Gue Yun had long disappeared. Already, most likely, the expenditure of this battle to him was rather huge too. "I understand." Bai Chen nodded his head and said seriously, "This fight initially was in the midst of a hopeless situation. But it concluded with a flawless victory, exceeding everyone's expectations. Currently, everyone was dancing for joy, like they were crazy. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty." They knew that this victory was entirely Yi Yuan reversing the hopeless
Situation à l'aune.
Without Yi Yuan, the current White Knight Sacred Palace would probably already be utterly destroyed. Lord Yi Yuan is truly a godlike figure, to actually be able to slay a Heaven Glimpse Realm powerhouse with Grotto Profound Realm. This is an earth-shaking battle achievement, completely subverting our understanding. That last sword move was simply a marvelous work of art. This Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm martial artist actually completely could not see through it at all. Everyone chimed in one after another, feeling deeply incredulous at Yi Yuan's miraculous battle achievement. The complete version Sundering Stars was a sword move that condensed sword Dao laws to the extreme. Not that it did not have any trace of divine essence undulation, but all of Yi Yuan's divine essence was compressed into an extremely small range. Condensed but not scattered. This move seemed ordinary. Actually, it was a move that applied Sword Dao laws to the limits. The burden of this move on Yi Yuan was huge too. With his thick divine essence, he could pretty much only release one sword move. Once this sword move failed, he would not have the strength to fight again. The great battle ceasing, the White Knight Sacred Palace was in jubilation. Through this battle, Bai Chun established an exceedingly high prestige among the group of elders. Although his strength was still very weak and he also had many lacking aspects. When doing things in terms of sentiments, everybody already accepted this new palace lord. Moreover, behind Bai Chun even had Yi Yuan, this grand elder, assisting. Bai Chun finally gained a firm foothold in the White Knight Sacred Palace. Originally, Bai Xiu and the rest were planning on hosting a grand ascension ceremony, but it was refused by Bai Chun. After coming back from the battlefield, Bai Chun trained in the spear art bitterly every day. This war also let Bai Chun mature. He knew that if he could not become strong, all of the authority and all of the wealth and glory were all a fleeting illusion. Could see, could not touch. He did not know how long Yi Yuan would stay here still. He could only train himself to become stronger as soon as possible. Hua, hua, hua. Bai Chun stabbed straight one spear after another, bringing along a piercing wind sound. His spear art seemed to be no different from mortal martial artists. In reality, each spear carried the undulations of the power of laws. This spear art was very powerful and consumed a lot of divine essence. Very soon, dense sweat beads seeped out on Bai Chen's forehead. Hua! Another spear stabbed out. There was suddenly a blur before his eyes. An additional figure actually appeared. Bai Chun was greatly astonished, hurriedly wanting to pull back the spear. But this spear had an imposing momentum. He was not prepared at all. How could there be time to pull back if he wanted to? But in the next instant, Bai Chun opened his eyes wide. His heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. Master Yi Yuan, Bai Chun exclaimed. Yi Yuan just extended 2 fingers and easily caught his spear. Bai Chen's heavy spear was actually unable to advance further. Such a soft and feeble spear. How can it kill people? Yi Yuan shook his head and said. Bai Chun could not help choking when he heard that and said unyieldingly, I pulled back the spear momentum just now, that's why it would be caught by master so easily. He had just broken through. But Yi Yuan poured cold water on his head. How could Bai Chun not be depressed? He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was formidable, but he was also very confident in his own spear art. To say that it was soft and feeble, he was unwilling to submit. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Is that so? Use your strongest move and try stabbing. Over. I'm standing right here. A hint of slyness flashed across Bai Chen's gaze, and he said with a smile, Master, that's what you said. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said it. Bai Chun pulled back the spear and stood there. The spear momentum on his body started gradually condensing. Be careful, master. He knew that Yi Yuan's strength was exceedingly powerful. Even if he used his full strength, it was also not possible to shake Yi Yuan in the slightest. What he wanted to do was force Yi Yuan to defend. He wanted to prove that his spear was not a soft and feeble spear. After several breaths, Bai Chen's spear momentum rose to the peak. Ha! Bai Chun suddenly stabbed a spear out. The powerful force made Yi Yuan's clothes flutter wildly. This spear was extremely fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. But in the next instant, Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, revealing a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan extended 2 fingers once more, clamping onto the spear tip in front of his face. No matter how he exerted strength, he was also unable to pierce through in the slightest.
Yi Yuan's finger shook.
The hand that Bai Chun was grabbing the long spear with had been directly shaken off. It was only to see the long spear turned lightly, twirling around. It was grasped by Yi Yuan's hands. Although I haven't extensively studied the spear Tao before, the great Tao is multifarious, all roads leading to the same goal. I'll deploy one spear move. You watch closely. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the aura on his body suddenly changed, suddenly stabbing a spear out. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, staring fixedly at the heavy spear in Yi Yuan's hands. This spear was the exact same angle and strength of the spear he did just now. It was practically the reproduction of that spear earlier. But the power of the spear was more than 100 times stronger than his.
Boom.
Ye Yuan's spear momentum abruptly ceased.
The entire space produced an intense tremor. The area where the spear tip stopped, the space actually produced fine cracks, then returned to normal very quickly. Bai Chen's expression was incomparably ugly as he said in disbelief, How can it be like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, The way of the heavens diminishes the excess and compensates for the shortage. The spear art's heavy momentum you must pay attention to that indomitable, imposing momentum. However, it was easily broken. Just now, your spear art has excessive toughness and inadequate gentleness. Although the might of a spear is fierce, once blocked by the enemy you won't have the strength to battle anymore. When you comprehend a trace of gentle force from the toughness and understand the logic of restraint you're imposing, momentum shall continue unbroken, akin to a series of waves, advancing forth. Irresistibly, Bai Chun was still perplexed as he said, But wouldn't mixing gentle force in the spear art lose a portion of strength? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You're still staying at the realm of seeing the mountain as the mountain, in order to have the strength to continue fighting, forcefully pulling back a portion of the force. This is the true way. I'll display it once more. You see if I held back power or not. Bai Chen's expression turned intent, retreating to one side, his eyes glued on
Ye Yuan.
Still the same identical spear. Yi Yuan made a move again. That indomitable, imposing momentum did not hold back in the slightest. Bai Chun stared fixedly at the spear top. His body suddenly shuddered. That spear move just now. Yi Yuan did not point out anything, leaving many details unspoken. But this time he saw it clearly. Master clearly did not pull back the spear, but at the final juncture, the heavy spear's speed seemed to slow down. It was as if it was traversing space and time. This feeling was indescribably bizarre. Boom! The space produced fine cracks once more. What a terrifying spear! Bai Chun was certain that even if Master's realm was the same as his using this spear, he could easily kill middle-stage grotto profound martial artists. 2. Understood it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Chun shook his head and said, I can't do it. Yi Yuan was tickled the moment he heard it and said with a laugh, If you can do it, what can I teach you? Carrying gentleness in toughness, carrying toughness in gentleness. A combination of toughness and gentleness. That's the strongest attack. You need to remember that spear move just now in your head, and practice hard. There will come a day where you'll be able to understand. Bai Chun nodded his head solemnly and said, Master, I got it. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly. He knew that Bai Chun really understood. There was no shortcut to cultivation. Only by paying even more sweat than others could only gain even more. But Yi Yuan pointed a direction for Bai Chun. It was like a lighthouse in the vast ocean, able to let Bai Chun take fewer detours. Yi Yuan's words sounded simple, but performing it required many, many years of bitter cultivation. Bai Chun understood that his road was still very long. However, Bai Chen's talent was indeed very decent. It was no wonder that Bai Yehai chose him to be the young lord. Given time, it was merely a matter of time for him to surpass those older brothers of his. Master, are you looking for me for something? The two people came to a small pavilion by the side to rest. Bai Chun suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yi Yuan nodded and said, My identity, I believe you already know, right? Bai Chen's expression changed and he pretended to be puzzled as he said, Your identity? Aren't you my master? White Knight, Sacred Palace's Grand Elder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You still want to play these little games in front of me? Those medicinal pills, if you don't recognize those pills, could it be that Mo Yun can't recognize them either? Bai Chen's expression instantly became incomparably embarrassed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had everything under control. Master, Yi Yuan stopped Bai Chun from carrying on with a hand gesture. Suddenly, his expression turned stern and he said in a cold voice, "My objective of coming to the Sky Foothill world is very simple. It's for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. For this, I'll do whatever it takes." Bai Chen's expression changed. That powerful aura of Yi Yuan's crushed him, until he virtually could not breathe. "Master, the White Knight Sacred Palace doesn't have myriad longevity heavenly soul stones," Bai Chun said flusteredly. Yi Yuan withdrew his aura and asked, "Could it be that myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace?" Bai Chun nodded his head slightly and said, "The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone is immensely helpful toward the breakthrough of deity realm powerhouses. Even origin deity realm powerhouses can't do without it either. Therefore, the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are basically all controlled in the hands of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones that flows out of the Sky Foothill Divine Palace are extremely few. It's basically very hard to see in the outside world." Hearing this, Yi Yuan immediately felt his head swell. Each day that he delayed, Mu Lingshua's spiritual consciousness would flow away a bit. Originally thought that the White Knight Sacred Palace, this kind of powerful faction, would have 1 or 2 pieces of myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, but did not expect that this thing was actually rare to this sort of degree. Bai Chun was very perplexed when he saw Yi Yuan's sorrowful look and said, cautiously, Master, according to what I know, don't you all just need myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, purple sand gold, one of the 3 kinds will do?" Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "I'm not finding the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in order to complete the mission, but it is for another purpose. Has a life-saving usage for me, so I have to obtain it at all costs." Bai Chun was slightly surprised, not expecting that it would actually be like this. No wonder when Yi Yuan obtained the 9 melody psychic immortal fruit, he just sized it up slightly, then kept it. It seemed like this master of his was also a person with a story. Not only did Master Yi Yuan save my life, he even gave me a new life. His kindness to me, I can't repay finish even if I die 10 times. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone must be very important to him. No matter what, I must help him obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Without going through much mental struggle, Bai Chun made up his mind. "Master, actually, if you want to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, there's an opportunity. It's just that, still have to wait for 10 years. Bai Chun said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, "You say?" Bai Chun said, "After 10 years, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace will open up. The divine ruins. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone is produced there. It's just that." Talking until here, Bai Chun hesitated for a moment. Yi Yuan immediately understood and said with a smile, "It's just that that place is very dangerous, yes." Bai Chun nodded and said, "That's right. Inside the divine ruins is full of opportunities, but it is also full of dangers. Furthermore, when the time comes, the Sky Foothill world's 7 great sacred palaces will all enter inside. It will be very perilous." Yi Yuan said without any care, "I've said it before, at all costs." Cough, cough, cough. Poo work. Inside a hidden underground palace hall in the Sky Foothill world, Qin Tian coughed violently, and following that, vomited a large mouthful of blood. "Really, damn it. I didn't expect to get implicated by accident, being severely injured by that damn life-end palace lord. With this, no idea how long I'll be delayed," Qin Tian said with a gloomy face. After Qin Tian infiltrated into the Sky Foothill world, he did not dare to move about in the outside world in such a flagrant manner like Yi Yuan. Once discovered by people that he was an outsider, he would face the entire Sky Foothill world's pursuit, especially that mysterious Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Just how powerful was the strength, nobody knew either. He had laid low for a long time and finally found an opportunity, running into a lone sacred palace elder. With Qin Tian's strength, as long as he did not encounter the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's origin deity powerhouses, he could basically roam as he pleased in the entire continent. Hence, he finished off that elder with momentum like a thunderclap, searched his soul and knew about this elder's everything. Done with all these, Qin Tian disguised as this elder, covered his face, planning on infiltrating into the sacred palace and borrowing the sacred palace's strength to investigate Yi Yuan's whereabouts. He did not expect that on the way, he encountered the assassination of an assassin with extremely fearsome strength. With this, Qin Tian met with 8 lifetimes of rotten luck. Although that killer's realm was inferior to Qin Tian's, his concealed assassination abilities were first-rate. Under the ambush, he seriously wounded Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian was Wu Meng capital city's peerless genius in the end. By relying on his powerful strength, he slew this assassin. Only upon searching the remnant soul of this killer did Qin Tian learn that this guy's assassination target was precisely that elder. He actually blocked the spear for that old thing. The killer's strength was not weak, causing massive wounds to Qin Tian. It was hard to recover in a short while. However, he learned from that killer's remnant soul that this killer was the palace lord of an assassin organization called Life End Sacred Palace. The strength of the opponent this trip was too powerful, and that was why he would personally take action. With this, Qin Tian was even more depressed until he went crazy. What was called passing away before getting the final victory was probably this sort of situation, right? Qin Tian's mind stirred. Might as well disguise as this Life End Palace Lord, and hide in the Life End Sacred Palace. This way it was safer. Suddenly, someone outside the hidden room requested an audience. Qin Tian forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and pretended to be profound. Reporting to Palace Lord, the thing that you wanted to inquire about, this subordinate has already inquired clearly. Recently, there was indeed an expert called Yi Yuan who rose to fame, even slaying a heaven glimpse realm powerhouse with grotto profound deity realm cultivation, already becoming a legend in the entire Sky Foothill world, said the subordinate outside the door carefully. This palace lord did not have a good temper and would kill people at a drop of a hat. Inside the hidden chamber became silent, with no activities for quite a while. That subordinate did not know that the palace lord currently had monstrous waves stirred up in his heart. Grotto profound realm-slaying heaven glimpse powerhouse. This was also something that virtually no one could accomplish in the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan actually did it, although the strength of Sky Foothill World's Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists could not match up to the Heavenspan worlds on the whole. Heaven Glimpse deity realm was Heaven Glimpse deity realm. It was absolutely not what Grotto profound realm martial artists could compare to. This guy's rise already cannot be stopped. If I don't kill him here, probably after he ventures out, I won't have the chance to kill him anymore. Qin Tian secretly thought. Qin Tian imitated the Life End Palace Lord's voice and said in a cold voice, "Go and spread an intel, say that this Yi Yuan is an invader. This matter must be settled, and let all of the sacred palaces know. Lastly, it even has to spread to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace." Understood. That subordinate's expression turned fearful and he hurriedly voiced his assent. "Yes, Palace Lord. This subordinate understands." Poo work. The moment that subordinate left, Qin Tian could not resist vomiting a large mouthful of blood again. This Life End Palace Lord's concealment killing arts are truly profound. Had my heart meridians wounded by him, without a few years' time I probably can't recover. Qin Tian swallowed a medicinal pill, slightly alleviating the injuries. This guy used no idea what kind of method to actually be able to hide from the Sky Foothill world's powerhouse's eyes and ears. But you probably never dreamed that I, Qin Tian, would infiltrate into the Sky Foothill world, right? When the Sky Foothill Divine Palace finds you, I see how you still continue to be arrogant.
Asha. Kug, kug, kug.
Yi Yuan indeed did not know that Qin Tian actually followed his footsteps and came to the Sky Foothill world. In Wu Meng Academy, the missions that students accept were strictly confidential. Firstly, it was in order to protect the students' safety. Secondly, it was in order to protect the small world's coordinates from leaking out, unless there was the Wu Meng City Lord or Academy head's tacit consent. For Qin Tian to be able to get the coordinates already indicated many problems. In the first place, learning that the divine ruins were opening 10 years later, Yi Yuan entered closed seclusion. Before departing, Yi Yuan used points and low-grade divine stones, respectively exchanging for a large batch of Tier 1 spirit medicines. These Tier 1 spirit medicines he had refined all into medicinal pills to use for cultivation. Now, each minor realm that Yi Yuan raised had to expend massive resources. Was more than 10 times that of other people. Fortunately, he was an alchemist himself. Otherwise, he could forget about breaking through. In a blink, Yi Yuan cultivated for as long as 10 years inside the world, suppressing Steel's space. His realm finally reached the peak state of grand completion. Grotto profound. Senior, I seem to have already touched the threshold of Heaven Glimpse deity realm. But this Chaos Heavenspan canon, I keep on being unable to create the second level.
Yi Yuan sikhet emotional.
With Yi Yuan's comprehension of heavenly Tao as well as comprehension in the power of laws, breaking through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm was just an inevitable thing. He had just reached peak grand completion. Grotto profound and already had a feeling in his heart. This was already much stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. It was just that the Chaos Heavenspan canon, this cultivation method, was too heaven-defying. Wanting to go a step further was truly as hard as ascending to the heavens. If not for so, Dustless also would not object to Yi Yuan creating a cultivation method back then. Dustless sighed and said, Grotto profound, discerning heaven's secrets. It's just having a feeling in your heart. Heaven glimpse looking at a leopard. Through a tube seeing only one spot, glimpsing a corner of heavenly Tao. The cultivation methods that others cultivate are shallow. The corner of heaven that they glimpse is naturally much smaller. While you, the heavenly Tao that you have to pry into is too many and too large. This step is more than 100 times harder than others. Yi Yuan said, the battle with that heaven glimpse powerhouse the last time, I had a feeling in my heart. It's just that this trace of opportunity, no idea when it will come again. The last time Yi Yuan comprehended the Chaos Heavenspan canon, he opened up a gap with Alchemy Tao as the opportunity. But this time he could not. Yi Yuan's Alchemy Tao still only remained at the standard of 1-star alchemy God and was totally unable to open the second level's gap. Dustless fell silent for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth to say, You're in dire need to increase strength currently. Since that's the case, why not activate the world-suppressing Steel's death cultivation space then? Yi Yuan froze and said, Death cultivation space? Dustless nodded and said, This is actually the martial Tao inheritance that Immortal Grave planned on leaving to his disciples. It's just that this cultivation space is too dangerous, so I never told you all along. Death cultivation space, one will really die. Passing through a water screen, Yi Yuan felt his divine soul quiver a bit. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, but this feeling of discomfort vanished very quickly. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there was a blurry shadow ahead, gradually becoming clearer. Then that silhouette walked over towards him like two sides of a mirror. This figure was exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This death cultivation space did not have any special aspects. It was just that Yi Yuan's opponent was himself. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's means were exceedingly formidable. This death cultivation space was very magical and could perfectly replicate Yi Yuan's strength, creating a clone that was indistinguishable from the real or illusion. And what Yi Yuan had to do was not to kill the other party, but break through. his own limits under the other party's hellish training. Yi Yuan, think properly. Once this death cultivation space activates, either you die or he perishes. Even I'm unable to make it stop either. Dustless's voice sounded out by Yi Yuan's ear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is already the 10th time that you said it to me. Let's go." Dustless scolded laughingly and said, "You, brat, are really a monomaniac. Finish talking." Dustless's voice was no longer heard. Then, an icy cold voice sounded out in the space. "Death cultivation activates now." The Yi Yuan opposite released an evil smile, making Yi Yuan's heart turn slightly cold. "You're very strong to actually give me such a powerful body," said the other. Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that this guy opposite actually had his own consciousness. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looking at your expression, you're very surprised, right? I'm not a machine that only knows slaughter. I have an independent personality. I will think about how to kill you." After the shock, Yi Yuan's state of mind also calmed down and he said with a smile, "Couldn't ask for me. Bring it." The other Yi Yuan smiled sinisterly, his figure suddenly disappearing. Clank! Yi Yuan waved his hand to execute Sundering Stars. Two terrifying attacks collided together, shocking Yi Yuan's figure back repeatedly. Sundering Stars. What the other Yi Yuan used was also Sundering Stars. Furthermore, the other party's strength, as well as the application of Sundering Stars, was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Even the sword in the other party's hands also perfectly replicated the evil extermination sword. No wonder it was called Death Cultivation Space. Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of secret to speak of in front of the other party. Such an opponent was too terrifying. The power of this Sundering Stars is still pretty good, right? Relax. There are even more surprises waiting for you, said the other Yi Yuan with an evil smile. Didn't think that the other me is actually talkative. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Ho-ho, that's just you not understanding yourself. Actually just another you. Alright, you win. Can you give me more surprises?" Yi Yuan said. "As you wish." Whoosh! Another ray of sword light. The two figures moved, clashing together violently. The two people's battle did not have the slightest skill to speak of. They both understood the other party too well. Any tricks had no place to show its prowess. The more Yi Yuan fought, the more alarmed he got. Not only did the other party perfectly replicate himself in strength, it even perfectly copied in terms of fighting will and combat talent too. The other party's keen insight made all of his schemes fall through and this was a truly powerful opponent. In front of the other party, Yi Yuan did not have a shred of advantage to speak of. Two surges of terrifying power bombarded everywhere in this space, shocking the entire space until it trembled endlessly. Sigh. This kid is bound to encounter many formidable enemies on his rise. But probably any formidable adversary can't compare to as strong as this. Time. Immortal Grove, that old geezer is really a genius to actually be able to come up with this kind of perverted method to hone people. However, if Yi Yuan is really able to defeat himself, it's absolutely a great benefit to him, Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Just as Yi Yuan entered Death Cultivation, the entire Sky Foothill world was lit on fire by a rumor. What? The White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder is actually an outsider. World's intruder. Like I said, when did the Sky Foothill world produce such an impressive genius, grotto, profound realm actually capable of slaying heaven glimpse? Realm. White Knight Sacred Palace actually let an intruder become the Grand Elder. This is simply a massive joke. Under the Life End Sacred Palace's deliberate spreading, this rumor spread throughout the various major sacred palaces like the wind. Currently, Bai Chun and Mo Yun duo were like ants on a hot pan, pacing about anxiously. Yet Yi Yuan was in close seclusion at this time too. This made the two of them lose the main pillar. However, Mo Yun was much more experienced in the end. Seeing Bai Chen's utterly stupefied appearance, he opened his mouth and said, "Palace Lord, the more it's like this, the calmer we have to be. Your appearance, it will be seen through the moment others see it." After Mo Yun consumed the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan gave, he already successfully broke through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Currently, he already became White Knight Sacred Palace's 9th elder. Rightfully, Bai Chun sighed and said, "Of course I know. It's also only in front of Teacher Mo Yun that I'll be like this." Mo Yun nodded his head. He knew that Bai Chun was indeed much more mature now. "This matter is a huge deal. Even in front of me, Palace Lord mustn't be like this too," Mo Yun said. Bai Chun nodded his head and said with a resentful look, "This matter only you and I know. Just who leaked it out? Unless, apart from you and me, there is still someone else who knows about Master Yi Yuan's true identity?" Mo Yun frowned and said, "That's hard to say, but to be able to spread this rumor to such a degree, the other party's force probably can't be underestimated." Bai Chun said gloomily, "Sigh, I'm not worried about the rumor. What I'm worried about is the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's attitude. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace monitors the world. This matter is probably hard to escape their eyes and ears." Right at this time, the voice of a guard came from outside, appearing rather flustered. "Palace Lord, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy has arrived. The Deputy Palace Lord requests Palace Lord and Elder Mo Yun to go and welcome the envoy together." The two people's expressions changed. It was really whatever one feared, whatever came. They did not expect that the Sky Foothill Divine Palace was so sensitive toward intruders actually arriving so quickly. Mo Yun drew a deep breath and said to Bai Chun, "No matter what, we mustn't reveal any flaws. We can take it as we don't know, but we mustn't let the divine envoy see through any further. Otherwise, the White Knight Sacred Palace will be eternally doomed." Bai Chen's expression turned stern, and he nodded his head solemnly. Outside the White Knight Sacred Palace, an azure-robed middle-aged man stood in the air. The middle-aged man's expression was frosty, his bearing extraordinary. One look and it was an expert. Bai Chun swarmed out with Bai Xiu and the others, a large group of deity realm powerhouses, and bowed down toward that middle-aged man. White Knight Sacred Palace's Palace Lord, Bai Chun, leads everyone to respectfully receive Lord Divine Envoy. The middle-aged man lightly gave an and slowly said, "This envoy is Azure Peak. Under the orders of the Divine Palace, I specially came to investigate White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan. Now, let him come and see me." Hugh, Hugh, Hugh. Yi Yuan's breathing became heavier and heavier. The face-off with his other self also became more and more ability falling short of one's desire. These two people already had a great battle in the death cultivation space for 3 days and nights. Even if Yi Yuan's divine essence consumption was extremely small, he also could not quite sustain anymore at this time. After all, his opponent was not someone else but himself. This opponent was too strong. In these 3 days, Yi Yuan virtually used all of his means once, but just could not do anything to the other party. "Haha! Why are you getting weaker and weaker? Seeing my other self so weak, it really feels shameful. So, you go to hell." The other Yi Yuan had a mocking smile, the strength in his hands becoming greater and greater. The two people were evenly matched from the beginning. Until now, Yi Yuan could only be wary of warding off blows already. The other Yi Yuan's moves did not deviate from Yi Yuan's vital areas, making Yi Yuan face constant danger. Heh. In this death cultivation space, my divine essence is limitless. But your divine essence will become lesser and lesser along with the consumption of battle. Your final outcome can only be death, said the other Yi Yuan with a loud lug. This cloned Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of compassion for the original body. The mission that this space gave to him was to kill the original body. In this space, the clone body's divine essence would continually be restored, while Yi Yuan himself, although Yi Yuan drew the surrounding spiritual energy. When fighting, the recovery speed clearly could not match up to the clones. Hence, as time went on, Yi Yuan would be in greater danger. Outside the space, Dustless paid close attention to Yi Yuan with a nervous look, clenching both fists together nervously. He knew that Yi Yuan already arrived at an extremely dangerous juncture. If Yi Yuan still could not find the method to defeat himself, he was bound to die inside. Once death cultivation activated, even he was unable to stop it too. Dustless knew that Yi Yuan encountered his greatest challenge since birth, because his opponent was not someone else but himself. This death cultivation space's terrifying aspect lied here. Regardless of how powerful your strength was, if you did not have the determination to overcome yourself, you would never be able to walk out of here. Come on, Yi Yuan. Don't disappoint this old man. The expression on Dustless's face was almost twitching, displaying the tension in his heart currently. The reason why he suggested such a dangerous cultivation method was because he knew how difficult it was for Yi Yuan to create the second-level chaos Heavenspan Cannon. If Yi Yuan was unable to surpass himself, he might never find this hint of opportunity as well. Even if he found it, it would also be no idea how many years later. At that time, Mu Lingxue would have long been dead. The current Yi Yuan needed powerful strength. He needed to seize the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone for Mu Lingxue. Although this method was perilous, it was the most effective method to squeeze out potential. When people faced their true self, then get pressed to the limits, they would try everything to surpass themselves, seeking a lease of life from there. Except, people able to do it were extremely few. Actually, this death cultivation space was an incomplete product of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Groves. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had once captured quite a number of people before to go in and experiment in order to perfect this death cultivation space. He hoped to find a method that could squeeze out potential and also reduce the mortality rate. Among them had Origin Deity Realm martial artists, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, even Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses. Adding them up, there were probably hundreds. It was just that the final result, not a single person came out of the death cultivation. Those able to cultivate to the Celestial Deity Realm could be said to be 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But such geniuses were unable to overcome themselves too. The danger of this cultivation method could be imagined. When Dustless proposed this method, he was actually very conflicted in his heart too. It was just that spending a long time with Yi Yuan, Dustless more or less received a bit of Yi Yuan's influence. On one hand, Yi Yuan's talent was absolutely very terrifying. On the other hand, Yi Yuan's spirit of betting it all on one throw also unknowingly affected him. Swish! A sword edge tore apart Yi Yuan's clothes, slicing his muscles. Dustless' expression changed. Yi Yuan was starting to get injured. This was not a good sign. It showed that Yi Yuan's divine essence reserves were already inadequate to support this battle. However, this battle had to carry on. Swish! 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 Wound after wound was torn open on Yi Yuan's body. Ha ha ha, you're too weak. Weaklings shouldn't exist in this world. Give up. The clone's sword hacking on the original self's body seemed to have a bloodthirsty delight. Yi Yuan's divine essence became more and more drained. His physical abilities were almost reaching the limits too. Fighting with himself, the load on the body was too great. The current Yi Yuan felt like he almost could not raise his sword anymore. So tired. Could it be that this is the end? Inside Yi Yuan's mind, this voice kept on echoing. Immediately go and call Yi Yuan, no matter what he's doing right now. After 2 hours, if I don't see the person, you all will bear the consequences. Yourself. In the White Knight Sacred Palace's Great Hall, Azure Peak sat on the palace lord's position, his face sullen. This White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder had such haughty airs. He, this divine envoy, descended and he was actually in close seclusion. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said, Lord Divine Envoy, Grand Elder he just went into a retreat not long. At this time he's probably at a critical juncture in cultivation. Telling him to exit seclusion at this time probably isn't appropriate, right? Why not? Lord Divine Envoy, stay in the White Knight Sacred Palace for some time first. When Grand Elder leaves seclusion, Bai Chen will definitely notify Your Excellency right away. Alright? Bang! Bai Chen's voice had yet to fade when Azure Peak gave a palm with a wave of a hand directly striking him flying. Pooh work! This Azure Peak was a grand completion heaven glimpse realm. How could Bai Chen's bit of strength be enough to look at? If not because he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord, this palm would probably directly take his life. This Lord Divine Envoy was so arrogant. The Divine Palace's orders, do you think that it's a joke? This Divine Envoy says 2 hours. Means it's 2 hours. Could it be that, whatever Grand Elder really is as the rumors say, an intruder? Amen? Azure Peak stared with his eyes wide. Everyone's hearts turned cold. The moment this unwarranted charge was put on, once ascertained, it would be an apocalyptic catastrophe. Bai Chen struggled to crawl up, glaring at Azure Peak. He was just about to flare up but was forcefully pressed down by Mo Yun. But Bai Xiu came forward at this time and said to Azure Peak with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, this hearsay is absolutely a rumor. Most likely it was intentionally cooked up by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of guys. Lord Divine Envoy, please investigate. Grand Elder Yi Yuan had once taken action many times. His strength wasn't rejected by Heavenly Tao in the slightest. It's absolutely impossible to be an intruder. Azure Peak gave him a glance coldly and said, This Divine Envoy is on orders from high up this time and brought the Tianlu Shrine over. Whether or not he's an intruder, one test and it will be known. Now don't make this Divine Envoy repeat it again. After 2 hours, this Divine Envoy wants to see him. The clone's sword plunged deeply into Yi Yuan's body. Laws entering the body, Yi Yuan's body seemed to be lacerated. The heart-piercing pain finally made Yi Yuan regain some consciousness. Pain, right? Give up struggling. A weakling like you isn't fit to live in this world. As the other Yi Yuan was talking, he agitated the sword in his hand, churning Yi Yuan's wound bigger and bigger. Golden blood spouted out wildly like a fountain, even being mixed in with some minced meat. The swift and fierce sword Dao laws penetrated the wound and wreaked havoc in Yi Yuan's internal organs. Yi Yuan's consciousness was getting more and more blurry, his eyes becoming more and more lax.
Ye Yuan.
Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of despair. Along the way, the hope that Yi Yuan gave him was too great. In fact, he never even thought that Yi Yuan would fail. But this time, Yi Yuan really did not have such good luck anymore. That rapidly flowing away vitality was currently showing that Yi Yuan was currently walking towards death. Under this kind of situation, Yi Yuan already completely did not have the possibility of retaliating. Sure enough, it still can't work. Dustless's words actually appeared rather choked up with sobs. These close to 100 years, he and Yi Yuan already fostered extremely deep affection. If one took the length of time into account, his time together with Yi Yuan was even longer than Long Tongue's. One could say that he watched Yi Yuan grow up step by step. But now Yi Yuan was going to die. So tired. Really want to sleep just like this? Yeah, give up just like this then. A burst of intense weariness welled up, making Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. Walking all the way was really tiring. Seeing Yi Yuan's aura get weaker and weaker, a hint of a delighted hideous grin flashed across the corners of the clone's mouth, as if this scene made him incomparably refreshed. But if I sleep, what will happen to Lingxue? She is waiting for me, too. Also, lure, white light, father, mother. So many concerns. I can't die. The clone Yi Yuan, who saw fresh blood pouring in torrents, seemed to have become even more bloodthirsty. Ha ha ha. Go and die. The clone shouted fiercely and was about to move his sword to cut open Yi Yuan's body. But right at this time, a hand suddenly grabbed the sword body and slowly pulled the sword out of the body. This action made the clone and Dustless outside the space tremble all over, gazes revealing frightened looks. The clone's gaze turned intent, pouring divine essence crazily into the sword body, wanting to chop off Yi Yuan's palm. But Yi Yuan's palm was like an iron tong. He actually could not cut it. The current Yi Yuan still had both eyes shut like he was sleeping. But the power in his hands was unusually great. The clone's sword was forcefully pulled out of the body by Yi Yuan. His gaze turned intent, revealing a horrified look. Yi Yuan's body was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan had the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, but those sword Dao laws of his earlier already ravaged Yi Yuan's internal organs. Beyond description, wanting to recover absolutely could not be done in a short while. More importantly, Yi Yuan was still in that state of sleep right now. Selfless realm. Selfless realm. The clone and Dustless practically shouted these two words at the same time. But the two people's expressions were completely different. The clone's shock could not be any greater, while Dustless was incredibly encouraged. Dustless completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually entered the selfless realm once more at the final juncture before death. Humph! So what if you entered selfless realm? You're still that Yi Yuan can kill you all the same. The clone gave a cold snort. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Clank! Yi Yuan's sword tapped on the clone's sword at a strange angle, directly sending him flying out. The clone's gaze was full of disbelief as he said in horror. His sword Dao laws broke through just like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao laws were originally grand completion first layered heaven realm. There was still a massive gulf away from initial stage second layered heaven. The power of laws breaking through from first layered heaven to second layered heaven was similarly a huge hurdle. People with poor comprehension might not be able to break through for life. Now, after Yi Yuan entered selfless realm, he directly broke through to initial stage sword Dao second layered heaven. This casual tap earlier seemed simple, but in fact it was already totally different from sundering stars. This was a brand new move. A move that the clone did not know. What the clone replicated was the original Yi Yuan, not the current Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan surpassing himself, it was equivalent to announcing that his doomsday was coming. The clone's expression flickered incessantly, clearly unable to accept this fact. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Sundering stars. This time, what the clone unleashed was the complete version Sundering stars. The power of this move could cut down Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Its power could be imagined. He previously fought with Yi Yuan. Both sides knew the prowess of this move, so he would not give him the time to launch it at all. But now Yi Yuan was asleep. Clank! The clone only felt a blur before his eyes, and the evil extermination sword tapped on his sword body once again, directly resolving his complete version. Sundering stars. Kill, kill, kill. The clone's state was as if it was crazy, waving his sword and charging over towards Yi Yuan. But this time, no matter how he used martial techniques, he was unable to touch Yi Yuan in the slightest. Yi Yuan's every action was nimble and precise to the point where it made people's hair stand on end, making people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. The current Yi Yuan was like an ice-cold machine, precisely calculating everything around, controlling everything around. Swish, swish, swish. The clone could not touch Yi Yuan, but his body unknowingly had quite a number of wounds cut by Yi Yuan. Ash. I won't fail. The clone actually had human emotions and was very afraid of failure. However, the current Yi Yuan was very cold until he did not seem like a human. Yi Yuan's sword pierced right through the clone's sea of consciousness. Clone body. Dead. Death cultivation. Ended. However, Yi Yuan did not break out of the state of selfless realm. His figure moved, arriving in front of the lesser heavenspan mountain. A burst of faintly perceptible aura emitted off Yi Yuan's body. The lesser heavenspan mountain suddenly erupted with a powerful aura and actually produced a resonance with the aura emitting from Yi Yuan's body. Dustless watched this scene fixedly from afar, inexplicably agitated. The current Yi Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, giving Dustless an unreal feeling, as if Yi Yuan also incarnated into a heavenspan mountain. Under selfless realm, Yi Yuan inexplicably set up a trace of connection with heavenly Tao and could be said to have incarnated to become a part of heavenly Tao. Under this state, he could communicate with the lesser heavenspan mountain to the greatest extent. Ha ha ha. This kid indeed didn't disappoint me. Indeed didn't disappoint me, Dustless said agitatedly. In the great hall, Divine Envoy Azure Peak's 2 eyes slowly opened. 2 hours is up. Looks like you guys aren't planning on handing over the person. Very good. Since that's the case, this Divine Envoy will go and invite him personally. Azure Peak gave no chance to explain, slowly walking out of the great hall. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace had always been transcendent, not caring about the various major sacred palaces' fights, letting them develop unrestricted. No idea how long it had been since the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy had descended upon the secular world already. Everyone did not expect that this divine envoy was actually so overbearing. Interrupting other people's closed seclusion cultivation was all martial artists' taboo. It could virtually be mentioned in the same breath as killing one's parents, because a single mishap and it would ruin other people's cultivation road. This sort of thing to any martial artist, especially deity realm powerhouses, was unacceptable. Yi Yuan was undoubtedly a savior-like existence to the White Knight Sacred Palace. No matter who it was, they were not willing to risk a grave mistake to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's close seclusion, even if this one in front of them was the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine envoy. Amen. Azure Peak's brows furrowed, looking at the Bai Chun in front of him coldly. This kid actually dared to block his path. Are you courting death? This divine envoy brought the Sky Foothill Divine token down. If you stop this divine envoy from doing my mission, even if you're the lord of a sacred palace, I'll kill you all the same. Azure Peak glared. A surge of powerful aura crushed over toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen's entire body trembled, directly backing up a few steps before barely managing to stand firm. The injuries that he had just suppressed flared up again, a strand of fresh blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. But he was completely oblivious of this and said with Azure Peak with clasped hands, Lord Divine Envoy, please calm your anger. Bai Chen doesn't dare to contend with the Divine Palace. It's just that Grand Elder is too important to our White Knight Sacred Palace. Once he runs amok because his cultivation is interrupted, it can be said to be a catastrophic blow to our White Knight Sacred Palace. Bai Chun begs Lord Divine Envoy to give us another 3 days. Time. We've already sent the communication talisman into Grand Elder's closed seclusion venue. Once he reaches a cultivation interval, he'll definitely exit seclusion to welcome Divine Envoy. Mo Yun was originally on tenterhooks at one side, planning on making a move at any time, but did not expect that Bai Chun actually said these words. It looked like their young lord finally grew up. Get lost. However, Azure Peak was not moved at all as he shouted to Bai Chun in a solemn voice. Bai Chen's expression changed, not expecting that this guy was actually so unreasonable. If he's in close seclusion for 100 years, does this divine envoy have to wait 100 years here? This divine envoy doesn't have so much spare time. One more time. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me, Azure Peak said coldly. The expressions of Bai Xiu and the rest changed several times and they spoke up to warn him. Palace Lord, move aside. Bai Chen's face actually had a look of unwillingness but knew that this divine envoy could not be offended. The consequences of offending the divine envoy, the White Knight Sacred Palace. Could not afford it. If he was just a loner without anyone, he would rather die than take a step back. But he was currently the White Knight Palace Lord, representing the whole White Knight Sacred Palace. Yes. Bai Chen finally still opened up a path. Humph. Azure Peak gave a cold snort and walked right by Bai Chen's side. Mo Yun heaved and went up to pat Bai Chen's shoulders, saying, "Let's go over. And take a look too. Just hope that Lord Yi Yuan isn't at the most critical juncture right now." Bai Chen nodded his head unwillingly and followed after helplessly. "This is Yi Yuan's closed seclusion place?" Replying Lord Divine Envoy, "Precisely so, Your Excellency." Bai Xiu was just about to persuade some more but was directly interrupted by Azure Peak with a hand gesture. "The orders of the Divine Palace cannot be defied. If he's really an intruder, nobody can shoulder the responsibility. As for whether or not is he currently at a critical juncture of cultivation, it will depend on his fortunes." Azure Peak's voice did not carry the least bit of emotion. Clearly this divine envoy, had a lofty and aloof perspective. At this time, the aura on Azure Peak's body skyrocketed, suddenly throwing a palm out, slamming right at the door. The hearts of Bai Chen and the rest all leaped to their throats, wishing to pounce to block this palm. But this palm was very powerful. Even the grand array set up outside the cultivation room was bound to not be able to withstand it too. Boom! This palm shattered the grand array without any surprises, slamming onto the cultivation chamber's door. But right at this time, an incomparably sacred aura enveloped the entire courtyard, making everyone have an impulse to prostrate in worship. Poo work! Azure Peak's entire person was akin to suffering a heavy blow, directly spewing out a large mouthful of blood mist, his body flying out backward. He was actually knocked unconscious straight away. Everyone all stared at this scene with dumbfounded looks, completely unaware of what happened. A sacred light screen descended from the sky, enveloping the entire cultivation chamber inside. What on earth is going on here? The aura coming from the cultivation chamber is so terrifying. I actually have an impulse to want to run away. Could it be that Lord Yi Yuan is the legendary son of God? Lord Divine Envoy profaned the might of God just now. Just what is Lord Yi Yuan cultivating? This is too terrifying. Lord Divine Envoy is a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse. He was actually knocked right out. Seeing the Azure Peak lying on the ground unconscious, no idea why, Bai Chen actually felt satisfied in his heart. This guy really brought trouble to himself. Ha ha ha, Master Yi Yuan is master. Yi Yuan forever can't be estimated with common sense. Bai Chen was secretly pleased. Before long, the light faded. Everything returned to normal. Creak. The cultivation chamber's door opened from inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked out. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, the many deity realm powerhouses in the courtyard actually felt like Mount Tai crushing down on top all of a sudden. That sacred aura on Yi Yuan's body was cut from the same cloth as that light screen earlier. Seeing so many people gathered in the courtyard, Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look, "What are you all doing here?" Bai Chen came before Yi Yuan and briefly recounted the events that happened recently. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly when he heard it. This rumor was clearly intentionally spread by someone. In an instant, Yi Yuan thought of a lot. With Yi Yuan's understanding of Bai Chen, he would not do so. Then it was Mo Yun? Either that, or it was the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace who was unresigned to suffering a huge loss, deliberately fabricating this rumor and spreading it. Except, this hearsay was not a rumor, but real. Of course, there was still another kind of possibility, that was that somebody else knew his identity and wanted to borrow the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's strength to finish him off. These three situations were all possible. Could it be that Wu Meng Academy also had someone enter the Sky Foothill world? Yi Yuan's heart sunk. An inexplicable anger burned in his belly. It was not without this possibility. The Qin family could even influence Wu Meng City Lord's decision-making. Knowing that he was in the Sky Foothill world and getting this world's coordinates did not seem to be something unthinkable. Yi Yuan gave Bai Chen a glance and said with a frown, "You're injured." He shot another glance at the azure peak lying on the ground and said, "It was done by that guy." Seeing that Yi Yuan had signs of flying off the handle, Bai Chen hurriedly said, "Master mustn't get angry. Lord Divine Envoy cannot be offended." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a nod, "Fine. I got it." But Bai Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and he lost sight of Yi Yuan. Bang! Everyone only felt their chrysanthemum tighten. One. Azure Peak's body was directly kicked flying. When Azure Peak made a move earlier, it was precisely when Yi Yuan and the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain produced a resonance. With the might of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain leaking out, how could it allow a heaven glimpse deity realm fellow's impudence? With this, it just nicely knocked onto the spearhead. He was knocked unconscious by the recoil force. Right now, Azure Peak was in a deep coma. Yi Yuan was like kicking a rubber ball one after another, not letting him land at all. Kicking over a dozen times in a row, Yi Yuan landed floatingly. Bang! Azure Peak's robust body landed, crushing a stretch of green bricks. The group of martial artists all turned their faces over, unable to bear looking straight at it. But no idea why, including Bai Xiu, each and every one of them all felt very liberated. This Azure Peak relied on that he was a divine envoy. That was high, his nostrils were almost pointing to the sky. Furthermore, regardless of whether Bai Chen's strength was strong or not, he was the White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord. Azure Peak disciplined him like a grandson that was disciplining the White Knight Sacred Palace as a grandson. How could these people, feel like they had a face? Yi Yuan's way of doing things they did not dare. But they felt very relieved. Watching MN about there. Either way, he's unconscious and won't remember the things. Now either. Bring him down and remember to arrange a first-class wing room. Don't let people say that we slighted Lord Divine Envoy, Yi Yuan said. Faintly, everyone exchanged glances and followed Yi Yuan to the Great Hall. After arriving at the Great Hall, everyone looked at Yi Yuan with eager eyes, wanting to speak, but finding it hard to speak up. Yi Yuan could not help smiling and said, "Say whatever you have. I'm not some ferocious beast either." All of them turned their gazes to Bai Chen. Bai Chen toughened his scalp and said with clasped hands, "Master Yi Yuan, actually, everyone is all worried about this rumor. We all want to ask whether, Master, you are an intruder or not. After all, Master Yi Yuan, you were originally a reclusive powerhouse. Furthermore, your age is young, and you have such terrifying cultivation. This is completely out of tune with our Sky Foothill world's powerhouses. But this time, Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over. Under the Tianlu Shrine, everything will be revealed." The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes were all glued on Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he had to say. In reality, everyone was stifled until they were about to explode. After all, it was a major life and death matter. Furthermore, the more it spread, the more vivid and dramatic. Everyone was naturally anxious and doubtful in their hearts. Bai Chen's complexion appeared somewhat pale because of nervousness and injuries. He was asking questions on the surface but was actually warning Yi Yuan that could not be hidden anymore. Take the chance when Lord Divine Envoy had not woken up yet and hurry up and leave the Sky Foothill world. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, understanding tacitly, but said with a smile, "It's useless to say anymore. Since Lord Divine Envoy brought the Tianlu Shrine over, then let him try. See whether or not he can reflect me, this intruder." The moment everyone heard this, they immediately heaved a long sigh in relief. With Grand Elder's words, this large stone in our hearts finally landed. How can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? when he was in a fierce battle. With Lan Jiru, they already fought to that extent and didn't see heavenly Tao produce any rejection towards him either. You don't say. These few days it spread really vividly and dramatically. Was really somewhat scared. Isn't that so? That's primarily because Grand Elder is too young, too formidable. On a completely different level from us. These mediocre people. Ha ha ha. After everyone dissipated, inside the secret chamber, Bai Chun and Mo Yun's expressions were not too good. Master Yi Yuan, you'd best go. I know that you said that in order to placate everyone, but the Tianlu Shrine is different, because it's created to specifically target you all, these trial takers. Bai Chen urged. Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested the moment he heard. Although this Sky Foothill World's Tao of artifact refinement was not above the heaven span worlds, it had its uniqueness. Just what is this Tianlu Shrine? Talk about it, Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chun saw that Yi Yuan had an indifferent look and explained the origins of the Tianlu Shrine in detail. It turned out that the Sky Foothill World discovered that quite a number of trial takers all had many concealment means. As long as they did not urge divine essence to the limit, it was very hard to arouse heavenly Tao's rejection. Even when facing deity realm powerhouses, they could cover up very well too. Hence, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace refined the Tianlu Shrine in order to make these people reveal everything. This Tianlu Shrine was said to be a celestial divine artifact refined by a peak 3-star artifact god, containing a portion of Sky Foothill Heavenly Tao's oppression. As long as one activated the Tianlu Shrine and intruders drew near within a certain range, it would automatically have a response and attack the other party. Even if your concealment means were heaven-defying and able to hide from the Tianlu Shrine's response, as long as you drip a drop of fresh blood in, it could sense it too. According to what I know, there are already no less than several hundred trial takers who have died under the Tianlu Shrine. Lord Yi Yuan, you'd best leave.
Montag Jun also urgeht bitterly.
Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard this artifact. Refining ability was truly impressive, to actually be able to integrate a trace of heavenly Tao into the divine artifact. This artificer's means were really impressive. After listening to these, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, I said before, for the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, I'll do whatever it takes. You guys rest assured, if I really can't hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation, I won't implicate you all either. The moment Bai Chun heard, he was indignant and said angrily, Master Yi Yuan, what are you saying? This life of mine was given by you, would I still be scared of you implicating? It's just that this Tianlu Shrine is truly too formidable.
I'm afraid.
One could tell that Bai Chun was really worried about Yi Yuan's safety. If he really was found out, even if this Azure Peak could not make Yi Yuan stay, it would also be very hard for Yi Yuan to escape the Sky Foothill world. Yi Yuan smiled and patted Bai Chen's shoulder, and slowly left. Azure Peak abruptly opened both eyes and suddenly sat up in shock. Arg! Pain! So painful! Green veins throbbed on Azure Peak's forehead, instantly breaking out into cold sweat. Waves of heart-piercing pain seemingly spread throughout his entire body like an uninterrupted electric current. Slam! Azure Peak directly rolled off the bed and tumbled about on the ground in agony. He could not even emit a cry for help. Those few kicks of Yi Yuan seemed ordinary and bland. Actually, each kick was very particular. One should not look at what Yi Yuan's background was. In fact, he was too familiar with the acupoints on a martial artist's body. With the physical body toughness of deity realm powerhouses, those few kicks did not leave any hidden injuries on his body. It just released his backlash. Injuries to the greatest extent. Now, the moment he was awake, this pain instantly erupted, making him suffer. For quite a while, the current Azure Peak was curled up on the ground, his body twitching non-stop, looking incomparably miserable. No idea how long had passed either. The pain finally subsided. Azure Peak's for limbs finally recovered some mobility. However, he only barely managed to stand up after trying for a long time. His entire person seemed to be drained, without a trace of strength from head to foot. During this long time, he maintained clarity of his consciousness from start to end but was utterly helpless. Every hint of pain on his body was transmitted into his brain clearly, like tidewater, without break. Azure Peak very much wanted to faint, but he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. This period of time was simply even worse than death. Damn White Knight Sacred Palace. If I discover that Yi Yuan is an intruder, I'll definitely not spare even the chickens and dogs. Azure Peak gnashed his teeth and said in hatred. At this time, Bai Xiu's voice sounded out from outside the door. Has Lord Azure Peak rested well? Palace Lord and Grand Elder have made this lowly one come and invite Lord Divine Envoy to the Great Hall. What? The door was opened violently from the inside. Azure Peak's face was sullen, until water was virtually about to drip out. Rest? That was called rest just now? He was hurting until he was practically about to commit suicide just now. You guys actually said that it was resting. Azure Peak wanted to kill people right now. He really wanted to kill people. What's with Lord Azure Peak? Could it be that you're blaming our White Knight Sacred Palace for the poor reception? Lord Divine Envoy suffered the backlash, force and injured the internal organs. Grand Elder said that he helped Lord Divine Envoy purge the hidden injuries with a special technique. There's absolutely no sequela. Could it be that Grand Elder he didn't cure Lord Divine Envoy's hidden injuries? Bai Xiu pretended to be surprised. Azure Peak was just about to flare up when he suddenly frowned. He viewed internally and discovered that the internal injuries he suffered because of the backlash force were indeed already cured. The meridians in his whole body were unobstructed and actually had a refreshing feeling. This discovery made his expression ease up slightly. Could it be that Yi Yuan really treated him? Recalling that palm of his, the backlash force was indeed not small. It would likely leave behind considerable hidden injuries. Now, the injuries were completely healed. Clearly, he had obtained treatment. It was just that this treatment was a little too painful, right? MN. The hidden injuries are already healed. Lead the way, Azure Peak said coldly. This Azure Peak, as a divine envoy, was clearly an extremely prideful person. Since the other party was really treating him, he did not wish to let the other party know such a deplorable side of him. Bai Xiu already had flowers bloom in his heart long ago. If he was not in front of Azure Peak, he would practically be laughing until he rolled on the ground. But Bai Xiu was not Bai Chun, that sort of little chap. He was in a high position all year round. His shrewdness was rather deep. He did not show the slightest hint of emotion on the surface. Yi Yuan invited him to watch a good show. That scene of Azure Peak rolling about on the ground in pain previously, he saw it all clearly outside the window. How smart was Bai Xiu. He knew that it was Yi Yuan's underhanded trick done in secret. Originally, he was still apprehensive, worried that Azure Peak would utterly rampage after coming out. But when he said it according to the words Yi Yuan taught him, he discovered that Azure Peak's complexion immediately became much better. Just as Yi Yuan said, not only would he not blame, he would even be secretly grateful in his heart. Currently, he was simply prostrating on all fours in admiration toward this Grand Elder. Azure Peak sucking in cold air while on the ground in pain, he heard it clearly. Outside. To be able to make a grand completion heaven glimpse powerhouse agonized until he wished he was dead. That pain could be imagined. Heh. Not only did he not assign blame, but his reaction was also really calm and smooth. This method, probably only Grand Elder, this kind of figure, could accomplish it, right? Coming to the Great Hall, Yi Yuan greeted with a smile and said with clasped hands, White Knight Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Yi Yuan, respectfully, welcomes Lord Divine Envoy. Previously, this Yi Yuan was in close seclusion, resulting in slighting Lord Divine Envoy.
Truly sorry.
This Yi apologizes and asks Lord Divine Envoy for punishment. Yi Yuan's attitude was very sincere, like he was really going to bow down. Azure Peak hurriedly supported his arm and said coolly, "No need," Yi Yuan said joyfully. Lord Divine Envoy is indeed an exalted envoy, with a broad breadth of mind. Oh right, the cultivation method that this Yi cultivates is rather peculiar. Once somebody draws near, there will be an extremely powerful backlash force, resulting in accidentally injuring your Excellency. This Yi is truly guilty and deserves 10,000 deaths. Fortunately, this Yi has some unique methods and helped Lord Divine Envoy open up the meridians, relieving the hidden injuries. This method is a bit painful, but the effects are very good. I wonder if your Excellency still has ailments. Now, Azure Peak's muscles twitched slightly. It was more than a bit painful. It was simply painful until he wished to die. However, the effects were really good. Otherwise, if he went back to report completion of the mission with hidden injuries, he really had no idea how he would be laughed at. It's already well, Azure Peak still said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then that's good. Since Lord Divine Envoy already arrived, then let's get down to business first." This Yi was just a reclusive cultivator previously. How am I some intruder? Some people like to cause trouble by spreading rumors. Truly detestable. Seeing Yi Yuan so calm, Azure Peak unwittingly really started to somewhat doubt it in his heart. Although this rumor started from God knows where, without a doubt the autumn rain sacred palace's suspicions were the greatest. But, as long as there was a trace of possibility, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace would not let it go either. Furthermore, such an expert suddenly emerged. How could they possibly not be careful? Whether or not it's a rumor, we'll know after testing. Azure Peak still continued his indifferent style. Finished talking, Azure Peak slightly formed a seal. A box-sized shrine rested on his palm. Yi Yuan was currently in a position of face-to-face with Azure Peak. This distance, if the Tianlu Shrine had a response, it should have long unleashed an attack. But the Tianlu Shrine did not have any movements at all. Seeing this scene, everyone in the White Knight Sacred Palace all heaved a long sigh in relief. Like I said, how can Grand Elder possibly be an intruder? It must be the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. That bunch of bastards. After the miserable defeat this time, they harbored hatred in their hearts and deliberately fabricated rumors. Damn Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. We are not done with them. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses all pointed the spearheads at the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, obviously thinking that this was their idea. However, the worry of Bai Chun and Mo Yun, in the two persons' hearts, did not disappear at this point. After all, the most crucial part of the Tianlu Shrine was still the blood test. This checkpoint. Sure enough, Azure Peak said coolly. The aura on the surface can be disguised, but the heavenly Tao laws contained in the martial artist's blood cannot be disguised. Elder Yi, please. A martial artist's growth was the process of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy. During this process, one would naturally bring the aura of heavenly Tao into their own blood too. Hence, verifying a martial artist's identity, the most reliable was still blood. When Mo Yun and Bai Chun duo heard this, their hearts leaped to their throats. The rest also stopped the din, looking towards Yi Yuan with unmoving eyes. The instances of finding out using blood were not few. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and did not hesitate either, only to see a cold light flash. Yi Yuan's finger had a gash added to it. Drip. A drop of fresh blood flowed down the fingertip and dripped into the Tianlu Shrine. Everyone's breathing all became ragged. Swish. All of a sudden, the Tianlu Shrine burst forth with a dazzling golden light, shining until everyone could not open their eyes. Azure Peak's expression turned sharp. His deadpan face finally revealed a surprised expression. This is... It was also the group of White Knight powerhouses' first time seeing the Tianlu Shrine, and they did not know what this golden light represented. Bai Chun could not resist asking, Lord Divine Envoy, what does this golden light represent? Is Grand Elder an intruder or not? Azure Peak's expression turned cold and he said solemnly, Intruder my ass. The guy who spread this rumor will die a horrible death. Elder Yi is pure until he cannot be purer. Sky Foothill martial artist. Everyone was first stunned and immediately revealed a look of great joy. Since Azure Peak said so, then it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be some intruder anymore. The shock in Bai Chen's heart could not be any greater. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, giving him a calm look. Except the elation on Bai Chen's face. At this time he did not need to act at all. This result, he was really too surprised. Only he and Mo Yun, two people, knew best. Master Yi Yuan was absolutely an outside trial taker. But just what method he used to actually even outsmart the Tianlu Shrine? One had to know that all of the outside world's trial takers, even Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse trial takers, could not escape the Tianlu Shrine's verification. Yet only Yi Yuan did it. This kind of ability was simply inconceivable. To be able to change the exterior aura and hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation, this was not anything impressive. But the blood in a martial artist's body, how did one change the aura to hide from the Tianlu Shrine's investigation? He naturally did not know that Yi Yuan did not use some secret art to conceal the aura in his body, but simulated the Sky Foothill Heavenly Dao's aura with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. This kind of imitation was not on the surface, but fused into every inch of the skin on his body, including the blood. Forget about a measly little Tianlu Shrine, even the real Heavenly Dao could not distinguish it. Bai Chun discovered that this master he acknowledged was simply an omnipotent god. It seemed like there was nothing he could not do. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Seems like this Yi Yuan's identity shouldn't have anything worth suspecting, right? At this time, Azure Peak's face actually squeezed out a hint of a smile and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Elder Yi, I've given offense previously, but Azure Peak is here under orders and didn't have the intention of being hard on the White Knight Sacred Palace. Please excuse me. The moment these words came out, White Knight's group virtually did not dare to believe their own ears. Such a proud divine envoy Azure Peak was actually so courteous to Yi Yuan. This was not logical. It seemed like the issue lay with that golden light. It was just that, no idea what that golden light represented. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What's Lord Divine Envoy saying here? You're a divine envoy, representing the Paramount Sky Foothill Divine Palace. To be able to welcome Lord Azure Peak is our White Knight Sacred Palace's honor. Azure Peak suddenly felt that this Yi Yuan looked so pleasing to the eye. Don't keep calling Lord Divine Envoy. I'm a few years older than you, just call me Big Brother Azure Peak. Azure Peak said with a laugh. Yi Yuan did not stand on ceremony either and said with a smile, Big Brother Azure Peak. The two people exchanged glances and smiles, writing off all enmity. All right, this matter is settled. I'll also have to go back to report on completion of the mission, Azure Peak said with clasped hands. Since that's the case, I won't hold Big Brother Azure Peak back anymore. Take care. Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said. Azure Peak bade farewell to everyone. When he turned around and left, he said, with vicissitudes of emotion, this child is actually able to trigger the Tianlu Shrine's golden light, indicating that he has grasped the complete Sky Foothill laws. No wonder his strength is so powerful. This child's future is limitless and is bound to enter the Sky Foothill Divine Palace in the future. Building good relations with him might be beneficial to me in the future. Finished talking, his figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. In the White Knight Sacred Palace, everyone finally truly relaxed. That golden light is definitely remarkable. You all didn't see Lord Azure Peak's expression, it changed at that time. Hehe, Grand Elder actually addressed Lord Divine Envoy as his brother. Let me see if the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of trash, still dares to be arrogant. The Autumn Rain Sacred Palace, that bunch of trash, used this kind of despicable method to disgust us when they can't beat us. Truly too abominable. One of these days, we'll exterminate that bunch of grandsons. Everyone tried to get a word in, but Yi Yuan fell into contemplation. Was it really a stumbling block done by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace? Afraid not, Yi Yuan thought. What did you say? The Divine Palace's divine envoy went to the White Knight Sacred Palace and then left just like that. When Qin Tian heard this news, he nearly jumped up. No, wait, should be almost spilled the beans. Yes, Palace Lord. Somebody saw that when Yi Yuan saw the divine envoy out. They addressed each other as brothers, their relationship appearing rather good, that subordinate said. A mouthful of coagulated blood in Qin Tian's chest nearly spewed out. He forcefully suppressed that mouthful of coagulated blood and said coldly, "All right, it looks like it was this palace lord who made a mistake. Withdraw. Continue keeping a close watch for me." Yes, Palace Lord. After that subordinate withdrew, the coagulated blood that Qin Tian suppressed could not be endured anymore, spouting out, "This is impossible. That Tianlu shrine is so formidable. How in the world did Yi Yuan avoid it? Could it be that he came out of the Sky Foothill world to begin with? No way. This coordinate had restrictions placed by City Lord, His Excellency. It's impossible for somebody to escape the Sky Foothill world. Just how many secrets are hidden on this damn fellow's body?" Qin Tian was depressed, failed to screw Yi Yuan over. His heart was struck with anger for a moment, and his injuries actually worsened once again. Looks like there's only making a move myself personally after healing my injuries. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His aura was much stronger compared to before. I didn't expect that after expending so many medicinal pills. I actually only cultivated to the half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. This Chaos Heavenspan cannon is truly too resource-intensive, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Without a doubt, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon was a top-tier powerful cultivation method in the world. But the money-burning extent of this cultivation method, Yi Yuan felt greatly overwhelmed too. Before he came, he used points and divine essence stones to exchange for a large batch of spirit medicines. It was actually only able to support him, cultivating to the half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. If it were others, they would have long cultivated to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This cultivation method of yours is indeed unusual. The resources expended is a lot, but it can exchange for powerful strength. What's there to be unsatisfied with? Fortunately, you entered the selfless realm last time and already created the second-level cultivation method. You only need an opportunity now and you can break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm, Dustless said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That death cultivation was really very scary. Almost died under my own sword at that time. Such a perverse cultivation method, I really don't know how Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove thought of. However, while this method is dangerous, it's really very effective. For people, their greatest opponent is not the enemy, but themselves." Right at this time, a communication talisman broke into Yi Yuan's closed seclusion area. Yi Yuan checked it, the corners of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. The divine ruins was finally about to open up. Ha ha ha, I finally recovered. Yi Yuan, this time I'll see where you can escape. Inside the Life End Sacred Palace's hidden chamber, Qin Tian suddenly snapped. Open his eyes, bursting forth with rays of brilliant light. He was in close seclusion here for 10 years. Today he finally healed all of his injuries. All of the grudges and enmity shall be settled in full this time. Wu Hen, your subordinate is present. Has the White Knight Sacred Palace set off yet? Already set off for the divine ruins. Palace Lord, should we set off too? Depart. This trip, we have to return fully loaded. Yes, Palace Lord. After Wu Hen left, A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Qin Tian's mouth. All right, I came, so I can't return empty-handed. In front of him was a massive stretch of ruins, but the waves of terrifying aura exuding out from inside. Even Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate too. This divine ruins seemed to have existed here since ancient times. This place was both unusually dangerous and also full of opportunities. This place was also a place filled with dangers to origin deity realm. Powerhouses. The entrance to the divine ruins was a volcanic crater. The place had a stretch of pure white bones, seemingly declaring to everyone death. Yi Yuan had not approached the entrance area yet and already sensed the rolling heat waves surge over. This terrifying temperature, even he, this half-step into heaven glimpse deity. Realm powerhouse not quite bear it. Once entered from there, the temperature inside could only be imagined. It's probably Grand Elder's first time coming to the divine ruins, right? When Bai Xiu saw Yi Yuan's expression, he guessed it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the past, I've always been cultivating bitterly, in close seclusion. It's really my first time coming to this divine ruins." Bai Xiu said, "The peripherals of the divine ruins have a natural flame. Restriction that can incinerate everything. Even peak origin deity powerhouses aren't able to enter inside normally too. Every 1,000 years or so, this restriction power will have a period of dormancy. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Divine Palace Lord will use a celestial divine artifact, the Flame Restriction Seal, and break the restriction, letting us enter." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "So that's how it is." At this time, a large group of deity realm powerhouses flew over from the horizon. They were precisely the Autumn Rain Sacred Palaces Hua Tianyang and Ko. The atmosphere on the White Knight Sacred Palace's side changed all at once. Especially Bai Chen, his two eyes were about to spew fire. He only hated that his strength was too weak. Otherwise, he would have long charged forward to fight it out with Hua Tianyang. The moment the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace landed, it became dangerously explosive between the two major forces, with major signs of attacking at a word of disagreement. Goodness me, my eldest nephew, don't use this expression to look at this Palace Lord. In a while, when inside, it wouldn't be good if this Palace Lord accidentally pushes you into the fire pit. Hua Tianyang said with a taunting look. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, "With the likes of you?" Hua Tianyang's expression became stifled, his eyes full of apprehension. If not for this guy in front of him, they would have long eradicated the White Knight Sacred Palace. "Heh, punk, don't get cocky first. It's not late to be cocky after you can come out of the divine ruins," Hua Tianyang said with a cold smile. Finished talking, Hua Tianyang brought the Autumn Rain Sacred Palaces powerhouses to one side. Yi Yuan's expression turned grim. This Hua Tianyang had an underlying meaning in his words. Bai Xiu's expression was not too good as well. Moving close in front of Yi Yuan, he said softly, "Grand Elder, this Hua Tianyang seems to be somewhat off." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Looking at his appearance, he seems to be relying on something. You go and warn everybody. After entering the divine ruins in a while, be more careful." Bai Xiu nodded and said, "Emin, got it." As they were talking, one group of force after another arrived in succession. The entrance area became much more lively all at once. But the various major forces seemed to be very interested in the White Knight Sacred Palace. I really didn't expect that the White Knight Sacred Palace actually let a kid still wet behind his ears become the Palace Lord. I really don't know what that Bai Xiu is thinking. Haha, this is probably the funniest scene in the history of the Sky Foothill world, right? An initial stage grotto profound chap is actually leading a group of heaven glimpse powerhouses. Really funny. Heard that their Grand Elder Yi Yuan is very formidable. Not only is his strength powerful, he even has a powerful ghost Dao powerhouse by his side, capable of fighting evenly with Hua Tianyang. These discussions made the Bai Chun beside Yi Yuan appear rather restless and uneasy. He knew that after Master obtained the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, he might be leaving the sky foothill world. At that time, how was he going to face the numerous powerful enemies? Everybody in the world can look down on you, only you can't. They all feel that you can't make it, so you do it for them to see and make all of them. Shut up, Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent and his mood immediately calmed down, and he said, with a nod, I understand, Master. Right at this time, several profiles flew over from the horizon again. The person in the center rode on a tiger with wings, with the air of an expert. This person's aura was incomparably powerful. The person had yet to arrive, and a powerful aura already enveloped over, making everyone's faces change. Origin deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, looking at that old man on the tiger's back. This should be the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official. Very soon, his gaze was placed on a person behind the old man. It was actually an old acquaintance. Who could it be if not Azure Peak? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the faces of everyone around him changed. The atmosphere on the White Knight Sacred Palace's side became oppressed all of a sudden. Yi Yuan had a blank look and asked Bai Xiu, "What's wrong?" Bai Xiu's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, "No wonder Hua Tianyang was so cocky. It looks like he had long gotten the news. This divine official is the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's previous generation palace lord, Duan Fei." Yi Yuan's expression also changed when he heard it. He did not expect that there was actually still such a coincidental thing. He knew that in the Sky Foothill world, as long as one could break through to the origin deity realm, they would be called away by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, becoming the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official. After becoming a divine official, they must cut off all relations with their original sacred palace and serve the Sky Foothill Divine Palace faithfully. However, even if he became a divine official, he was still a human after all. People had feelings. How could it be possible to turn a blind eye to their original faction? From Hua Tianyang's performance, he had clearly long known that the divine official coming this time was Duan Fei. This indicated that Duan Fei definitely notified him in advance. Then during the Divine Ruins trip this time, what Duan Fei would do, use ones. But to think, and they would also know. Yi Yuan immediately felt a headache coming. One Hua Tianyang was already troublesome enough. Adding on another origin deity powerhouse, Duan Fei, this trip was really perilous. Yi Yuan, that guy wearing a mask, his entire body's aura cold and gloomy, seems to be constantly paying attention to you. This person seems to be
Rater familiar.
Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind, making Yi Yuan's heart jump. Again, paying attention to me?
Rater familiar.
A hint of a bitter smile flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart, and he said, I think I know who he is. I really didn't think that everyone got together. You know who he is? Dustless said curiously. Apart from Qin Tian, who else can there be? Yi Yuan said coldly. It's him. Dustless was also somewhat surprised as he said. The rumor that spread last time, everybody said that it was done by the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. However, that doesn't conform to common sense. The most logical situation should be that somebody knows my identity and wants to put me to death. Previously, I was only suspecting. Now already his aura has changed drastically. I'm very certain that he's Qin Tian, Yi Yuan said. Dustless came to a realization and said, looking at it this way, it really is. So, looks like Wu Meng Academy, that side is really unreliable. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, our city lord is really indulgent enough. Toward the Qin family, Dustless fell silent. Qin Tian's appearance made Yi Yuan lost the last trace of favorable impression towards the Wu Meng city lord. Now, an origin deity realm Duan Fei, a grand completion heaven glimpse Hua
Tianyang, plus sa grand completion even glimpse Qin Tian.
This divine ruins trip was really extremely dangerous. These three people added up were even a bit more dangerous than the divine ruins. Then, do you still want to enter? Dustless said. Why wouldn't I go in? I have no time to wait anymore. This divine ruins open. Once every 1,000 years. For the sake of the myriad longevity heavenly soul. Stone, I must enter, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Boom! Right at this time, the volcano that had always been in turmoil finally erupted. Violent magma was seemingly like a fountain, spraying out non-stop, presenting a magnificent sight. Everyone was extremely far away, but under the impact of wave after wave of heat waves, some staggered unsteadily on their feet. Everyone all mustered up divine essence, covering the surface of the body to resist these heat waves. Suddenly, Duan Fei felt something, turning his head and looking in Yi Yuan's direction, only to see that when those air billows approached Yi Yuan's proximity, they seemed to split, automatically dividing into two halves, flowing past from Yi Yuan's side. A hint of strange look flashed across in Duan Fei's eyes, and he turned his head around again. No idea how long had passed either. The volcanic eruption was finally done. Everything returned to normal. Those horrifying heat waves finally took away the temperature. Now is the time. Duan Fei gave a cold cry. A hint of stunning light flashed in his hands. The flame restriction seal flagrantly attacked. Everyone only saw a streak of white light tear across the horizon, flying straight for the volcanic entrance. A light halo spread out. Everyone immediately felt that temperature drop. Significantly, that natural flame restriction finally had a gap opened up. Done with all these, Duan Fei looked in the White Knight Sacred Palace's direction and said coolly, White Knight Sacred Palace, enter first, the others follow closely behind. It indeed came. The divine ruins had not opened for 1,000 years. It was not known how many powerful existences had spawned inside again. Letting the White Knight Sacred Palace enter first was the idea of letting them be cannon fodders and scout the path. This targeting was truly a bit too obvious. The White Knight Sacred Palace's people all dared to feel indignant but did not dare to speak. Bai Chun was even angered until his face turned red, wishing to go up to find Duan Fei and risk his life, while the other sacred palaces let things drift if it did not affect them. Personally, gloating over others' misfortunes by the side, Yi Yuan gave Duan Fei a glance and discovered that he was currently sizing him up with interest. At once, he said indifferently, Come on, Grand Elder, Bai Xiu said unwillingly. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, Go! The current Yi Yuan already established an absolute prestige in the White Knight Sacred Palace. With him being furious, the others could only swallow the insult and endure in silence, following him and flying towards the volcanic entrance. Seeing this scene, Duan Fei's face revealed a trace of surprise. He thought that Yi Yuan was young and would definitely find him to argue. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually forcefully endured it. Hu Tianyang's face revealed a smug smile. With the old palace lord around, it is really too awesome. I hope that these guys step on more landmines and die. Grand Elder, they are being too much, Bai Xiu said indignantly. Yeah, master. Why did we just swallow the insult and endure in silence? Bai Chun also said unhappily. Yi Yuan said coolly, Otherwise what? You guys finding him to go and risk your lives? Everyone could not help choking up. Finding an origin deity powerhouse to put up a desperate fight? Wasn't this courting death? But the Divine Palace has regulations. The Divine Palace is not to have ties with their original faction, Bai Xiu said with indignation. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, My deputy palace lord, you're also someone up in the years. How can you be so naive? If you become a divine official, will you break away, but still remain connected or not? Bai Xiu froze, his face immediately flushing red, but said no more. In all fairness, he could not do it. Hence, don't feel any psychological imbalance either. Want to blame can only Blame you all for not having people in the Divine Palace. The Sky Foothill. Divine Palace setting this rule, it's just in order to better govern the various forces and maintain the Sky Foothill world's balance. But to really talk about completely prohibiting it, that's impossible. Therefore, going to find him to reason can only invite humiliation, Yi Yuan said coolly. The words made everyone speechless. Clearly, Yi Yuan saw it more thoroughly than them. For Duan Fei to dare do so, there must be a contingency plan waiting for them. As long as they knocked into the spearhead, it was not overboard to make one or two people the first targets of punishment. Hence, it was better to be more low profile. Wasn't it just being cannon fodders? We'll do it. At least on the surface, Duan Fei did not dare to kill people without any reason. After all, so many eyes were watching. Yi Yuan entered first, flying straight into the volcanic entrance. The rest followed him, entering in a single file. No idea how long he flew either. Yi Yuan finally landed. What entered the eyes was full of magma with sparks flying in all directions, looking soul-stirring. Careful, Grand Elder! Bai Shou suddenly shouted. Yi Yuan had just landed when a ball of fire flew over towards Yi Yuan. Its speed quick to the extreme. However, Yi Yuan's sword was even faster than it. Whoosh! Yi Yuan had long detected the approach of danger. Lifting his hand, it was sundering stars. Boom! That ball of fire was directly chopped, flying out, smashing into the rock wall. It's a lava flying monster. Divine rank lava flying monster. Not good. They normally appear in groups. Bai Shou's expression changed as he said. Bai Shou's voice had yet to face when everyone just felt a blur before their eyes and saw many fireballs rush out of the lava, just like that one earlier. They were precisely the lava flying monsters. At a glance, the numbers were likely no less than 100. Over 100 divine rank lava flying monsters made people's eyes blurry. The commotion was outrageous. As long as hit by one, they would be crippled even if not dead. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, "Be careful. Elders guard the periphery. They rest in the inner circle." Of the 9 elders, only 3 came this time. Adding Yi Yuan and Bai Shou, there were a total of 5 heaven glimpse and above strength. Under Yi Yuan's word of command, everyone immediately formed inner and outer 2 circles to carry out the defense. These lava-flying monsters were extremely powerful. Even if heaven glimpse powerhouses were struck, they would probably lose a layer of skin too. Even Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it too. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The lava-flying monsters' trajectories were virtually untraceable. Furthermore, they were swift to the extreme. Simply impossible to guard against. In a blink, that bunch of flying monsters arrived in front of them. Attack! Yi Yuan gave a loud cry. Lifting his hand, it was several sundering stars, tearing through the air. Bang! 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 Several lava-flying monsters were hacked flying. Bai Chan hid in the inner circle, only to see a blur before his eyes. A surge of heat waves hit him head-on. Wanting to defend was already too late. Whoosh! A ray of sword light came through the sky, chopping that lava-flying monster. Flying. Bang! At the same time, only to hear a loud bang. Yi Yuan's body was directly smashed, flying out. Poo work! Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, but immediately adjusted his position in the air, abruptly borrowing force and returned into the group battle. In midair, he even managed to find time to release several swords, cutting down lava-flying monsters. Master Yi Yuan! Bai Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. If not for Yi Yuan helping him to block this, he would be dead for sure. I am Fine. This thing's speed is too fast. Be careful, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Forcefully taking the hit of a lava-flying monster, Yi Yuan felt his blood in turmoil too. Fortunately, his fleshy body was already grand completion first transformation. And what he cultivated was also the black tortoise treasure body divine art. His defensive power was more than several times stronger than those in the same rank. A one-time impact would not cause fatal damage to him yet. Bai Chun clenched his jaws. Self-reproaching emotions had long already filled his chest. Who said that the trial takers were all bad guys who destroyed the sky? Foothill world? Master, he values relations and sentiments immensely. God knows. How many times better than the sky foothill world's people. It's all my fault. All my fault for being too weak. I want to become strong. I can't become. Master's burden. A surge of powerful fighting spirit erupted from his body. Kill! Bai Chen's spear was peerlessly domineering, brazenly attacking. In this instance, a trace of enlightenment was produced in Bai Chen's heart. Originally, he could not catch the lava-flying monsters at all. At this time, he actually saw it incomparably clearly. His spear tip was actually slowing down. Boom! His spear struck a lava-flying monster without any deviation. Yi Yuan's hands did not slow down in the slightest, but taking the spear of Bai Chen's into his sights, revealing a hint of a praising smile. "Ha! I finally did it," Bai Chun said excitedly. "Pretty well done. Careful. Coming again."
Ye Yuan varned.
Bai Chen's face fell, his spear stabbing out once more. In a blink, over 100 lava-flying monsters were all blasted away. On the ground, on the rock walls were holes everywhere. Yi Yuan alone virtually resisted over half of the lava-flying monsters. Otherwise, their party would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Bai Chun came before Yi Yuan with a self-reproaching look and said, "Master, it was all my fault, causing you to be injured." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You've already done very well. These lava-flying monsters are not what the current you can resist. These few years, your painstaking cultivation, Master has seen it. Now your spear art finally improved further. Congratulations!" With Bai Chen's strength, blocking one or two that were weaker was still okay. Some lava-flying monsters' impact force already approached Heaven Glimpse realm. How could it be what he was able to deal with? These few years, Bai Chun trained in the spear for all he was worth, wanting to reach the realm of that spear Yi Yuan exhibited. For this, he was tired out until all the divine essence in his body was exhausted, God knows how many times, collapsing weakly onto the ground. All these, Yi Yuan naturally saw it. Presently, his spear art was finally mastered, his strength increasing greatly. Hoo! Elder Ye's sword art is transcendent. How impressive! Facing so many lava-flying monsters, not a single person actually died. Truly impressive. At this time, the others also descended from the sky and landed onto the ground. Hua Tianyang directly taunted. Yi Yuan knew that they had come over long ago, but each and every one of them watched indifferently without lending a hand. Most likely they all hoped to see the White Knight Sacred Palace suffer heavy casualties. Just now, that lava-flying monster almost killed Bai Chun. Hua Tianyang had a look of excitement, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan saved Bai Chun at the risk of suffering a blow himself. Even more unexpected was that Yi Yuan was actually still able to maintain such powerful combat strength after suffering such a heavy blow. Right now, although these words were ridiculing, it actually also had some sour taste in it. Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that and said, "Sorry about that. Disappointed you. This bit of minor trouble, this Yi can still resolve it. Just take it as blazing the trail for Lord Divine Official." "Don't you say so. Lord Divine Official." Yi Yuan looked at Duan Fei with a wide grin. Duan Fei grunted his assent and said, "Elder Yi indeed has fine means. If you don't fall, you and I might even work together one day." Duan Fei's words immediately caused an uproar. There were dozens of Heaven Glimpse powerhouses here, but among them nobody dared to say that they would become Origin Deity powerhouses. Breaking through to the Origin Deity realm was far too difficult. Hence, Duan Fei's appraisal of Yi Yuan could not be said to not be high. Of course, the prerequisite was that he did not perish. Everyone was smart and naturally heard insinuation. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "This Yi likely won't have that good fortune." Everyone's expressions changed. This Yi Yuan's guts were plucky. The meaning of his words was naturally not saying that he would fall, but saying that Duan Fei would not live till that day. These two people's words hid needles, the smell of gunpowder rather strong. Duan Fei's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Elder Yi, please go ahead." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go." Yi Yuan took the lead and continued leading the White Knight sacred palaces, people as cannon fodders. This was a wide stone bridge. The two sides of the stone bridge were endless. Magma. Yi Yuan could sense those powerful restriction undulations on both sides and, above walking on the stone bridge, Yi Yuan reckoned that this celestial deity sky foothills comprehensions in fire laws must be extremely deep. This restriction power, forget about the deity realm, three realms martial. Artists, even divine lord realm probably could not withstand it too. Quickly look. Purple sand gold. What a large chunk of purple sand gold. Bai, Chen suddenly shouted. Duan Fei's eyes lit up and saw that at the end of the stone bridge, a piece of enormous rock was mounted on that cliff wall. It was likely as large as three. People wrapped their arms around. Purple sand gold was an excellent material for refining celestial divine artifacts with a wide range of uses. The Sky Foothill World's artifact refining path being prosperous had a lot to do with the existence of the purple sand gold. Such a large chunk of purple sand gold could be said to be worth several cities. But everyone's faces did not have very happy expressions, because according to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's rules, purple sand gold, this level of material, all completely belonged to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. Palace Lord Bai Chen, go and pluck down the purple sand gold. At this time, it's time for your White Knight's sacred palace to show loyalty. Duan Fei turned to Bai Chen and said indifferently. Bai Chen was practically about to explode. He glared at Duan Fei and said, "Places that have purple sand gold are bound to have giant flame stone men. If Lord Divine Official wants to kill me, just say a word. Why is there a need to do so?" Duan Fei smiled and said, "Why, Palace Lord Bai Chen's meaning is that the White Knight Sacred Palace is going to oppose the Divine Palace." Bai Chen's expression changed, simply infuriated to the extreme. Duan Fei, this guy was clearly going to screw the White Knight Sacred Palace to death. Best for me to go then. Lord Divine Official's charge is a little too big, we can't bear it. Yi Yuan said coolly. Master, a giant flamestoneman is extremely strong. Such a large chunk of purple sand gold, it must be adult giant flamestoneman guarding it. Existences that rivals middle stage heaven glimpse powerhouses. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, it's fine." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure floated away, arriving at the purple sand gold's area in a blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan unleashed several slashes with a raise of a hand and directly cut out that purple sand gold. Slam, slam, slam. Indeed, as expected, a giant stoneman covered in flames all over appeared in front of everyone. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Duan Fei's mouth, but very soon, his smile turned stiff on his face. Lord Divine Official, catch? Yi Yuan urged his palm force. That chunk of incomparably massive and heavy purple sand gold flew straight at Duan Fei. Duan Fei's expression changed several times, finally still catching it and putting it away into his storage ring. But right then, everyone's expression became unbelievably ugly. The front of the bridge and rear were all blocked by giant flame stone men. These giant flame stone men all had incomparably strong auras. Clearly, they were not easy to deal with. There are normally only one or two giant flame stone men around. Purple sand gold. How come there are so many? These giant flame stonemen's auras are so strong. Quite a number are even heaven glimpse realm existences. We're dead this time. You guys look, there are still more below. They are climbing up. Everyone looked down the bridge and discovered that there were still many giant flame stone men scaling up the rock wall. With this, the surroundings were all surrounded by giant flame stone men. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he shouted fiercely, "Charge with me! Rush in!" Done talking, Yi Yuan held the evil extermination sword out and charged over toward the giant flame stone men ahead. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses did not hesitate in the slightest, following Yi Yuan and charging over in the direction of the divine ruins. Depths. Clank. Yi Yuan dealt sundering stars with a raise of a hand, but chopping onto the giant flame stoneman's body, only sparks splashed out. That giant flame stoneman raised its fire fists and smashed over towards Yi Yuan. The fist had yet to arrive when a surge of powerful fire laws battered over toward Yi Yuan. So strong. Yi Yuan's heart went slightly cold too. This was just an initial stage heaven. Glimpse giant flame stoneman and its strength was actually so powerful, virtually able to one-shot same rank martial artists. Although Yi Yuan was shocked, he did not panic. Raising his life, it was another sundering stars. Bang! The stone fist that was currently in full swing directly exploded. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, it crippled one of the giant flame stonemen's arm. Elders, pin down all the stone men together. The others break through first.
Ye Yuan shouted.
Yes, everyone immediately answered. But at the back, Duan Fei's face fell and he said, "We're going too." Slam. His voice had yet to fade when an even more robust giant flame stoneman flew out of the magma, directly blocking in front of Duan Fei. Duan Fei's expression turned sharp and he cried out in shock. Origin deity. Realm giant flame stoneman. That giant flame stoneman did not give him the chance to be surprised at all. Its fist already smashing over towards him unreasonably. Boom! Duan Fei was forced to exchange a blow with the giant flame stoneman, being shocked back over a dozen steps. Before waiting for him to catch a breather, that giant flame stoneman's punch arrived again. Damn thing! To actually dare scam me? How did he discover this giant flame stoneman? Duan Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred. How could he still not know that Yi Yuan dug a pit for him? Yi Yuan giving him the purple gold sand right away was to lure this giant flame stoneman to deal with him. At this time, the giant flame stone men around Duan Fei were the most. Those stone men that crawled up from beneath the bridge, most of them closed in around him. It was just that those giant flame stone men were nothing to him. The most terrifying one was still this origin deity realm giant flame stoneman in front of him. Duan Fei was clearly aware that he was scammed by Yi Yuan, but could only suffer a quiet loss too. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things could not pick out the slightest fault. Yi Yuan, they all were treated as cannon fodders at the front of the team. But now, the giant flame stone men on their side were the least instead. They had already reached the end of the bridge. Ahead was a large cave, and the giant flame stone men that came out from the direction of the cave were only 5 or 6, while what the rear battalion had to deal with were several dozens. These giant flame stone men were very powerful. Yi Yuan already heard miserable cries lingering on incessantly from behind. Finish the fight quickly. Don't cling to battle, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He summoned Gue Yun out too. The nether ghost claw was incomparably fierce, smacking over toward a late-stage heaven glimpse realm giant flame stoneman. Yi Yuan recently had breakthroughs in laws and cultivation realm, displaying the complete version sundering stars was already no longer that taxing. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Yuan released 3 sword moves in succession, directly blasting that giant flame stoneman's upper body into smithereens. But executing these 3 sword moves, Yi Yuan's divine essence, more than half were consumed. He hurriedly took out a divine essence recovering medicinal pill to consume, and could not be bothered with refining it, directly covering Bai Chun and the rest over to this gap. Bang! The nether ghost claw slapped down, directly smashing that giant flame stoneman into dust. Looking at the others again, inclusive of Bai Xiu, they had all fallen into hard battles. You go and help Bai Xiu. I'll go help the rest, Yi Yuan said to Gue Yun. Yes, master. Guiyun voiced his assent and went. After he cultivated the ghost Dao 100 runes, his combat power was extremely powerful now. Although these giant flame stone men were strong, they would be blown up after, lasting a while under his hands. Fortunately, their side did not have grand completion heaven glimpse giant flame stone men. This made their battles easy to resolve. Before long, under Yi Yuan and Guiyun's cooperation, those 5 to 6 giant flame stone men were all smashed to pieces, becoming balls of fireballs, scattering all over the ground. He did not have the awareness to return to save people, directly bringing the White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses inside. Yi Yuan, you dare! The Duanfei, who was currently fighting fiercely with the Origin Deity Realm giant flame stoneman, felt something in his heart and shouted at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lord Divine Official, it's not that I'm not helping you, but this Origin Deity Realm giant flame stoneman is seriously too powerful. I have the heart but not the strength too. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. We'll continue scouting the path ahead for you. Let's meet again if it's fated. Boom! Yi Yuan's words stirred Duanfei's mind. The giant flame stoneman's fist rumbled over, brushing by his cheek and flying past. Although Duanfei dodged it, the power of laws still burnt a chunk of his skin, turning it charcoal black. Arg! Duanfei cried out tragically and was considered to be disfigured. The burns of fire laws were not that easy to treat. Bai Chun, does your White Knight Sacred Palace want to be enemies with the Divine Palace? Duanfei could not be bothered with the injuries on his face, and shouted fiercely. Bai Chen's expression changed and indeed stopped his footsteps. Master! Bai Chun said hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, wait for him to go out alive before coming to threaten us. Not leaving now, we'll all have to be buried in death. Go! Bai Chen's gaze turned intent. Gritting his teeth, he said, go! Bai Xiu and the rest understood this logic too. Furthermore, they held resentment in their hearts toward Duanfei and the rest. Duanfei let them be cannon fodders. Not a single person stepped forward to say something. When they suffered the attack of the lava-flying monsters, no one lent a helping hand too. The resentment in their hearts had long reached the peak already. If without Yi Yuan, their group of people would probably have long been completely annihilated now. How could they still have the chance to stand here and watch a joke? Seeing the other 7 major sacred palaces screaming miserably on the bridge, everyone felt very pleased in their hearts. Weren't you guys watching a show just now? Now the winds of fortunes changed. It's our turn. This divine ruins seems to have some abnormal changes. It will likely not be very safe in front either. Everybody, be more careful. Take care not to get lost.
Ye Yuan Varnet.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The giant flame stoneman punched again and again. The momentum was vigorous, with its power sweeping away all. Similarly, Origin Deity Realm, Duanfei could only keep on dodging and not dare to face the enemy head-on at all. This giant flame stoneman was too strong. Each punch carried extremely profound fire laws, incomparably powerful. Damn Yi Yuan, when I catch you, I'll definitely tear you limb from limb. Duanfei already hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. It was just that thoughts were thoughts. This giant flame stoneman in front of him was too powerful. Duanfei was so fully occupied that he had no time to spare for other things at all. All around, screams lingered on incessantly. Everyone fell into the besiege of the giant flame stonemen. There were already quite a few people who had fallen. Swoosh! Right at this time, a black silhouette charged out of the giant flame stoneman's encirclement, turned into an afterimage, vanishing from everyone's line of sight. Duanfei's face fell and he shouted fiercely again. Life end, could it be that you want to betray the divine palace too? However, Life End ignored him, directly disappearing from his line of sight. Duanfei was gloomy, virtually about to explode. This divine official, there was actually no one who took him seriously. Forget about the White Knight Sacred Palace, the Life End Sacred Palaces. Palace Lord actually dared to not listen to his words too. This was too much. Damn it. After going back this time, I must charge White Knight and Life End. Let the Divine Palace punish them. These guys are simply too arrogant. Duan Fei sulked in his heart. Qin Tian's head was full of thoughts about killing Yi Yuan currently, so how could he have time to care about Duan Fei? How the Life End Sacred Palace would end up had nothing to do with him at all. Qin Tian's strength already reached the extent of half-step origin deity. Furthermore, his law comprehension was exceedingly high, much stronger, compared to those so-called palace lords. With his strength, although charging out of the heavy encirclement took some effort, it was not considered too hard. Hence, he was the first to charge out. He had concealed in the Sky Foothill world for 10 years. The objective was in order to kill Yi Yuan. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, how could he possibly let it go? The White Knight Sacred Palaces party. Yi Yuan was scouting out the path in front, advancing slowly. Grand Elder, I keep feeling that something is not quite right. Entering the Divine Ruins this time feels much more dangerous. Bai Xiu said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, there should be a precious treasure coming into being. Precious treasure coming into being. Hearing these words, everyone was aroused. Precious treasure being born? Who could remain calm? Perhaps it was a lucky chance. Seeing their expressions, Yi Yuan smiled and said, all of you, you don't have this expression. Precious treasures coming into being are obtained by the fated. It can't be forced. If one doesn't have self-awareness, they will only lose their lives in vain. Yi Yuan directly splashed a tub of cold water on him, but it clearly could not extinguish their enthusiasm. These words everyone all knew, but facing a precious treasure, how many were able to stay calm? Suddenly, everyone arrived at an open area. The boundless essence energy. Undulations made everyone's eyes lit up. 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits. So many. There are also quite a number of matured ones. What a big haul. Before their eyes were around 10 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruit trees. The trees were full of 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits. 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruit was categorized into semi-mature and mature. That one that Bai Chun gave Yi Yuan was semi-mature. In reality, even in the Sky Foothill Divine Palace, there were extremely few. Mature 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits too. Mature 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits were greatly beneficial to origin. Deity realm powerhouses too, even capable of increasing the chances of heaven. Glimpse realm martial artists breaking through to origin deity realm. Therefore, when everyone saw these 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits, they naturally coveted endlessly. Grand Elder, this, can we pocket it or not? Bai Xiu could not resist asking. According to the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's rules, myriad longevity heavenly. Soulstone, 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruit, purple sand gold. These precious treasures all belong to them. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace would occasionally reward that little bit. According to each sacred palace's contributions, the 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits in Bai Chen's possession was attained like that. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace's accumulated awe was too immense. Hence, Bai Xiu, this kind of wily old fox, did not dare to arbitrarily take forcible possession of these fruits. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, if you pluck all the fruits, then destroy all these trees, will Duan Fei know that you obtained the immortal fruit? As long as you all don't say, what can he do to you? Moreover, whether or not he can get out alive is still up in the air. The moment everyone heard this, they could not help being greatly roused. So, let's do it? Bai Xiu said rather excitedly. Do it, Yi Yuan said without any hesitation. With Yi Yuan's instructions, everyone immediately acted like being injected with stimulants, dividing up these 9 melodies, psychic, immortal fruits in no time flat. Bai Xiu carried 5 to 6 mature fruits and came before Yi Yuan, saying with a silly grin, Grand Elder, without you, there wouldn't be our white knight, sacred palace. These 9 melodies psychic immortal fruit are what you deserve. Also, that pile of semi-matures over there all belong to Grand Elder. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and took one of them and said with a smile, "At least you have some conscience. But I don't really need this thing. This one, just take it as receiving your kindness. The rest, you guys divide it." The White Knight Sacred Palace's group of experts were like bandits entering a village at this time, sweeping it clean. After that, they destroyed all of these fruit trees without leaving even dregs behind. Each and every one had grins on their faces, like having eaten honey. Suddenly, a black-robed person wearing a ghost mask slowly stepped into this open area. Yi Yuan's face fell. He did not expect that this guy actually charged out so quickly. "Qin Tian. Looks like I still underestimated you," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Hearing these words, Qin Tian clearly felt very surprised, slowly took off the mask and said, "You actually know that it's me. Looks like your probing means are indeed impressive. No wonder Uncle Yuan Long would succumb at your hands." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Heh, your Qin family really cover the skies with one hand." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Looks like you're very furious. I enjoy this expression of yours very much. Wanna blame that you didn't reincarnate? Well, better forget it. Reincarnating into your Qin family, I'm afraid that I'll be ashamed until I commit suicide," Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Qin Tian's face turned cold and he said solemnly, "Razor-tongued, today you can't escape your doom. The humiliation that you gave me will be washed off with your fresh blood." While talking, Qin Tian slowly opened but his sword sheath, the aura on his body rising sharply, directly soaring to half-step origin deity realm. The White Knight Sacred Palace's group of experts had puzzled looks and had completely no idea what happened. All the way until this instant, the expressions on everyone's faces changed. Intruder. He's an intruder," Bai Xiu cried out in shock. When Qin Tian's aura rose to its peak, a faint pressure of heavenly Tao descended, oppressing over toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian's realm was finally suppressed at grand completion. Heaven glimpse. What the White Knight Sacred Palace was shocked at was not Qin Tian, but Yi Yuan. They used dumbfounded gazes to look at Yi Yuan, each and every one revealing looks of incredulity. Through this conversation, even a fool also knew that Yi Yuan and Qin Tian were the same. Yi Yuan was an intruder too. The moment Qin Tian's sword momentum rose, everyone's expression turned fearful. Even when suppressed by heavenly Tao, Qin Tian's strength was also so terrifying. Grand Chant Sword Void. This move was precisely one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 Supreme Academy skills. The Grand Chant Sword Void. Back then, when Yi Yuan had the life-and-death battle with Qin Shao, he had once witnessed the power of this move before. Except, this move being displayed in Qin Tian's hands, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. This was a grand completion sword Dao second-layered heaven martial technique. Gui Yun. Yes, master. Gui Yun's figure flashed out, facing off with Qin Tian from afar. Qin Tian was an entire major realm higher than Yi Yuan. He was not what the current Yi Yuan could handle at all. When Qin Tian saw the situation, he said disdainfully, "A mere late-stage 2-star evil spirit wants to deal with me? Do you think that I'm Qin Shao, that inept? Go to hell." Finished talking, Qin Tian's Grand Chant Sword Void carried powerful sword Dao laws and charged towards Yi Yuan. Immediately, the entire space pervaded with powerful sword intent. The group of experts avoided it like the plague. So strong. His realm is clearly being suppressed a lot and he's actually still able to display such a powerful martial technique. Could it be that the strength of the outside world's martial artists, they all are so powerful? Truly terrifying. This person is clearly so young, but his strength is sufficient to sweep across all Sacred Palace's palace lords. The moment Qin Tian made his move, Everyone was incredibly appalled. But right at this time, Gue Yun's hands drew a bizarre rune. After that, a surge of terrifying ghost energy rose up from under his feet out of thin air. Gue Yun's strength actually instantly broke through to grand completion 2. Star. Ghost Dao 100 runes. Ghost energy spiritual possession. Nether. Ghost claw. The moment Gue Yun attacked, it was 2 ghost Dao 100 runes. Under Dustless's teachings with close to 100 years of cultivation, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath long ago. He was already completely different from that evil spirit hiding in the Een.
20.
Boom! The ghost claw and sword Dao laws collided together violently, shaking the entire cave until it was about to collapse. Qin Tian's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not expect that this 2-star evil spirit actually still had such means. 2 ghost runes adding together, he actually forcefully withstand a blow of his. Indeed have some skill, but how much time can this trick last? Qin Tian laughed coldly, sword momentum rising again, directly clashing. Together with the nether ghost claw, Qin Tian's strength was truly daunting to the extreme. Even when suppressed at grand completion heaven glimpse, the power of his grand chant sword void was irresistible too. The nether ghost claw actually showed signs of being unable to endure it. One had to know that when Gue Yun was at late stage 2-star, he could rely on the nether ghost claw to forcefully resist Hua Tianyang for several hundred moves and not be defeated. Now Gue Yun had ghost energy possessing his strength skyrocketing. The power of the nether ghost claw would also soar greatly. He actually could not defeat the Qin Tian in the same rank as him. Even if his realm was the same, Qin Tian's strength shook Hua Tianyang that fellow off more than a dozen streets. If he did not have his realm suppressed by heavenly Dao, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. The title of Inner Court's #1 person was really not called in vain. Yi Yuan's expression turned grim and knew that it could not carry on like this. He flashed, arriving behind Qin Tian. Raising his hand, it was a complete version sundering stars. Who knew that Qin Tian's back seemed to have grown eyes? He just casually pointed and directly annihilated this complete version sundering stars. The powerful sundering stars actually could not withstand Qin Tian's casual
Top?
Just your bit of strength. You actually still want to play ambushing. When I take care of this ghost, I'll let you know what's called despair. Qin Tian, who was in the midst of fierce fighting, appeared to have plenty of room for maneuver, still having strength left over to speak with Yi Yuan. This battle situation was rather bad. When Bai Chun saw this scene, his heart really burned with anxiety. His omnipotent master actually encountered such a powerful adversary. Bai Xiu, what are you all still waiting for? Could it be that you all are going to passively watch Master Yi Yuan get killed? Bai Chun could not resist, saying to Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu had a conflicted look too and said with difficulty, but he's an intruder. So what if he is an intruder? You recall it yourself. How did Master Yi Yuan treat your White Knight Sacred Palace? Without him, do you still have the chance to stand here and question him right now? Without him, even if you became the Palace Lord, can you withstand the Autumn Rain's Sacred Palace's assault? Without him, could you all escape from under the hands of the lava, flying monsters and giant flamestone men? Bai Chen's words were like a machine gun, bombarding everyone's heart. Bai Xiu fell silent. The expression on his face became even more conflicted. While at this time, Yi Yuan and Gue Yun fell into a bitter fight. Yi Yuan's divine essence was already insufficient to support him releasing multiple perfect versions of sundering stars. He could only move around and continuously harass Qin Tian so as to ease Gue Yun's pressure. But his harassment also seemed to be trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Bai Chun gritted his teeth and said, "If you all are not going, I'm going." Bai Chun, am not willing to be an ungrateful person. Finished talking, he swung his long spear and charged straight for Qin Tian. Regarding Bai Chen's attack, Qin Tian completely ignored it. Yi Yuan's attack still posed a threat to him. But Bai Chen's attacks did not pose any threat to him at all. Bai Chen's strength could not even breach his protective divine essence. Bang! Bai Chen's heavy spear had not entered the battle yet and was directly shocked away by the aftershocks, immediately knocked flying out and smashing heavily onto the rock wall. Poo work! Bai Chen's internal organs shook, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. But he did not give up. Gripping his long spear, another spear shot over. Again. Bang! Bai Chun was flicked away once more without any surprises. But the stubborn Bai Chun did not have the intention of giving up at all. He crawled up again and again, attempting to enter the battle time and again. Let me, Palace Lord. Mo Yun finally could not hold back. He held his long spear out and joined the battle too. It was just too bad that his strength was likewise unbelievably weak. Damn it! Don't care anymore. I will screw you to death. Bai Xiu could not resist swearing and charged straight for Qin Tian. He was a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses. Although his strength was lacking to Qin Tian, restraining him was enough. With him joining, Gue Yun's pressure dropped sharply. Regarding Bai Xiu, Qin Tian could not possibly ignore him. He must divide out a portion of his energy to deal with him. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. Seeing Bai Xiu join the battle, Bai Rong and another elder both charged over. 5 great heaven glimpse realm powerhouses plus a Gue Yun 6 mighty powerhouses besieged Qin Tian. Gue Yun was the primary attacker, the others restrained. For a moment they actually could not determine who was better. Qin Tian's sword dealt with enemies everywhere, but did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. However, Qin Tian also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so popular. Under the circumstances where they clearly knew that Yi Yuan was a trial taker, the White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses would actually still help him deal with him. Carrying on like this is out of the question. I need to finish off that late-stage heaven glimpse first, Qin Tian thought in his heart. Suddenly, Qin Tian's sword art changed, dealing a false move towards the nether ghost claw, then stabbed toward Bai Xiu with momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Careful, Deputy Palace Lord. Everyone did not expect this sudden turn of events. Right at the critical moment, Bai Rong actually pushed away Bai Xiu. This sword of Qin Tian's stabbed into his chest. Bai Rong! Elder Bai Rong! Bai Xiu and Bai Chun virtually cried out at the same time. Bai Xiu's gaze even turned bloodshot from anger, his 2 eyes blood-red. However, Bai Xiu's eyes were currently going lax. How terrifying was Qin Tian's sword Dao Laws? After entering the body, it destroyed all of Bai Rong's vitality very quickly. But at this time, the nether ghost claw also fell toward Qin Tian. It was already too late for him to want to draw his sword. But Qin Tian did not panic in the face of danger. Left hand forming fingers as a sword, powerful sword Dao Laws directly tapped onto the nether ghost claw. It was just that he was currently responding in a haste and not the nether ghost claw's match at all. But Qin Tian's strength was too powerful. With this drawing the bow with the left and right, his imposing momentum was still equally matched with the nether ghost claw. Not being able to kill Bai Xiu, Qin Tian was secretly rather regretful. After all, Bai Xiu was the person with the greatest strength apart from Gue Yun. But being able to finish off one could at least diminish the other party's combat strength. But right at this moment, Qin Tian's alarm bells sounded. A fierce killing intent erupted without any warning. Swift as a thought. All this happened in an instant. Qin Tian had both hands preoccupied and was unable to care about other things anymore at this time. This attack appeared too craftily. The timing of the opportunity was grasped. Too timely. It was simply a certain kill situation. The scent of death hit him head-on. Qin Tian was already unable to save himself and could only muster up the divine essence within his body crazily, protecting his whole body. Chasing Moon. The sharp evil extermination sword was seemingly like a meteor stabbing straight for Qin Tian's stomach. The power of this sword was actually a magnitude stronger than sundering stars. From Yi Yuan mobilizing to stabbing onto Qin Tian's body. It was only a twinkle, the movement swift to the extreme. Everyone did not have the time to react to it at all. Boom! The sword move made a showy display of ability. It was as if a sharp knife that could pierce myriad objects in the world. The evil extermination sword passed through Qin Tian's protective divine essence without any surprises, stabbing Qin Tian's body. Poo work. Qin Tian's entire body was akin to being electrocuted, fresh blood spraying wildly from his mouth, his body flying out horizontally, smashing ruthlessly into the rock wall. Gue Yun. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he shouted fiercely. Gue Yun understood tacitly. Deploying the nether ghost claw, he smacked straight for the rock wall. Boom! The rock wall directly had a large pit smashed out. The life and death of the Qin Tian inside, it was unknown. Go! Yi Yuan bellowed and was about to bring everyone towards the depths of the divine ruins. But right at this time, Bai Xiu suddenly went berserk, his figure speeding toward that rock wall's hole rapidly. Damn intruder! I'll kill you! Bai Xiu roared as he flew speedily. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Figure swaying, he attempted to intercept Bai Xiu from the side. Bai Xiu, calm down, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Bai Xiu did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Looking at Yi Yuan, with both eyes bloodshot, he said sharply, "You damn intruder, get lost for me." Bai Xiu raised his hand and it was a palm smacking over toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a swift and fierce sword light rushed out of the rock wall without any warning signs. But Gue Yun deployed the nether ghost claw and intercepted this sword light. Boom! Bang! At virtually the same time, Bai Xiu's palm landed on Yi Yuan's body, while the nether ghost claw forcefully resisted this sword light. Yi Yuan and Gue Yun simultaneously flew backward in two very different directions. Poo work. Yi Yuan's internal organs quivered, directly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood, while Gue Yun's body became much fainter. The nether ghost claw could not sustain either, vanishing. Whoosh! Gue Yun turned into a cloud of green smoke and flew into Yi Yuan's body, escaping into the soul-suppressing pearl. In an instant, Yi Yuan and Gue Yun were seriously injured at the same time. Bai Xiu's entire body trembled. Only then, abruptly startling awake. If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be a dead soul under Qin Tian's sword. Now, that sword of Yi Yuan's only severely wounded Qin Tian and did not really cause irreversible injuries to him. He still had the strength to fight back. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan made them leave right away. Bai Xiu, you're crazy. What the hell are you doing? When Bai Chan saw this scene, he roared at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu was a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses. How terrifying was the power of this palm? If not for Bai Xiu pulling back the majority of the force at the last moment, Yi Yuan might even be killed by him with one palm. Master Yi Yuan, are you all right? Bai Chen's voice was almost in tears. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and said with difficulty, "Leave, quickly, leave." Mo Yun gritted his teeth and barked at Bai Xiu. "Still in a daze for what?" Bai Xiu shook, bringing along Bai Rong's corpse, and headed over towards the divine ruins depths. Mo Yun also brought along the heavily injured Yi Yuan and sprinted wildly all the way. Fortunately, they did not encounter any dangers along the way. The group of people ran wildly, no idea how long they ran either. Suddenly, everyone felt a blur, dashing out of a cave. So many doors. Where should we go? Bai Chun said with a panicky face. If not, let's turn back, someone suggested.
No.
No way. Yi Yuan forcefully endured his churning vital energy and blood and said. On the way, Yi Yuan swallowed healing medicinal pills. His injuries were already brought under control, but his internal organs were still in upheaval. It was as if they had shifted positions. Within a short time, he was unable to take action anymore. Yi Yuan patted Mo Yun's shoulder, signaling him to put him down. We've already entered an array formation. The original caves have already been completely displaced. These 8 doors, only one is a life door. The others are certain death, Yi Yuan said. Everyone's faces changed. 1 out of 8. The chance of death was too great. What to do? Aren't we at death's door right now? Previously, panicking and not choosing the path, we entered here bafflingly. It's all Bai Xiu's fault. If not for him, we wouldn't be in such a difficult position either. This guy simply can't distinguish right from wrong. How can Bai Rong's death be blamed on Grand Elder? From start to end, he never opened his mouth to ask us for help before. For a moment, everyone tried to get a word in, all pointing the spearhead at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu's expression flickered incessantly but did not refute. Instead, he was full of guilt. Thud. Bai Xiu flushed red and directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan. Grand Elder, it was all Bai Xiu being foolish, causing you and Lord Grand Elder to be heavily injured. I'll apologize for the sin with death. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth. Raising his hand, he smacked down towards the top of his head. Stop! Yi Yuan had sharp eyes and agile hands, grabbing hold of his wrist. Cough, cough, cough. If this affected his injuries, Yi Yuan spouted out a mouthful of blood again. Bai Xiu's expression changed greatly, hurriedly supporting Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with sullen anger, You fool! Right now, among us, you're the strongest one. If you die, what are they going to do? Bai Xiu choked up, the thought of suicide immediately dissipating. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Qin Tian infiltrating. The Sky Foothill world was aiming for me. Bai Rong's death was indeed caused by me. You and Bai Rong were on very close terms. I know that his death was a great blow to you. If it were me, I'll probably be even more enraged than you. This matter wasn't your fault. Bang! Qin Tian's body sprang out of the rock wall with a gloomy face. Just how long has it been? That guy's sword art improved again. If not for me, wearing the heavenly feather flexible armor, my life would have met its end. Here, Qin Tian said and gnashed his teeth. That chasing moon move of Yi Yuan's was simply dangerous to the extreme. If not for his realm being far more powerful than Yi Yuan's, if not for him wearing the profound divine artifact, heavenly feather flexible armor, then he would be a corpse right now. Qin Tian's understanding of Yi Yuan had still remained at sundering stars. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's Sword Dao laws had already broken through to Sword Dao second-layered heaven and created a new move. Chasing moon, this move was too powerful. Even if Qin Tian wore the heavenly feather flexible armor, his internal organs suffered a tremendous shock too, only recovering after a long time. Recalling that scene previously, Qin Tian's scalp was still tingling until now. But this sword of Yi Yuan's was too heavy. His current injuries were rather heavy, his strength greatly reduced. I absolutely can't let Yi Yuan live on anymore. His growth speed is too fast. Just how long has it been? And he already has the strength to threaten me. Give him another few decades' time, most likely even I won't be a match anymore too. Qin Tian became ruthless and was going to hunt down in the direction Yi Yuan, and the rest escaped in. But right at this time, a figure swayed, blocking his way. Qin Tian's expression changed. The one who blocked his path was none other than precisely Duan Fei. The current Duan Fei's breathing was chaotic, his injuries very heavy. Half of his face was virtually burned to a crisp, looking incomparably hideous. I didn't expect that there was really an intruder who sneaked in and even disguised as the Life-End Palace Lord.
Punk, prepare tudi.
Previously, Qin Tian concealed his aura and even hoodwinked Duan Fei. Now Qin Tian revealed his true colors. Duan Fei did not talk crap with him at all, directly taking action. Qin Tian's injuries had yet to recover. At this time, he could only forcefully rouse his spirits and accept the challenge. Fortunately, Duan Fei's injuries were much heavier than his. Currently, it was already pretty good for him to be able to unleash 20% of his strength. Upon exchanging blows, Duan Fei discovered something off. This Qin Tian's strength was more powerful than he imagined. If not for cultivation realm suppression, he might even have the strength to contend with him. Although Duan Fei occupied the absolute advantage, he actually could not bring him down after a long battle. After a fierce battle, the two people's injuries worsened significantly again. Qin Tian was burning with anxiety. He would not let himself succumb here before killing Yi Yuan. Stop! Don't fight anymore, Qin Tian said solemnly. Hey, you say don't fight and we stop? The Sky Foothill world kills intruders without mercy. You dared to sneak into the divine ruins. Could it be that you still wish to get out? Duan Fei was an extremely prideful person too. Not taking down Qin Tian after a long battle, how could he be willing to give up? I came in order to kill Yi Yuan and don't have any interest in your Sky Foothill world at all. He is our common enemy. If we both sustain injuries, do you think he'll laugh himself awake when dreaming or not? Qin Tian said. Duan Fei's face fell. As expected, he pulled back and stopped fighting. What do you mean? Duan Fei said in a solemn voice. Qin Tian smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan is my junior apprentice brother. What do you think I mean? Duan Fei's expression changed and said, Impossible! Azure Peak had once used the Tianlu Shrine to check his blood before. He's the purest Sky Foothill people, so how can he possibly be your junior apprentice brother? Qin Tian sneered and said, Heh! The intel about his identity was disclosed by me. When I heard this result, I was very surprised too. But this junior apprentice brother of mine can't be measured with common sense. There must be a precious treasure that we don't know on him. As long as we kill him, the precious treasure on him will be ours. Duan Fei's expression turned dark and he said, On what basis should this old man believe you? Qin Tian said coolly, Actually, you already believe it. How can such a young and powerful deity realm powerhouse possibly appear in your Sky Foothill world? Grotto profound realm killing heavenly Tao realm, do you feel that it's possible? Duan Fei fell silent. What Qin Tian said was right. Regardless of looking from which angle, Yi Yuan did not seem like a Sky Foothill world's person. All right, I'll cooperate with you, but the precious treasure on him belongs to me, Duan Fei said solemnly. Qin Tian shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, You and I are clever men. Don't play this kind of sham. If Yi Yuan really has some precious treasure on him, none of us will let it go. At that time, each of us relies on our own abilities. Right now, the urgent matter on hand is to recover strength. That brat's strength isn't ordinary. Don't look down on him because his realm is low. Duan Fei's expression became stern and he nodded his head. It was my miscalculation. I didn't expect that this guy even wore a profound divine artifact battle armor on him. I should have thought of it long ago. Yeah. Yuan's words revealed remorse and anger. Bai Qin urged, Master, you're already very amazing. You nearly killed a half-step origin deity powerhouse. I don't even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Deity realm powerhouses are people too, and people have weaknesses. Nobody stipulated that grotto profound martial artists can't be killed. In a true life and death fight, what's competed is never the cultivation realm. By Xiao, I assure you, by Rong's grudge, I'll definitely help you avenge it. Bai Xiao's entire body trembled. Gritting his teeth, he said, Grand Elder, I was wrong. You're currently heavily injured. Don't risk your life anymore. If something were to really happen to you, Bai Xiao would really find it hard to absolve my sins, even if 100 deaths. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since you all know my identity, I can't be your Grand Elder anymore. Everyone was just about to speak, but Yi Yuan stopped it with a hand gesture and said, My goal of coming to the Sky Foothill world is for the sake of the Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. As long as I find Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones in this place, I'll leave. Now, we already don't have a way out and can only charge inside. I'll do my best to help you all seize precious treasures and let you guys have the strength to protect yourselves. After going out, the rest don't need to say anymore. Unknowingly, everyone was already accustomed to relying on Yi Yuan. Now that he said he wanted to leave, everyone actually had a reluctant feeling. These Sky Foothill people actually had such sentiments towards an intruder. It was simply treasonous and heresy. But they all felt very natural at this time without the slightest resistance. This intruder protected them in all aspects, even rescuing by show without balking at heavy injuries. But what about the Duan Fei as the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official? He wanted to doom everyone to death at all costs. The public sentiment for or against it was clear at a glance. But these 8 doors in front, which should we take? Bai Chen could not resist asking. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said coolly, "Just follow me." Yi Yuan walked toward a door very casually and walked straight inside. Everyone exchanged glances and quickly followed after. This was a gloomy and dark passage, causing the inability to see one's hand in front of you. Everyone just kept on walking and walking like that. No idea how long had passed either. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes. A wave of terrifying temperature hit from head-on. This was an enormous dome. Under the feet was endless lava. In the center of the dome, a lone island suspended above the magma. And on the island, something bloomed with multicolored brilliances. That is... Yi Yuan looked at that fruit with a dumbfounded look, his eyes full of incredulity. There was a fruit-like object, suspending above the island quietly, giving off aura. That is the aura of Tao. It's the aura of heavenly Tao. What is that? I feel it too. Such a powerful heavenly Tao aura. I feel like I've returned to my mother's womb. How magical! Why do I feel like heavenly Tao is right in front of me? When everyone saw that fruit, each and every one of them revealed incomparably shocked expressions. They could sense the aura of heavenly Tao, but they did not know there was the existence of Tao fruit, this sort of thing. But Yi Yuan knew. That is a Tao fruit. Sky Foothill Celestial Deity's Tao fruit. I didn't expect that it was actually really found by me, Yi Yuan said rather emotionally. Tao fruit? What is that? Bai Chen said perplexedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, swallow it and you can become the Sky Foothill world's master, become a paramount existence. You can even walk out of this small world and enter the true major world. Hiss! Everyone all sucked in a cold breath, being stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Each and every one of them revealed unbelievably scorching gazes. Already, somewhat unable to hold it anymore. If you all want to seek death, I won't stop you all either, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. How could he not know the thoughts of these people? Whoever heard of this thing would probably be moved too. Grand Elder, what is it? Asked a grotto profound martial artist. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, such a precious treasure. Do you feel that it would be obtained so easily? If you don't believe me, you can go and give it a try. If you can have a little bit of bone residue left, I'll pluck my head off for you to kick as a ball. That person's head shrunk back, the heated light in his eyes instantly fading away. Not just him, Yi Yuan's words were like a basin of cold water, extinguishing everyone's flames.
Yi Yuan, Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones.
On that lone island is full of Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone, Dustless said rather agitatedly. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, immediately incomparably excited. Scattered on that lone island were all milky white stones. They were precisely Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. To him, this Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was much more valuable than the Sky Foothill Tao fruit. Grand Elder, then, What should we do now? Can't be that we just look on. Like this, right? Yi Yuan said, in my current state, I can't make it through at all. This side is still considered safe. Better wait for me to recover strength first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged on the spot and started refining the medicinal pill's medicinal strength. Time slowly trickled by. The others became nervous and restless. The allure of the Tao fruit was seriously too great. Even with Yi Yuan's sincere advice, they could not quite hold back anymore too. Each and every one of you, stay in your place for me. If anyone dares to act rashly without careful thought, don't blame me for falling out and showing no mercy. Bai Xiu lowered his voice and warned everyone. Regarding his actions, Bai Xiu was still constantly remembering it in his heart until now. Hence Yi Yuan's words, he treated it as an imperial decree to obey now. Furthermore, facts proved that Yi Yuan's perception of danger was absolutely not what the rest could compare to. If he said there was danger, then there was definitely danger. Suddenly, the essence energy within this dome started closing in on Yi Yuan. Frenziedly, Yi Yuan opened his two eyes wide, fishing out quite a few bottles of medicinal pills and pouring all of it into his mouth in one go. Apart from this, the weeping spirit fruit left behind from breaking through. The last time, Yi Yuan also swallowed all of it in one go. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded with shock. Eating medicinal pills like this, wouldn't one explode and die? Too scary. Just what kind of cultivation method is Grand Elder cultivating? This is also too freakish, right? Grand Elder actually broke through just like this. This cultivation speed is simply unparalleled. Could it be that the outside world's martial artists all cultivate so quickly? Yi Yuan's injuries had just healed when suddenly his mind became more agile. As luck hit, finally grasping that trace of opportunity to break through to the heaven glimpse deity realm. Of course, this was also his thick accumulations erupting, water flowing when the channel was formed. After entering the sky foothill world, Yi Yuan had experienced several major fights and also experienced the death cultivation. He was just lacking in opportunity. The brutal fight with Qin Tian previously, Yi Yuan finally grasped that trace of opportunity and successfully broke through. But this sky foothill world's spiritual energy was too thin, insufficient to support him breaking through to heaven glimpse deity realm. Hence he swallowed all of the divine pills that could supplement divine essence to make up for the inadequacy. The divine essence required for the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon's breakthrough was not a tiny bit, not enough, still not enough. The divine essence contained in these divine pills was not enough for him to break through the bottleneck at all and reach initial stage heaven glimpse. Yi Yuan's divine sea was still expanded crazily, but the divine essence could not keep up. Suddenly, Yi Yuan leaped and jumped straight into the huge pit. Below was endless magma. This scene was too suddenly. Everyone all did not react and Yi Yuan jumped down already. Master! Grand Elder! Everyone turned pale with fright. Cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere, hurriedly craning their necks to look. With this look, everyone could not help being dumbfounded with shock. Yi Yuan actually sat cross-legged on an enormous stone stele. That stone stele emitted an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, which was actually even stronger than the Tao fruit. Below, with Yi Yuan as the center, it formed an extremely violent spiritual energy vortex. To talk about spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the magma was far more abundant than upstairs. Otherwise, it also would not be able to inoculate giant flamestonemen, this kind of powerful creature. Hence, Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration and simply just absorbed the spiritual energy in the magma. But the temperature in this magma was too high, enough to burn his whole person into nothing. Hence, he took out the world-suppressing steel and absorbed spiritual energy. With the world-suppressing steel as the medium, sitting cross-legged on the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan could not feel the burning hot magma at all. What kind of existence is that stone steel to actually be able to withstand? The magma's temperature. The divine ruins magma is what even grand completion. Origin deity powerhouses don't dare to enter. Grand Elder actually wants to absorb the spiritual energy in the magma to break through. Isn't this courting death? Yeah, the spiritual energy in the magma is incomparably violent. Absorbing into the body will burn the meridians. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He absorbed the spiritual energy in the magma greedily, then revolved the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's second-level cultivation method, converting it into divine essence, gathering it into the divine sea. The entire process was extremely smooth. The originally incomparably violent magma spiritual energy immediately became unbelievably well-behaved under the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's refinement. The burning power in the spiritual energy was also instantly refined away. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's divine sea finally stopped expanding. The divine essence in the divine sea was already completely filled. 2. However, the divine essence in Yi Yuan's divine sea became more and more viscous. It was precisely because of so that the spiritual energy required for his breakthrough was several times, even several dozen times of other people. Is Grand Elder really a human? He actually really refined the spiritual energy in the magma. My God, he really broke through to the initial stage heaven glimpse? Why does the feeling he gives me feel like a primal savage beast? Simply inconceivable. Grand Elder really can't be judged with common sense. Wonder what it will look like when divine essence is compressed to the limits. The Chaos Heavenspan Canon's continuation is really worth looking forward to. Feeling the boundless divine essence undulations within his body, Yi Yuan felt like every pore in his whole body opened up. Although this path of cultivation method self-creation was arduous, it was clearly worth it. Currently, although he had just broken through to initial stage heaven glimpse, the thickness of divine essence already did not lose to peak initial stage heaven glimpse martial artists. Coupled with the powerful chaos heaven opening sword art, it practically took no effort for Yi Yuan to one-shot middle stage heaven glimpse martial artists. Now, even late stage heaven glimpse powerhouses, he had the strength battle it out. 2. Yi Yuan leaped, bringing along the world-suppressing steel, and flew back to the platform. Master, you're really too incredible. Even breaking through was also so eclectic. Bai Chun went up to greet and exclaimed, "Yeah, Grand Elder, the cultivation method that you cultivate is actually so overbearing that you can even tame the spiritual energy in the magma too." Bai Shou also exclaimed in surprise. If it were even if he could survive in the magma, the violent spiritual energy would also burn his meridians into a crisp. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is also something that couldn't be helped. The Sky Foothill world's spiritual energy is too thin. Fortunately, it's inside.
The Divine Ruin.
If it was in the outside world, it might cause a massive commotion. If Yi Yuan cultivated at the outside world, most likely the spiritual energy within a circumference of 10,000 miles would be absorbed clean by him. Such a large commotion, it was hard to ensure that it would not draw the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's attention. Suddenly, many holes appeared on this giant ring platform. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another was transported out of the holes in various ways. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression could not help turning grim, instinctively having a foreboding premonition. Dao fruit is actually the Dao fruit. Ha ha ha. I obtained it without any effort at all. Really obtained without any trouble at all. When Qin Tian saw the Dao fruit suspended on the lone island, he was in a state of extremely ecstasy. He also did not expect to actually find the Dao fruit here. That was the celestial deity Dao fruit. As long as he obtained the celestial deity Dao fruit, he could reach celestial deity realm within a very short time. At that time, however vast the world, what place could he still not go? Regarding the divine Lord realm, Qin Tian was still somewhat confident. But, regarding celestial deity realm, he never thought of it before. Hard. Too hard. But now, this enormous cake was placed in front of him. How could he not be agitated? Upon laying eyes on the Tao fruit for the first time, he swore to obtain it at all costs. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked in Yi Yuan's direction, his pupils involuntarily constricting, and he drew a cold breath. Just how long had it been Yi Yuan actually broke through to heaven glimpse? Deity realm. This was not some good news. When Yi Yuan was half-step heaven glimpse, he already almost killed him. Becoming a genuine heaven glimpse realm powerhouse now, his strength improved. By God knows how many times. Unleashing that sword one more time, his heavenly feather flexible armor would not work anymore too. Tao fruit? What is that thing? Duan Fei said. He could tell from Qin Tian's expression that this thing was definitely extraordinary. Good stuff. Hehe, with this Tao fruit we can discuss things now. The precious treasures on Yi Yuan's body and this Tao fruit. You pick one. Qin Tian said coolly. He did not conceal it either, briefly introducing this Tao fruit's effect, making Duan Fei's countenance change visibly. Controlling heavenly Tao, becoming the sovereign of a world. Such a thing, how could he not be moved? This Tao fruit, I'm taking it. Duan Fei forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart and said, as long as he swallowed the Tao fruit, he would control the Sky Foothill world. At that time, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's Palace Lord would also have to grovel and lick under his feet. Thinking about it made people excited. All right, then it's settled. But because of this, we'd better settle the problem first, Qin Tian said coolly. Regarding Duan Fei's decision, Qin Tian did not have much objections. He was indeed very moved by the Tao fruit. But he had a feeling that the precious treasures on Yi Yuan were probably even more incredible than the Tao fruit. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed was too terrifying. If say Yi Yuan did not have a heaven-defying lucky chance, that was impossible. Wu Meng Academy's resources were utterly insufficient to nurture such a freak. Moreover, how could Qin Tian possibly give away the Tao fruit on a silver platter? Finishing off Yi Yuan, Qin Tian's next target would be Duan Fei. Azure Peak, Zhuiyun, Hua Tianyang, the few of you attack together. The White Knight's Sacred Palace's people. Don't spare a single one, Duan Fei said, solemnly. Hearing Duan Fei's orders, Azure Peak's face revealed a complicated look. Those who charged out of the giant flame stone men there were all powerful people. Right now, the various major sacred palaces, the one that was the most intact was the White Knight Sacred Palace. Kill! Duan Fei bellowed. A group of people encircled over towards the White Knight Sacred Palace from both sides. This was a ring-shaped platform. Ahead was endless magma. The White Knight Sacred Palace's people already had no way to escape. You all listen well to me. In a while, no matter what happens, all don't. Anyhow, take action. Stay on the spot and don't move. I'll do my best to protect you all, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Everyone's expression turned austere and they nodded one after another. They also discerned that Duan Fei and Qin Tian joining hands, and Hua Tianyang, also glaring like a ravening tiger by the side. They already had no way out. Now, there was only listening to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face fell. Raising his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm. However, his target was not Duan Fei they all, but the direction of the Tao fruit. A massive azure dragon phantom flew straight for the Tao fruit. Yi Yuan, you dare. When Qin Tian and Duan Fei saw this scene, they virtually cried out in shock. In unison, they thought that Yi Yuan was going for broke here. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. This bunch of fools really thought that the Tao fruit was so easy to obtain? Boom! When the azure dragon phantom reached the lone island, it seemingly ran into a giant barrier, shaking until the entire dome started quaking violently. Qin Tian and Duan Fei both heaved a sigh in relief, rejoicing that the Tao fruit was okay. However, very soon the expressions on their faces changed. Rays of faint yellow light floated up, filling the entire dome very quickly. Boom! A pale yellow light ball suddenly condensed and formed, bombarding right onto a heaven-glimpsed deity realm elder. Arg! That elder let out a shrill scream and was directly blown flying. After that, his entire person turned into a fireball and started burning. This scene made everyone break out in cold sweat. All stand still and don't move. This damn guy set off the grand array, right? Now, all of us have fallen into the grand array. Duan Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, this grand array was too formidable. A heaven glimpse realm elder only withstood for several breaths of time and turned into a cloud of flying ash. Yi Yuan looked at this scene and said with a cold smile, do you think you'll be fine if you don't move? His voice had yet to fade when another light ball suddenly condensed and formed, roaring toward another heaven glimpse realm elder once again. The result did not give the least bit of surprise. That elder was similarly burned to a crisp. Swish! Another fireball condensed and formed. It was just that the target this time was a grotto profound martial artist beside Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian's face revealed a look of wild elation. Although this fireball was not targeting Yi Yuan to be able to make their side suffer heavy casualties, he was happy too. Weren't you doing unnecessary stuff? Screwed your own people, right? Seeing the fireball draw near, that grotto profound martial artist was instantly drenched in sweat. He was just about to take off and run when a voice sounded out beside his ear. Don't resist. I'll bring you to a safe place. This voice was simply like a heavenly melody, incomparably wonderful. He only felt a blur before his eyes and a figure already pulled him along and escaped into the yellow light. This action of Yi Yuan, he seemingly stepped on a landmine, triggering more and more fireballs to follow on their tails. Ha ha ha, you wouldn't die if you didn't look for trouble. Yi Yuan, let me see how you escape. Qin Tian laughed wildly as he said with excitement. But Yi Yuan paid no attention to it, bringing that person and teleporting, and actually scurried straight into that fireball. When that grotto profound martial artist saw the fireball brush past his cheek, all the hair on his body stood on its end. He only felt his crotch become wet. He was actually scared until he peed. At this time, everyone was watching Yi Yuan's action. The miraculous thing was that when he shuttled back and forth between the fireballs, not a single fireball actually touched him. Qin Tian's smile became stiffer and stiffer, finally freezing on his face. Yi Yuan moved like the wind, changing no idea how many positions. Suddenly, that grotto profound martial artist only felt a blur before his eyes. All of the fireballs vanished without a trace. Stay here and don't move. Otherwise, an immortal can't save you either. Yuan said solemnly. Oh! That grotto profound martial artist nodded his head mechanically. Only then, coming to a realization, just now, Yi Yuan brought him like dancing on the edge of a knife. That taste was really awesome. 4 steps away, add 3 steps. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless was currently swiftly explaining to him the footwork. This grand array was incomparably profound. It was likely personally arranged by celestial deity Sky Foothill. With Yi Yuan's current realm, it was naturally impossible to crack it. But he still had Dustless, this senior with vast experiences, along with him. The moment this grand array activated, he recognized this array formation. This array formation was called the Flame Wandering Universe Grand Array of the 8 Desolates. It was a 5-star Divine Tao Grand Array, and its power was boundless. But the Grand Array in front of him was clearly less than 1/10,000th of its peak. Otherwise, these people in front would long have died out. The instant when Yi Yuan saw the rest, he knew what was going to happen. This was probably a plot set up by celestial deity Sky Foothill, wanting to replenish the continuously weakening Tao fruit with the fresh blood of deity realm powerhouses. Hence, that was why everyone would be transported here. Very soon, Yi Yuan returned to his original position, grabbing Bai Qian and directly flying away. He did the same, sending all of the White Knight Sacred Palace's people to a safe place. Qin Tian and Duan Fei's expressions were ugly to the extreme. This grand array was so powerful, but only Yi Yuan alone could come and go freely. This was not good news. Duan Fei looked towards Qin Tian and said coldly, "Still don't think of a way. We'd all have to die here. Aren't you all outsiders very powerful? Why are you so useless?" Qin Tian was livid with rage and said in a deep voice, "I told you long ago, this brat has precious treasures on him. This array formation's rank is extremely high. If its power wasn't significantly diminished, we'd have long died out." Duan Fei snorted coldly and said, "This doesn't change the fact that you're useless too." Qin Tian said angrily, "If you have any use, rush the formation for me to see." The two people were currently arguing when two fireballs flew over towards them. The two people's expressions changed, attacking brazenly at the same time. Boom! Boom! Those two fireballs were actually directly annihilated. However, their faces did not have the slightest expression of joy, because this kind of attack consumed too much divine essence. They could block one, too, but once the grand array activated, it would not stop. How many could they block? Heh, strength is all pretty good. After I retrieve the Tao fruit, I'll come and settle scores with you guys again. Yi Yuan looked at this scene and said, with a cold laugh. Finished talking, his figure moved and actually moved in the direction of the Tao fruit. Qin Tian's entire body trembled, his gaze full of unwillingness. Watching Yi Yuan draw closer to the Tao fruit step by step, Qin Tian could not endure it anymore, his entire body's aura skyrocketing. Yi Yuan's expression changed, looking over in Qin Tian's direction in surprise. "Yi Yuan, you forced me. Today, I'll definitely kill you. Want to obtain the Tao fruit? Dream on!" Qin Tian shouted fiercely. His hand had an additional ice cube-like object. A powerful spiritual energy undulation instantly swept across the entire dome. It's 10,000-year mystic crystal. This small piece of 10,000-year mystic crystal is sufficient for him to break through to the origin deity realm. This guy actually still had such a thing in his hands, Dustless said, in surprise. Boom! Qin Tian's aura released fully. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire place. He was going to break through to the origin deity realm. "I've been suppressing my realm all along in order to comprehend Sword Tao. Today, for your sake, I'm going to break through to the origin deity realm. You can be proud of this." Qin Tian laughed ominously, swallowing the 10,000-year mystic crystal in one go. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The speed of his feet accelerated, speeding over towards the Tao fruit. Qin Tian's aura was in the midst of rising crazily. Finally, he made his move and stepped right into the grand array. Whoosh! A fireball shot straight for Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not even look. A sword directly flying out. Boom! That fireball was directly annihilated. With the support of the 10,000-year mystic crystal, Qin Tian did not care about the consumption of divine essence within his body at all. Actually, with Qin Tian's talent, he could have broken through to the origin deity realm long ago. These few years, he had been suppressing and not breaking through all along in order to comprehend Sword Tao in the Sword Tomb. As the saying went, thick accumulations burst forth. Him breaking through to the origin deity realm now was virtually something that happened without extra effort. Breaking through this sort of thing was all too easy for a genius like Qin Tian. Duan Fei had a visible change in countenance watching by the side. He finally knew the disparity between him and Qin Tian, this kind of trial takers. Back then, he spent a full 50,000 years' time in order to break through to the origin deity realm, but he broke through so casually. Bang! 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 Qin Tian drew his sword like the wind, obliterating all of the fireballs that the grand array condensed. Yi Yuan's footwork was walking in a roundabout manner, while Qin Tian walked straight ahead in the direction of the Tao fruit. Very soon, Qin Tian rushed in front of Yi Yuan instead. When Duan Fei saw the two people snatching the Dao fruit, he finally could not hold back any longer. Damn it! Risk it all. Duan Fei gritted his teeth, figure flying out hastily, also rushing over toward the Dao fruit. Three figures broke through the grand array's layers of blockade, all wanting to be the first to obtain the Dao fruit. However, along with them getting closer and closer to the Dao fruit, the fireballs around them also became more and more, the power increasingly horrifying. Qin Tian's powerful strength was displayed in its entirety without a doubt at this moment. His aura was still rising non-stop and already infinitely approached origin. Deity realm. Qin Tian had a look of joy. The Dao fruit was already well within reach. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you're finally still going to die in my hands. The Dao fruit is mine, Qin Tian's. Looking as if he was about to obtain the Dao fruit, Qin Tian became incomparably excited. However, the fireballs around him became more and more, also making it difficult for him to stride forward. The 10,000-year mystic crystal's spiritual energy was indeed abnormally powerful. Qin Tian's aura was still in the midst of rising crazily. Arg! Qin Tian shouted loudly, his aura rising to the peak all at once. The pressure that belonged to origin deity powerhouses instantly spread out. Qin Tian's gaze turned sharp, the long sword in his hand akin to a snake, hissing, shooting over towards the surrounding fireballs like lightning. Pooh work! Even if he broke through to origin deity realm, these powerful fireballs still injured Qin Tian's internal organs. Qin Tian forcefully suppressed the injuries and continued advancing. The fireballs became more and more concentrated, virtually drowning Qin Tian's entire person. But the Qin Tian, after breaking through, was too powerful. Although he advanced slowly, it was very steady. However, along with the passage of time, Qin Tian's injuries also became heavier and heavier. While on the other side, Duan Fei's speed clearly slowed down immensely. He already almost could not block the fireball's offensive anymore. Damn it! This grand array is too powerful. The farther in front, the more terrifying the power of the fireballs. Duan Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Pooh work." Qin Tian spewed blood along the way as he walked, finally arriving in front of the Dao fruit. The sacred aura of heavenly Dao hit him head-on, making Qin Tian virtually about to rise to heaven. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Qin Tian drew his sword like the wind, cutting down several fireballs in the proximity, left hand darting towards the Dao fruit like lightning, right in front of his hands. Qin Tian's heart was almost leaping to his throat. This was a Dao fruit. As long as he swallowed it, the day he broke through to celestial deity realm was right around the corner. In that case, he would be a region's powerhouse in the Heavenspan world too. When Wu Meng City Lord saw him, he would also have to respectfully call him Your Excellency. In the Heavenspan world, Dao fruits were too scared, too precious. Whoever saw them would inevitably be moved too. Now you're mine. Qin Tian spouted blood but had a blissful smile on his face. Swoosh! Right at this moment, Qin Tian only felt a blur before his eyes. An afterimage streaked past in front of him. The Dao fruit was gone. In this instant, Qin Tian fell straight from heaven to hell. The Dao fruit that was clearly well within reach was actually snatched by someone near at hand a moment ago, but far away at the end of the horizon a moment later. That afterimage just now was unimaginably fast. Even Qin Tian did not catch his trajectory. In addition, he appeared too suddenly. Qin Tian could not react at all. Such fast speed. What happened just now? Don't know. My eyes have always been staring at Grand Elder. Then he suddenly disappeared. Grand Elder snatched the Dao fruit? Where is he? Ha ha ha. So close. I already lost all hope just now. I even thought that we're all dead for sure. Confirming that Qin Tian did not obtain the Dao fruit, the people on the White Knight Sacred Palace's side were all wreathed in smiles. Just now, Their hearts had leaped to their throats and even thought that the Dao fruit would definitely land in Qin Tian's hands. He did not expect that the situation changed drastically, and it was snatched away by Grand Elder. Bang! 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 The rock wall above the dome suddenly experienced an intense explosion sound. Chasing Moon! Yi Yuan's inconceivably quick sword extinguished the fireballs that tailed. Behind him, following that, Yi Yuan revealed his figure. His hand held a fruit. It was precisely the Dao fruit. Yi Yuan, I'll kill you. The two of us cannot live under the same sky. As Qin Tian dealt with the fireballs, he roared at Yi Yuan crazily. A duck that came to his hands flew away. Qin Tian's fury at this time could be imagined. He did not know why Yi Yuan would be quick to that degree just now. He was clearly still very far from the Dao fruit, but he snatched away the Dao fruit like teleporting. This snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Everyone did not react in time. This scene happened too suddenly, too unthinkable. Until now, there were still quite a number of people in the midst of shock. Yi Yuan landed in the safe area again at this time and said to the Qin Tian, who had his hands full, "You stay engaged first, I'll find you to settle scores in a while. The scores between the two of us really have to be settled properly." Finish talking. Yi Yuan's figure shifted swiftly, teleporting once more. Before long, Yi Yuan appeared beside Bai Chun, handed the Dao fruit to him, and said, "Eat it." Bai Chun had a look of utter disbelief, then shook his head like a rattle drum, and said, "And no way. Such a precious thing, master, you only got it after escaping danger by a hair's breadth. How can you give it to me?" Eating this Dao fruit meant that one could control a world. Yi Yuan actually gave it to him so casually? Bai Chun knew the perils of that scene earlier. Although he could not see Yi Yuan's movements clearly, the intense explosions that came from above indicated that Yi Yuan definitely triggered the grand array. Everyone all used incredibly envious gazes to look at Bai Chun. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses were similarly like so. Eating this Dao fruit, one could control a world. These deity realm powerhouses, Bai Chun could wield absolute power over their life or death. Such a thing who did not want? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "This thing is useless to me. I won't eat it, no matter what." Bai Chen's eyes went wide and he said in disbelief, "How can it be useless? If you eat it, you can control the sky foothill world." Yi Yuan said, "Things in the world, you win some and you lose some. Although the Dao fruit is good, as long as one eats it, they will utterly wipe out their talent, cultivation difficulty becoming 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder than ordinary people. If barring no accidents, they will just stop at the celestial deity realm in this lifetime too, unless they encounter an even more incredible Dao fruit. A person running into one Dao fruit in a lifetime was already heaven-defying destiny. Encountering a second one, there was basically no possibility. Yi Yuan's ambition was very big. He thought nothing of celestial deity realm at all. Hence, this Dao fruit was a heaven-defying treasure to others, but it was worthless to him. Yi Yuan did not hide his voice. Qin Tian, who was currently in a fierce battle with the fireballs, nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. "Just stop." These two words were used well. Celestial deity realm, even in the heavenspan world, only one could be born. Among hundreds of millions of martial artists too. This guy was actually so contemptuous. Therefore, you have to think clearly too. If you consume this Dao fruit, you'll never be able to break through past the celestial deity realm in this lifetime anymore. Of course, you might not understand the significance of celestial deity realm. Celestial deity realm, even in the great world outside, can also be considered a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan said coolly. By the side, Mo Yun's breathing had long become extremely ragged. Seeing Bai Chun still in a daze, he could not resist saying, "Silly boy, what are you still waiting for? This is a massive lucky chance that His Excellency bestowed upon you. Didn't you see how much that intruder wants to get this Dao fruit?" Bai Chun abruptly startled awake, gaze looking firmly at Yi Yuan, and directly knelt down.
Dong dong dong.
Bai Chun gave 3 deep kowtows toward Yi Yuan. Master's grace, I'll definitely repay it after I break through to the celestial deity realm, Bai Chun said firmly. Under everyone's stares, Bai Chun slowly ate the Dao fruit. They all swallowed their salivas, staring at Bai Chen eagerly, their eyes full of envy. Bai Chen's entire body trembled, the light in his eyes gradually fading. Milky white light screen enveloped him. Bai Chun was like a fetus that returned to his mother's body, curling up in the light screen and falling asleep. A boundless aura of great Tao gradually spread out. Rumble. The entire divine ruins started trembling, while this dome started collapsing, rubbles falling down one after another. Crack, crack, crack. The flame-wandering universe grand array of the 8 desolates actually started collapsing. Those fireballs scattered everywhere gradually disappeared. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan. I want to see who can still save you now. The pressure reducing drastically, Qin Tian let out a wild laugh. He was tormented by this grand array until he was about to go crazy. Just now, in order to snatch the Dao fruit, he even piled injuries on top of his injuries, while on the other side, Duanfei was even more miserable than him. Duanfei, from head to toe, one could use the phrase being riddled with 1,000 gapping words to describe him. There was virtually not an area that was in good condition. Yi Yuan nonchalantly gave Qin Tian a glance and said disdainfully, "Just based on your condition, you also want to kill you." Yi Yuan's contemptuous eyes deeply stimulated Qin Tian, and he said furiously, "I'm Wu Meng Academy's #1 genius. A measly initial stage heavenly Tao dares to utter wild raving. D." Qin Tian shouted loudly, his figure rampaging, charging toward Yi Yuan like lightning. Except, his aura was already far weaker than his peak.
Ye Yuan lafet koldu.
His figure swayed and vanished from where he was. Boom! 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 The 2 people turned into 2 phantoms, exchanging several rounds like lightning, evenly matched. Qin Tian's internal organs suffered severe injuries, in addition to heavenly Dao suppression. His current strength was even worse than before breaking through. Chasing Moon, this move, what it emphasized was the unification of man and sword, destroying a solid dike with an ant-hole, the speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan went at full firepower, the strength that he erupted with instantly was not the least bit worse than Qin Tian's. Under this sort of strange state, the 2 people's strength actually reached a strange balance. The 2 were people with extremely powerful combat strength. This contest that was well matched in strength shocked until the dome collapsed rapidly, debris flying everywhere. Duanfei, go kill that brat. Otherwise, when he refines the Dao fruit, you'll die until not even dregs can be left behind. In the fierce battle, Qin Tian's bellow sounded out. Duanfei was already incomparably tragic under the fireball's attacks. His Dao foundation was already ruined. Even if his injuries healed, his strength could not advance a step further anymore as well. Qin Tian's words sounded by his ear like a clap of thunder. He abruptly startled awake, pouncing over toward Bai Chun like lightning. Although Duanfei similarly suffered a great loss in strength, he was an origin deity powerhouse in the end. With his strength, Bai Xiu and the rest were really not a match. However, Bai Xiu did not hesitate in the slightest, directly blocking in front of Bai Chen. He already harbored the resolve of certain death and had to stop Duanfei's attack. Mo Yun and the rest of the elders also all rushed over, attempting to stop Duanfei's footsteps. Duanfei gritted his teeth, ignoring the injuries on his body, and unleashing all of his remaining divine essence. Grand Luo Bo Rua Pom, Duanfei shouted fiercely. A terrifying aura rippled out, causing the faces of Bai Xiu and the rest to change drastically. With Duanfei's current injuries, if they wanted to escape, it could be done. But behind him was Bai Chun. Protect Palace Lord to the death. Everybody attack with me. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Everyone did not shrink back at all, each executing various means, meeting that terrifying palm force. Duan Fei laughed coldly and said, "A bunch of blind and reckless things. Since you all are seeking death, then this divine official will send you all to the Western Paradise." Finished talking, Duan Fei urged his palm force, a terrifying energy that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, fired over in Bai Chen's direction. "Ha ha ha! That brat is about to die in front of you right away. Are you very desperate? Relax, you'll also follow him to hell right away," Qin Tian said, with a big laugh. Swoosh! In the air, a hint of lightning laws suddenly flashed past. Then, Qin Tian's smile froze on his face. He lost Yi Yuan's traces. Yi Yuan disappeared from in front of him once more. Qin Tian's expression changed, and he said with great astonishment, It's heavenly thunder swift talismans. Damn Thundercry, it's his heavenly thunder swift talismans." Previously, the scene of Yi Yuan snatching the Dao fruit was too sudden. Qin Tian did not react in time at all. Now, he finally knew why Yi Yuan would disappear.
Chasing Moon plus avant li Thunder Swift Talisman.
When Yi Yuan unleashed Chasing Moon, this move, he mobilized the heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman at the same time, could be said to be accelerating. On top of speed, the heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman was Thundercry's proud work. Once unleashed, even ordinary origin deity powerhouses could not catch up to. Even though Yi Yuan was unable to unleash the heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman's full power, established on the basis of Chasing Moon, this move, coupled with the heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman, his speed could virtually
rival origin deity realms.
Furthermore, with the heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman's augmentation, the power of Chasing Moon, this move was even more terrifying. Swish! Qin Tian shuddered, hearing the sound of a long sword passing through the flesh. The eyes of the originally imposing Duan Fei gradually became lax. That terrifying palm also directly dissipated without a trace. Bai Xiu and the rest who were akin to facing a great enemy suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies easing up. Then, they saw Duan Fei fall down feebly in front of them. Duan Fei, dead. The entire process was just a split second. Everybody did not react to it. By the time they reacted to it, Duan Fei was already dead. Swoosh! However, the nightmare still continued. Qin Tian shuddered again. The scent of death hit him head-on. With his strength, he actually only saw an afterimage charge over toward him. Clank! In his haste, Qin Tian instinctively swung out a slash. Qin Tian only felt a tremendous force transmit over. The originally suppressed injuries could not be suppressed any longer. A mouthful of fresh blood spewing out wildly, his body flying out backward. Not over yet. Again. Yi Yuan's cold voice was like a death-hastening talisman, sounding out by Qin Tian's ear. Qin Tian felt his scalp tingle. But this move of Yi Yuan's was too terrifying. He only managed to block it just now by relying on his instinctive reaction to
Danger.
the next sword. He did not have any confidence to block it. Swish! Qin Tian only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan arrived again. Clank! It was actually blocked again by him like a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. It was just that, under this immense force, the sword in Qin Tian's hand could not be held on anymore, slipping out of his hand, eventually falling into the magma. "You're dead!" Yi Yuan's nightmare-like words sounded out by Qin Tian's ears once again. Qin Tian's pupils constricted, using a near-trembling voice to beg. "I was wrong. Yi Yuan, I was really wrong.
Let us reconcile."
Too late. Yi Yuan's voice was icy cold without the slightest emotion, sounding out beside Qin Tian's ear for the last time. The evil extermination sword easily pierced the heavenly feather flexible armor, the long sword penetrating right through the internal organs. "I'm not willing." Qin Tian's eyes gradually became lax, carrying intense unwillingness. He was the most prodigious student of Wu Meng capital city in 100,000 years. If barring no accidents, he could even step into the divine lord realm. Until one day, a guy called Yi Yuan appeared, snatching away all of his light. This rookie who was only the grotto profound realm actually covered the light of him, this half-step origin deity. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan was merely an ant that could be easily crushed to death in Qin Tian's eyes, all the way until one day he discovered to his surprise that this ant suddenly grew to the point where it was sufficient to threaten him. Therefore, he did not scruple to sneak into the Sky Foothill world and also had to kill him. But the final outcome concluded with his death. A heaven's chosen of his generation perished here and now. This, in a blink of an eye, killed two might origin deity powerhouses. How did this guy accomplish it? Too strong. He's just at the initial stage heaven glimpse realm to actually forcefully toy two mighty origin deity powerhouses to death. It's hard for deity realm powerhouses to jump realms, but this guy's combat power just shoots up at least two minor realms. Simply inconceivable. This Yi Yuan is likely a first-rate genius in the outside world too, right? In the midst of everyone's cries of exclamations, Yi Yuan put away his sword and stood there, not the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. The Qin family had already used no idea how many means in order to put him to death. If not for him having some trump cards, he would have long died until not even dregs remained. The first time this Qin Tian laid eyes on him, he already viewed him as a dead person. Killing him, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden at all. Boom! A piece of enormous rock fell from the sky, directly smashing onto the lone island. That lone island could not bear it anymore, slowly sinking down. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones scattered on the lone island actually slipped down, falling and dispersing into the magma. He was in a fierce battle with Qin Tian just now. With his mind completely preoccupied, he did not notice this enormous rock. Now, wanting to salvage, it was already too late. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan used the third heavenly thunder. Swift talisman, his body turning into an afterimage, speeding down below. Yi Yuan urged the deploy within his body to the limit and actually reached. First, despite moving later, catching up to the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones that were currently falling in an instant. Yi Yuan moved like lightning. In this split second, he collected 7 to 8 myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. The rest, he was already powerless to do anything. His straight-line dash did not hold back at all. There was simply no way to change directions anymore. Grand Elder! When Bai Xiu and the rest saw Yi Yuan's figure rushing towards the magma with immense speed, each and every one of them turned pale with fright. It was just that Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. They did not have time to do anything at all. Bang! Yi Yuan knocked into the world-suppressing steel at an extremely high speed. The world-suppressing steel kicked up a large cloud of magma because of the tremendous impact, scattering it everywhere. Poo work! Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood and did not recover for some time. This blow was too fierce. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was strong, he suffered considerable internal injuries too. It was equivalent to him suffering a full-powered impact of his own. If it were others, they could directly crash themselves to death. You punk! Is life so worthless? If you keep playing like this, you'll play yourself to death sooner or later one day. In his sea of consciousness came Dustless's roar. Regarding Yi Yuan's dangerous action, he was virtually almost going crazy. This series of actions just now only happened in a twinkle. Not only did Yi Yuan have to collect the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, he even had to deploy the world-suppressing steel. Once there was an accident and he dropped into the magma, he would thoroughly play himself to death. Hoo-hoo, aren't I fine? The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, I have to get it. Yi Yuan forced a smile and said. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet, ignored the injuries on his body, and leaped This place isn't suitable to stay for long, leave, Yi Yuan said to the White Knight Sacred Palaces group. But what about Palace Lord? Bai Shou said. He'll be fine. Bai Chun will be safer in this place than the outside world. Instead, Yi Yuan said coolly. The dome collapsed, revealing a large gap above. Yi Yuan leaped up, flying toward that gap. The faces of Bai Shou and the rest changed, also hastily following after Yi Yuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another flew out from underground. But compared to the battalion when they entered, these figures appeared rather few and scattered. It's Hua Tianyang. That damn fellow, we can't let him run. The moment Bai Shou came out, he saw Hua Tianyang currently fleeing at full speed. When the White Knight Sacred Palaces group saw this scene, each and every one of them wanted to chase after him. Don't chase, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Bai Shou and the others' actions stopped, saying with puzzlement, Grand Elder, Hua Tianyang is our mortal enemy. How can we let him go? Yi Yuan said coolly. Let him wander around at leisure for some time first. When Bai Chun leaves seclusion, he'll naturally go and take his dog life. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, Quickly, leave. Everyone's hearts turned cold, speeding away like the wind. Boom! Not long after everyone left, raging magma spewed right out from underground, reaching the clouds. That terrifying temperature, everyone could distinctly feel it from 10,000 miles away. The magma was like a fountain, looking extremely spectacular. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help changing as he said, Grand Elder, will Palace Lord be fine inside? This magma was too frightening. It was not up for everyone to not be worried. But Yi Yuan said coolly, Relax. Eating the Dao fruit, Bai Chun is heavenly. Dao. This magma is very dangerous to us, but won't cause the slightest bit of harm to him. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did everyone feel slightly more at ease. They all knew that Yi Yuan would not harm Bai Chun. Since he said so, it must be true. Suddenly, Yi Yuan caught a familiar figure at his peripherals currently fleeing at a distance. His figure moved and chased after. Brother Azure Peak, are you going to leave without saying goodbye when you see an old acquaintance? Yi Yuan said coolly. This person was none other than precisely the divine envoy Azure Peak. There were two divine envoys who came together with Duan Fei this time. But the other divine envoy already perished inside the Grand Array. Azure Peak's luck was better, surviving by sheer luck. He was afraid of being seen by Yi Yuan, so that was why he planned on secretly sneaking away. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so vigilant to actually discover him. Having his path blocked by Yi Yuan, Azure Peak's expression was somewhat ugly. As he said, So, it's younger brother Yi Yuan. Azure Peak's eyes are dull and didn't see previously. Please don't take offense. How did the current Azure Peak still have any haughtiness of a divine envoy? Yi Yuan had a grand display of invincible might, cutting down two mighty origin deity powerhouses on his own, leaving behind an indelible mark in the hearts of all the Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. Actually, in Yi Yuan's current condition, whether or not he was Azure Peak's match was still very hard to say. But Azure Peak did not know that Yi Yuan only had 3 heavenly Thunder Swift talismans in his possession and already used all of them. After all, Yi Yuan's current accumulated awe was too strong. Hoo-hoo, brother Azure Peak. Us straightforward people don't resort to insinuations. You have to think clearly. If you go back to the Sky Foothill, divine place now to inform them, that's becoming enemies with the Sky Foothill. World's sovereign. When Bai Chun refines the Dao fruit, it will be the hour where you perish, your Dao disappearing. Yi Yuan said darkly. Asterisk asterisk. Inside the soul-suppressing pearl, Yi Yuan looked at that fair and flawless face. His heart was in extreme pain. So many years had passed, Mu Lingxue still had that peerless appearance. Like a sleeping beauty, as if one could wake up her at any time. But in these few years, Yi Yuan had once attempted countless times before and never succeeded. Yi Yuan knew that in this peerlessly beautiful shell, there was already not a trace of life. What there was only the currently dissipating spiritual consciousness.
Boo, boo, boo.
Suddenly, clusters of gloomy cold light lit up around Mu Lingxue, like lighting candles. These candle light-like gloomy lights enclosed Mu Lingxue's surroundings very quickly, guarding her in the middle. This is soul fire, able to hide this lass's aura and let her spiritual consciousness keep going without dissipating. As long as the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are still there, it can provide power for the soul, suppressing Pearl unceasingly, lighting this soul fire. Hearing Dustless's words, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart landed. These few years, Yi Yuan was actually very anxious in his heart. Senior, how long can these soul fires burn? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless's let out a sigh when he heard that and said, no idea how many lifetimes of blessing this girlie cultivated either to be worth you risking your life to go and snatch these myriad longevity heavenly soul stones for her. These myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are sufficient for her spiritual consciousness to maintain and not dissipate for 200 years. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, just 200 years? Dustless nodded and said, isolate heavenly Tao aura isn't so easily accomplished. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh helplessly and said, this road is really arduous. This trip was 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and it only exchanged for 200 years' time. Just 200 years was merely a snap of a finger to deity realm powerhouses. In these 200 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to cultivate, he even had to search for myriad longevity heavenly soul stones everywhere. It was really very hard. This trip into the sky foothill world could be said to be powerful enemies all round. Regardless of whether it was Duan Fei or Qin Tian, even Hua Tianyang, they were all very troublesome opponents to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan successfully counterkilled 2 great origin deity powerhouses by relying on his wits in the end, the perils of the process were what outsiders could not imagine. But then again, this trip into the sky foothill world, one got to really thank Thundercry's heavenly thunder swift talismans. Otherwise, whether to win or lose was seriously hard to predict. Thundercry handed the heavenly thunder swift talismans to Yi Yuan in order to let him have the ability to escape. He probably never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually relied on these 3 heavenly thunder swift talismans and killed 2 mighty origin deity powerhouses and even snatched back 7 pieces of myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. You've already done very well. Dustless patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and comforted. In a twinkle, half a year's time already passed. In this half a year, Dustless had been constantly absorbing the energy in the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. The White Knight Sacred Palace's powerhouses never went far away the whole time. They were all waiting for Bai Chun to refine the Tao fruit. Except they all seemed somewhat anxious at this time. Grand Elder, I wonder when Palace Lord will be able to finish refining it? What if the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's people came? Bai Shou said rather worriedly. This will have to depend on his good fortune. But I reckon that the time should be just about there, Yi Yuan said. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did everyone calm down slightly.
Sudanli, a terrifi n'aura Sudanli descended.
Everyone's expressions changed greatly. What a powerful aura. This is the aura of grand completion origin. Deity. Could it be the Sky Foothill Palace Lord coming in person? Bai Shou's complexion became incomparably pale. The might of this aura virtually made people despair. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly too, not expecting that they were actually exposed. What a clever and ingenious fellow made this palace lord search for so long. Come on out. A dignified voice sounded out in the space outside. Go on out. Yi Yuan extended a hand and tapped. Space shattered, everyone's figures peered. In the air was an old man with deep eyes. Behind the old man were even 7 powerhouses. These 7 people were all middle stage and late stage origin deity experts. while that old man himself was a grand completion origin deity realm. Powerhouses. This force, when put together, was simply too terrifying. Seeing Yi Yuan and the others reveal themselves, the old man said with a profound gaze, "This palace lord searched in this area for over a dozen days, without results. If not for this palace lord having a flash of inspiration and using the profound space Dharma Mudra, you all might really have evaded it." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and looked toward the Dharma Mudra that was suspending in front of the old man, an extremely powerful spatial undulation, revealed above it. After coming out from underground, Yi Yuan opened up a pocket space in the nearby forest and let the White Knight Sacred Palace's group of people hide. Inside, avoiding the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's search, he did not expect that it was still just a step short of success. A small world space was far from as stable as the Heavenspan worlds. With Yi Yuan's current strength, opening up a pocket space was nothing difficult. It was just that he did not expect that this Sky Foothill Divine Palace still had a divine artifact that detected spatial undulations to actually be discovered by them. "Your esteemed self is the Sky Foothill Palace Lord?" Yi Yuan said somberly. "Since you know this Palace Lord, why haven't you truthfully given that kid's whereabouts? Otherwise, this Palace Lord will make you regret living on this earth." A burst of killing intent spread out. Everyone's faces changed. But Yi Yuan was unmoved and said coolly, "Tao fruit coming into being, the Sky Foothill world has a worthy successor. You all should comply with heaven's will. Don't do the kind of things that will bring about your own destruction." The Sky Foothill Palace Lord laughed coldly and said, "Heaven's will? This Palace Lord is heaven's will." The Sky Foothill Divine Palace dominated. Generation after generation, how can it be a brat who's still wet behind his ears turn to come and rule? The Sky Foothill Palace Lord could be said to be a sovereign-like existence in the Sky Foothill world. Now, Bai Chun coming into existence with a roar threatened his position. How could he willingly yield his sovereign authority with both hands? The Sky Foothill Palace's expression turned grim, and he said, "Looks like you're refusing a toast, only to drink a forfeit." Finished talking, the Sky Foothill Palace Lord waved a palm very casually, crushing over toward Yi Yuan's direction. In an instant, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In the Sky Foothill world, grand completion origin deity powerhouses were virtually on par with heavenly Tao. The moment he attacked, it was truly powerful to the extreme. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's face revealed a mocking smile. Boom! Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. The palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas immediately vanished into thin air. A youth stood in the air, suddenly appearing in everyone's line of sight. "Palace Lord! It's Palace Lord! Ha ha ha! Palace Lord refined the Tao fruit. Palace Lord is mighty and unparalleled." The White Knight Sacred Palace's people originally lost all hope already. But, seeing that youth's back view, they were immediately wild with ecstasy. The youth was none other than precisely Bai Chun. The current Bai Chun was strikingly similar to when Yi Yuan took control of Heavenly Tao back then. Bai Chen's gaze was like lightning. Looking in the Sky Foothill Palace Lord's direction, he said in a cold voice, "From this day forth, I, Bai Chen, take control of Sky Foothill. Those who submit, prospers. Those who defy, perish." Sky Foothill Palace Lord's entire body trembled. He discovered that he was so insignificant in front of this youngster. Even if he was only at the Heaven Glimpse realm, refining the Tao fruit, Bai Chun directly soared a major realm, although Bai Chen's realm was still not enough to look at in front of the Sky Foothill Palace Lord. But in the Sky Foothill world, he was invincible. Amen. Bai Chun snorted coldly, akin to a thunderclap, blasting until the Sky Foothill Palace Lord moved several steps back in a row. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of the Sky Foothill Palace Lord's mouth. He actually already suffered internal injuries. So strong. What Palace Lord is displaying right now is merely him at the Heaven Glimpse realm, but he could injure a grand completion origin deity powerhouse with a sound. Is this the strength of a sovereign? Everyone was dumbfounded with shock by Chen's means. The expressions of those few origin deity powerhouses behind the sky foothill palace lord all changed drastically when they saw this scene. This old man, Mu Jian, pays respect to Lord Sovereign. Although he had intense unwillingness, Mu Jian knew that the disparity between him and Bai Chun was too great. Not submitting, he had to die. With him kneeling, the other 7 origin deity powerhouses also followed and knelt down. Sky Foothill 7 elders pay respects to Lord Sovereign. Bai Xiu had an excited look and also brought the White Knight sacred palaces people to follow and bowed down, saying excitedly, "We pay respect to Lord Sovereign." Bai Chun said coolly, "This day forth, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace is dissolved on the spot. The White Knight Sacred Palace will replace the Sky Foothill Divine Palace and rule Sky Foothill." Mu Jian's gaze turned intent and he involuntarily cried out, "Lord Sovereign, this. Bai Chen's gaze turned intent and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Do you have objections?" Sensing Bai Chen's killing intent, Mu Jian was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly said, "Dare not. Mu Jian dares not." Bai Chen's voice and expression relaxed slightly, and he said coolly, "This Bai won't meddle with secular affairs as the sovereign. As long as you all don't become disloyal, you'll naturally be put in an important position anew." Mu Jian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Mu Jian doesn't dare. From today onward, Mu Jian will definitely do everything in my power to assist the White Knight Sacred Palace to manage the affairs under the heavens." Bai Chun lightly grunted, slowly turned around, and looked in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan was currently sizing Bai Chun up with interest. After taking control of Heavenly Tao, his demeanor indeed became different. His horizons were already not on the same level as these people. Bai Chun flicked in long sleeves and knelt down toward Yi Yuan. "Disciple Bai Chun thanks Master for your grace of rebirth. From this day forth, Master Yi Yuan is Sky Foothill's father. As long as Master has instructions, the entire Sky Foothill will definitely go through fire and water," Bai Chun said with a solemn look. Bai Chen's words made everyone's countenance change. Bai Chen's current identity was already completely different. He was the master of a world. Wanting to kill Yi Yuan was but a matter that could be done with ease. But Bai Chun actually paid such solemn respects to Yi Yuan and even revered Yi Yuan as his superior, putting the latter at the position of the sovereign's father. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could summon wind and call for rain in the entire Sky Foothill world. Except they all looked down on Yi Yuan too much, and also underestimated Yi Yuan's strength too much. If it were anybody else, they would be at Bai Chen's mercy in the Sky Foothill world. But Yi Yuan would not. The Sky Foothill world's heavenly Tao was but an extremely small portion of the Heavenspan world's heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan controlled the lesser Heavenspan mountain. He could completely not be fettered by the Sky Foothill heavenly Tao. If Bai Chun really had any wicked designs, Yi Yuan could completely rely on the lesser Heavenspan mountain's power to contend with heavenly Tao. It was also to say that Yi Yuan was entirely on the same starting line as Bai Chun. In front of Yi Yuan, Bai Chun was just a heaven glimpse realm martial artist. With Yi Yuan's strength, if he really wanted to kill Bai Chun, it was akin to taking something out of his own pocket. However, Bai Chun indeed did not disappoint him. His attitude showed that Yi Yuan did not misjudge people. Yi Yuan smiled as he helped Bai Chun up and said, "It's good that you have this thought, but Master is leaving." Bai Chen's expression changed and he said, "Master, you have to face all kinds of killing in the outside world. How can it be as leisurely and carefree as the Sky Foothill world? How about you stay behind and rule the Sky Foothill world together with me?" Yi Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, "Master only reached the Heavenspan world after experiencing hardships. How can I give up easily?" Master has things that must be done. Bai Chun thought about it and said, then, I'll go to the heaven-span world. Together with Master. With Bai Chen's current strength, I should be able to help Master. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Bai Chun, don't underestimate the heroes under the heavens. You have to bear in mind in the future, there is always someone better and a heaven beyond the heavens. The sovereign of a world is nothing in the heaven-span world. You can control the life and death of everyone here, but going to the heaven-span world, you are but an ordinary heaven glimpse realm martial artist. Your urgent matter on hand is to completely digest the power of the Tao fruit and become a true celestial deity powerhouse. At that time you'll go to the heaven-span world to find me. Bai Chun refined the Tao fruit, but wanting to break through to celestial deity realm still required the accumulation of time. After all, people at the celestial deity realm were too powerful. Wanting to reach it could not be done in a short time. According to Yi Yuan's estimations, for Bai Chun to want to cultivate to the celestial deity realm, it at least needed 200 years' time. Even if he went to the heaven-span world now, he could not be of help to Yi Yuan at all. Hearing these words, Bai Chun involuntarily revealed a disappointed look. But, alright, I'll listen to Master and absolutely won't look down on the heroes under the heavens. When I achieve celestial deity realm, I'll definitely go to the heaven-span world and brave it, Bai Chun said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan smiled and said, okay, Master is waiting for you in the heaven-span world. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression became stern and he said somberly, oh right, before you break through to the Divine Lord realm you absolutely mustn't show anything unusual. If there are people from the outside world coming in for trials, you have to pretend not to see. Whatever that should be done should still be done. Make sure not to let the cat out of the bag. Got it? Seeing Yi Yuan instruct so solemnly, Bai Chun knew the severity and said with a nod, I understand. Rest assured, in these few decades I'll definitely tuck my tail between my legs and behave. Each small world was a treasure vault with limitless resources, and also an excellent place for training disciples under them. But if this small world broke free from control, Wu Meng City Lord would likely not let the matter go. Once he personally enters the Sky Foothill world, then Bai Chun would be in
danger.
Alright, it's getting late. Master should leave. Finished talking, Yi Yuan was planning on leaving. Wait a minute, Master. Bai Chun suddenly stopped Yi Yuan, turned to Mu Jian and said, does the Sky Foothill Divine Palace have myriad longevity heavenly soul stones? Mu Jian did not dare to conceal and hurriedly said, myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are too hard to come by. The consumption these few years were also not small. Presently, there are only 3 pieces left. Bai Chen's brows furrowed. Mu Jian's expression changed, his heart thumping away. Clearly, Bai Chun was unhappy. Forget it. Bring it all, Bai Chun said coolly. This kind of precious thing, Mu Jian naturally kept it on him. Only to see him take out 3 pieces of milky white stones. It was precisely the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Bai Chun handed them to Yi Yuan and said helplessly, myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are too rare. This disciple can only do so much. When I thoroughly take control of heavenly Tao, I'll definitely bring myriad longevity heavenly soul stones to go and find Master. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly putting it away. Other things he could not care. But myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, he needed it too much. Alright, Master will accept it. Farewell. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, vanishing from where he originally was. Under the shade of trees, a group of students was currently chatting idly. The object of conversation naturally could not do without those most talented students. Oh right, the outer court's number 1 genius Yi Yuan has already not returned for over 10 years. Heard that he took a trial-taking mission and went to a small world. It wouldn't be that He can't return anymore, right? Heh, it's not impossible. Normally, going out to train, it ranges between 3 years to 5 years, and they'll pretty much be back. Exceeding 8 years, there were basically very few that returned. Yeah, it's already been over 10 years, it likely bodes ill rather than well. It's a pity, with his talent, stepping into Divine Lord realm is virtually a sure bet. Heard that senior apprentice brother Qin Tian went to experience and temper himself too. The two of them, one after another, is a little too coincidental. Furthermore, senior apprentice brother Qin Tian hasn't returned until now. 2. Shoo. Do you want to die? How dare you say this kind of thing? Amen? You guys look, that is. Everyone followed the gaze and looked over, and could not help being surprised. Yi Yuan slowly walked in, looking very calm and collected. The direction he was heading in was precisely the merit hall. It's Yi Yuan. He actually broke through to initial stage heaven. Glimpse. My God. This is also too freakish. This kind of cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. I remember that when he went out, didn't he just break through to late stage? Grotto Profound? It's just been over 10 years and he crossed over half stop. Heaven Glimpse, directly breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse realm. This guy's talent is too frightening. He has entered the sect for less than 30 years and broke through from middle stage Grotto Profound to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This kind of cultivation speed is simply too abnormal. The aura emanated by Yi Yuan made everyone extremely surprised. Although those who entered Wu Meng Academy were geniuses among geniuses, those with cultivation speed like Yi Yuan were really one of its kind. More importantly, not only did Yi Yuan's realm advance extremely fast, but his strength was also daunting to the extreme, crushing those in the same rank. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm, it was equivalent to entering the inner court. This way, the inner court situation would likely undergo a massive change. Let's go and take a look just what mission Yi Yuan was carrying out. Wasn't it said that small world's spiritual energy is very sparse, very hard to break through realms? How in the world did this guy do it? Yi Yuan's appearance immediately caused an uproar. Quite a number of people followed suit, following Yi Yuan to the merit hall. Regarding the matter of divulging Yi Yuan's information, even if 10 years had passed, Yu Jing had always taken it to heart. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to shake the Wu Meng capital city, even an existence who was going to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But because of the Qin family's selfishness, such a prodigy perished in a small world. This was really something that made people choke with anger. How much face did Yi Yuan gain for Wu Meng capital city by defeating Jinyu? But now he was going to die in the hands of a vile character. But because of this matter, Yu Jing got quite a bit of benefit instead. In secret, Qin Tianing gave Yu Jing considerable compensation. At this time, a figure entered the merit hall. Yu Jing's mood was somewhat irritable and said impatiently without even looking, "Go to the Jade Pillars. There to find the mission first. Then come find me when you're done. Senior apprentice brother. I'm here to hand in the mission." Only then did Yu Jing slightly raise his eyelids and looked at the arrival. But his expression abruptly changed and he quickly stood up.
Yi Yuan.
You actually came back. Seeing Yi Yuan, Yu Jing was shocked until he was staring with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan did not return for 10 years. Yu Jing thought that Yi Yuan had long died under Qin Tian's hands already. But now, Yi Yuan actually returned in perfectly good condition. How could he not be shocked? Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jing, his gaze slightly cold as he said with a smile that was not a smile. "Senior apprentice brother, you seems to be very surprised seeing me return." At this time, the number of people outside the merit hall was swarming. Yu Jing startled awake very quickly, his expression somewhat unnatural as he said, "How so? I was just surprised. Junior apprentice brother Yi took a 3-star mission and actually completed it? Amen? You broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm. Buzz. Yu Jing just happened to find a reason to deal with Yi Yuan but instantly ignited the outside 3-star mission. He actually drew a 3-star mission on his first time. Going out to train. Got to be kidding. 3-star missions, the death rate for the simplest ones, also exceed 50%. Yi Yuan actually completed the mission and came back. This guy simply can't be gauged with common sense. Freakish until he has no friends. Other people all have narrow shaves going. Not only did he not die when he went, but he also broke through his realm instead. The people surrounding and watching outside the door directly blew up. Grotto Profound Realm student actually went to take a 3-star mission. Disregarding this, not only did Yi Yuan complete the mission, he even broke through a major realm and came back. Did he still want people to live? Actually, the most shocked one was not those people outside, but Yu Jing. Monstrous waves were surging in his heart right now. He knew that Qin Tian went to the Sky Foothill world to hunt down Yi Yuan. Now Yi Yuan completed the mission and returned. What about Qin Tian? In an instant, Yu Jing thought of many possibilities. Could it be? No way. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, it was also impossible to be Qin Tian's match. He was a half-step origin deity powerhouse. Furthermore, he heard that Qin Tian already suppressed his realm for very long. As long as he was willing, he could break through to the origin deity realm at any time. Very soon, Yu Jing rejected that most frightening thought, because this notion was too absurd. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep and serene, looking at Yu Jing meaningfully, and said, with a faint smile, like that, huh? This Yi had some minor gains in these 10 years and broke through by a fluke. Senior apprentice brother Yu, this is the 9 Melody Psychic Immortal Fruit. My mission should be considered as completed, right? Yu Jing's heart thudded, secretly thinking that things were bad. Could it be that Yi Yuan really ran into Qin Tian and he already knew that? It was me who divulged the information about his mission? But if Yi Yuan really encountered Qin Tian, how did he return? Also, where in the world did Qin Tian go? A series of queries sounded out in Yu Jing's heart. But the more he thought, the more he felt that there was no answer. He totally could not guess what happened in the Sky Foothill world. Haha. Of course it's completed. Junior apprentice brother, hold on, I'll clock the mission's rewards into your academy token right now. Yu Jing did not dare to meet Yi Yuan's eyes and laughed awkwardly. Clocking the mission's points into Yi Yuan's academy token. Junior apprentice brother Yi Dun. You're really too incredible. Such a difficult mission you, a Grotto Profound martial artist, actually completed it, Yu Jing said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a fluke. Yi Yuan put away the token, divided the crowd, and directly left. The moment he left, the others immediately surrounded over. Senior apprentice brother Yu, just what 3-star mission did Yi Yuan draw? Yeah, tell us. According to the Academy's rules, after a student completes the mission, the mission's information could be disclosed. Of course, apart from the coordinates. Yu Jing was pestered badly. He could only smile bitterly and say, it's the number 8 mission. What Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star Jade Pillar. All those present were dead silent. What did you say? Yi Yuan he came back. Learning of this news from Qin Tianyu's mouth, Qin Tianan almost jumped up. Qin Tianyu's expression was very ugly as well. His face was currently sullen, until it was almost dripping water. He slowly nodded his head and said with a solemn look, just earlier Yi Yuan already took the 9 Melody Psychic Immortal Fruit and went to the Merit Hall to hand in the mission. I came to find you straight away when I got the news. Then what about Qin Tian? Is there news? Qin Tianan asked with a flustered look. He already could not care about killing Yi Yuan anymore now. Qin Tian's life or death was the question that he was most concerned about. However, Qin Tianyu shook his head and said, Qin Tian didn't return. There's no news at all. Qin Tian then turned deathly pale and said absent-mindedly, impossible. Impossible. Qin Tian must have been delayed by some business. Qin Tianyu heaved a sigh and said, You don't need to be so worried either. In my view, little Tian should have been delayed by some matters. With Yi Yuan's strength, it's simply impossible to do anything to him. Qin Tian's facial expression eased up slightly, and he forced a smile as he said, What elder brother said is right. I lost myself in concern here. Although Yi Yuan, this brat, is freakish to want to deal with Qin Tian, he's not qualified at all. Qin Tianyu's brows furrowed, but said, There's still something that I haven't told you. Yi Yuan, not only did he complete the mission, he even broke through to the heaven glimpse deity realm already. Qin Tianan's expression changed. His heart that had just settled down leaped up once more. How is this possible? When he went, he was just late-stage grotto profound. It's just been 10 years or so, and he broke through to the heaven glimpse realm. Qin Tianyu let out a sigh and said, This matter has already spread across the entire Wu Meng Academy, so it can't be wrong. Qin Tianan's expression flickered incessantly. Qin Tianyu slowly got up, patted Qin Tianan's shoulder and said, Wait and see first. If you really can't, you can only find Yi Yuan to have a showdown. All the way until he returned to his residence, Yi Yuan did not see Xie Jingyi. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. The news of him returning definitely spread throughout the entire Wu Meng Academy like the wind. Logically speaking, little fatty should have long arrived. Could it be that this guy went into seclusion to cultivate? Yi Yuan said, with a frown. However, Yi Yuan kept feeling somewhat uneasy. Better go and take a look at him. Yi Yuan thought about it and still intended to go to Xie Jingyi's residence to take a look. Yi Yuan was just about to step out but bumped into Qi Fong directly.
Teacher Qi?
Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. When Qi Fong saw Yi Yuan, his eyes lit up first but became gloomy again very quickly. You're going to find Xie Jingyi, right? Qi Fong opened his mouth and asked. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, a foreboding premonition welling up in his heart. Something happened to little fatty? Qi Fong heaved a sigh and said, You follow me. Looking at the Xie Jingyi lying on the bed, his breathing very feeble, Yi Yuan's fury filled his chest with a wham. Feeling that icy cold aura on Yi Yuan, Qi Fong's expression changed slightly. Little fatty's current condition was very terrible. There was virtually not an intact spot on his body, his face being beaten until it lost human form, his body also riddled with 1,000 gaping wounds. Clearly, he had had his fill of torment. More importantly, little fatty's body already did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations. His divine sea was crippled, already thoroughly becoming a cripple. At the rate of the current situation, little fatty would not last past a few days. Who did this? Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Qi Fong could tell that Yi Yuan's rage had already reached the peak. Qi Fong did not hide it either, recounting the events of a few days back. Actually, little fatty was very smart. After Yi Yuan left, he was very low profile. The vast majority of the time he was cultivating on his own. In this period, Wang Song and Jia Chong, they all provoked many times, but little fatty just did not fall for it. All the way until half a year ago, little fatty broke through to the half-step heaven glimpse realm. The excited little fatty ran straight to the inner court to find Lin Xiu. Since then, the two people's feelings made remarkable progress. 10 days ago, Lin Xiu suddenly arranged to meet with little fatty outside the academy. Little fatty did not suspect anything and actually really went to keep the appointment. He did not expect that Lin Xiu had actually long arranged with the Qin families Qin Zheng, Qin Pei, as well as Wang Song and Jia Chong. This was simply a trap. Only later did I know that Lin Xiu had actually secretly liked Qin Tian all along. It's just that nobody knew. The Qin family's people saw that there was no opportunity to take advantage of, and that's why they had the idea of finding Lin Xiu to take action. Xie Jingyi indeed fell for it. Qi Fong paused for a bit and continued explaining. When the Xie family heard that Xie Jingyi became a cripple and also because of the Qin family's matter. Last time they already don't care about him. I know that you and he have a close relationship, so I sent him to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But his injuries are too severe. The Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemists are also at a loss on what to do, and could only make him hang on with one breath. Yi Yuan listened quietly all the way, his expression calm, his emotions did not have much ripples. It was just that the cold light in his two eyes revealed itself more and more. Yi Yuan did not speak, taking out a medicinal pill and stuffing it into Xie Jingyi's mouth. Qi Fong's gaze turned intent. He discovered that he did not recognize the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Although that was just a Tier 1 divine pill, he had actually never seen before. Tier 1 healing divine pills were just those few types. Qi Fong recognized. But he had actually never seen before the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Qi Fong was startled inwardly, understanding it very quickly. This was the same as the essence cultivating pill, also a new kind of medicinal pill. Furthermore, it was a high-grade Tier 1 divine pill. Yi Yuan pushed down the medicinal pill with divine essence. Little fatty's body actually strengthened a little. Qi Fong's gaze sharpened, immediately knowing this medicinal pill's prowess. Teacher Qi, where are those few people right now? Yi Yuan said. Indifferently, he knew that Qi Fong definitely knew those few people's whereabouts. Qi Fong's expression changed and he said, "You're going to find them right now." Yi Yuan said coldly, "It's the Qin family again. It looks like they really take me to be a soft persimmon, kneading as they wish.
Teacher Qi, I'll take
action myself for this matter. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower." Qi Fong's expression was rather ugly as he said, "I didn't mean that. Just, you're not their match." In that group of people there were quite a few grand completion heaven glimpse realm powerhouses, especially Lin Xiu. She was even known as the #1 person below Qin Tian. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse Realm, there was still some gap from those people. But this matter, it was really inconvenient for the Myriad Treasure Tower to intervene. They had no justifiable reason to carry out a campaign at all. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just need to tell me where they are." Qi Fong's expression changed again and again, and finally he said, "They are at Clearwind Inn, all there." Yi Yuan nodded his head and walked towards the outside. At this time, Qi Fong suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Did that Qin Tian go to hunt you down?" Yi Yuan's figure paused and he opened his mouth and said, "That's right." Qi Fong was startled again and said in surprise, "You guys exchanged blows before? Then you came back. He dead." Yi Yuan lightly threw down this word and went out the door.